drowning in a drunken stupor from a broken heart. This young man, after a long night of passion with a mysterious girl, suddenly realized he had forgotten something. Today was Thien Nan's graduation ceremony. Without delay, he hurriedly got dressed and flew out of the hotel like a shot. To Thien Nan, besides his parents and the teacher who had led him out of the slums, the most important thing had always been his studies at the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy. He understood very well that this opportunity did not come easily, so that he could give his parents a better life in the future, so he could walk out of those slums with his head held high. He always strived his hardest to study. While other students looked down on him, he was studying. While other students were indulging in all sorts of pleasures in Trung Din City, he was also studying. For 5 years, Thien Nan never gave up. Because he had overslept, Thien Nan had no choice but to use the flight technique to fly over the academy, despite it being very dangerous. The flight technique was developed by professors at the academy based on cosmic chi as the foundational practice. However, due to the existence of the sand wall, the wealthy had no need to learn the flight technique. After all, pleasure was what mattered. Only a destitute kid like Thien Nan would use this injury-prone method to travel. Cosmic chi is a cultivation method that humans discovered and researched within their own bodies hundreds of years ago. As for the present, the transmutation technique developed by scientists can use cutting-edge scientific equipment to cause a target population to undergo rebirth through transmutation. This makes survival more suitable. To put it simply, the upper class can undergo the transmutation technique to achieve immortality. Meanwhile, the lower class can only rely on cultivating the seemingly hopeless cosmic chi to survive. Thien Nan was born in the slums and originally didn't even have the right to cultivate cosmic chi. Perhaps his luck was good, and he met his master. That day, he met a barefoot, bleary-eyed Thien Nan. His master actually spoke up and asked, "Kid, are you willing to become a powerful expert?" Even he didn't quite understand what the hell he was doing. But surprisingly, Thien Nan replied with an innocent gaze, "Sir, I want to become a powerful expert. Please teach me." This answer left Thien Nan's master stunned. "You look so naive and foolish. Do you think you can do it?" The young Thien Nan replied that he would try his best. After getting an affirmative answer, the teacher instructed Thien Nan he could not tell anyone about his existence. Before the age of 20, he could not apply cosmic chi to other aspects, only to cultivate the flight technique. Little Thien Nan could barely recognize any words, yet he agreed with his teacher, abided by the oath for over 10 years, and never stopped working hard. Returning to the present, Thien Nan finally arrived at the academy. He quickly scanned the area and ran straight to the graduation ceremony. There was only half a minute left. Luckily, he made it. Just then, Thien Nan bumped into a girl and fell to the ground. This situation was truly awkward. The scene then flashes back to when Thien Nan was dumped by his girlfriend, which led to the drunken night at the beginning of the story. On his 20th birthday, Thien Nan eagerly went to his girlfriend's house, announcing that he could now start learning other physical techniques. But what he received was a cold and indifferent attitude. "Oh, then congratulations. You should go back. Don't come looking for me anymore." Like a bolt from the blue, Thien Nan was stunned, trying to find a reason. Why? Haven't things always been good between us? But his girlfriend didn't even turn to look at him, replying coldly, "Stop talking. It was just you who thought so all along." Still stubbornly holding onto that oath, Thien Nan was sad, trying to hold on. But isn't a promise the most important thing for a person? "Give me a chance, I can." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "There's no need. We're over. Don't you feel that you can't give me anything?" Seeing this look of disgust, Thien Nan finally understood everything that in your heart. "Is there already someone else?" His girlfriend admitted frankly, "Turns out you're not that stupid after all. You should go. Wei Kang will be here to see me soon. If he sees you, I can't guarantee he won't do something." Left outside, Thien Nan seemed completely numb. Just then, a loud call pulled him back to reality. "Student Thien Nan? Is Student Thien Nan here?" Student Thien Nan of the 5-year physical arts class. It was only on the third call that Thien Nan snapped out of it and responded. Seeing this, the principal looked at him and asked, "Student Thien Nan, do you not want to graduate? Why did I have to call you 3 times before you heard me?" Thien Nan could only apologize. How could he say he was thinking about being dumped? Suddenly, the students next to him burst out laughing. "Ha! Look at his stupid face. I heard his girlfriend dumped him." Although Thien Nan was furious, he couldn't do anything, because they were right. After the roll call, The principal invited Thien Nan onto the stage. So suddenly, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Why go on stage? Besides the academy's teachers, only students being disciplined go on this stage. The other students also began to whisper among themselves. But as he stepped onto the stage, the principal suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him, "Don't be nervous." Then he turned to the audience and announced loudly, "I hereby declare that the 5-year class, student Thien Nan, has become the graduation valedictorian of the Trung Din Comprehensive Academy. The Academy will award him a glorious Academy badge and a scholarship of 1,000 cosmic coins." Hearing this, all the students were stunned, their jaws dropping in astonishment. After the moment of shock, this felt like an unexpected honor that happened to Thien Nan as if in a dream. Facing countless jeers and contempt daily, enduring and bearing the torment, he was extremely grateful in his heart. Grateful the Academy didn't abandon him. Grateful he didn't abandon himself. Coming to his senses, Thien Nan bowed and thanked the principal. But the principal said he should thank his own efforts. These words gave Thien Nan a lot of motivation and confidence. But the other students began to speak with envy. What the hell? Valedictorian? Did he cheat? Look at his smug face. That bootlicking expression. He must have pulled some trick. Otherwise, there's no way he could graduate. At this moment, the principal suddenly spoke up. "A bunch of trash. Do you have the face to criticize others? Tell me, of the Academy's 27 subjects, you who are children of nobles, how many of you passed?" Yet some fearless person spoke up in response. "TCH, it's just a graduation title. What's the point of working so hard?" But the principal's next words made it so no one could laugh anymore. "You all think so highly of yourselves. I have discussed with the other teachers for the glory of the Academy. We have made a special decision. Apart from student Thien Nan, everyone else is not allowed to graduate." As soon as the words were spoken, all the students below reacted violently. "What? On what grounds? None of us can graduate. How am I supposed to explain this to my family?" Someone even stood up to question the principal. "Principal, I don't think this is right. You're only letting that piece of trash graduate. Aren't you afraid of disgracing the Academy?" But the principal gave him a contemptuous look. "Shut up. Did you hear what I said? Before you criticize others, you should take a look at yourself first." Even after being told this, the shameless Oi Kang walked onto the stage, representing the other students to question the principal. "You're only letting this kind of person graduate. Everyone is very impressed." Hearing this, the principal stood up to defend him. "Student Thien Nan's results in all 27 subjects are extremely outstanding. You are not qualified to criticize him." Oi Kang then slowly approached Thien Nan and provoked him. "Such an outstanding student. It's just a pity he can't even keep his own woman, who runs to my place every day." Thien Nan didn't get angry, just asked why he was always being targeted. Hearing this, Oi Kang continued to provoke him. "Targeting you? You think too highly of yourself. A stinking insect should crawl into a corner and eat dung. If it flies in front of people, of course it will be swatted to death." These words made Thien Nan recall scenes from the past, the injustices he had endured at So. "If I brush off your insults, you see me as easy to bully. You don't even treat me like a human being." Drowning in rage, Thien Nan's eyes suddenly turned dark and filled with killing intent. "Let me disappear." Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded. Oi Kang's head suddenly twisted and flew off his neck, blood gushing out like a waterfall, spraying directly onto the crowd of students. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, a man named Lu and was carefully bowing, "Master Controller, we still haven't found a young miss." Oh nah, sitting elegantly in a chair, holding a glass of wine, spoke to her subordinate. "Luan, you've been with me for decades. Do you think you can hide anything from me? Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you can go find Judge Fai yourself." Luan knelt on the ground, hesitating, not daring to speak. "Master Controller, it's not that your subordinate is hiding anything. It's just..." Ona, hearing this, took the initiative to ask, "Just what? Could it be that that girl Lam did something that broke the rules?" Luan broke out in a cold sweat, saying that he had found a room where the young miss had stayed. Seeing that Ona seemed a bit agitated, he quickly took out a small projector. "We managed to film inside that room. Please take a look." On the bed in the room, we discovered... Before he could finish his sentence, Ona was so angry she dropped the wine glass in her hand. Immediately after, countless sharp ice pillars shot straight towards Luan. Tell me what this is about. Knowing that hiding even half a word would get him killed instantly, Lewin carefully reported all the information he had investigated that we have investigated that the young miss and that man were in this room. According to the waiter, he seems to be a student from the Trung Din Academy. After hearing this, Ona stood up angrily. Revenge? She is getting revenge. Use my name to release some news. Search for Lam Lam's whereabouts throughout the entire Galactic Alliance. But she suddenly reconsidered. Wait a moment, don't spread the news. After all, this is a family disgrace. Bring that bastard from the Trung Din Academy here, and at the same time, investigate everything about him clearly. Receiving the order, Lu immediately complied. At this point, the entire room was about to be completely frozen. This woman's power was truly no simple matter. Returning to Thien Nan's side, having just woken up in a hospital bed, he clutched his head, trying to remember what had happened. Did I kill Oi Kang? At that moment, I definitely felt a sensation of manipulating power. Then he looked at the data chart next to him, extremely puzzled. Why is my mental power so abnormal? Could it be that the abnormal mental power produced this kind of strength? To verify, he stared at the flower vase in front of him, tried to use his power to control its movement. But after trying for a long time, nothing happened. Thien Nan then closed his eyes, concentrating with all his might. Fly for me. This is my only chance to become stronger. I'm begging you, fly for me, fly. In his desperation, Thien Nan seemed to feel something. When he opened his eyes, the flower vase was already floating in midair. Just then, there was a noise outside, and Thien Nan quickly lay down and pulled the blanket over his head. That startled me. I wasn't seen. What on earth is going on? Is the mind really, as a certain scientist once said, possessing great power? No, it's not just the mind. It seems to be the ability to manipulate space. At this moment, the principal pushed the door open and entered. Thien Nan, are you awake? Thien Nan quickly sat up. Hello, principal. I just woke up. Without beating around the bush, the principal got straight to the point. Lie down. No need to sit up. I'm very sorry about what happened that day. Regarding Oi Kang's death, did you notice anything? Thien Nan immediately put on a pitiful and innocent act. When Oi Kang's neck started bleeding, I was very scared. My head spun and I fainted. I don't know anything. The principal and the person with him looked at each other and sighed. That's right. You probably wouldn't know anything. All right, don't worry about it. Thien Nan, congratulations on becoming the top graduating student. Suddenly mentioning this matter, Thien Nan smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, principal. His mind was now filled with thoughts. I've graduated. After 5 years of study, I've finally graduated. Returning to my home city, I can use this reputation to find a good job, and then I can support my parents. After finishing his questions, the principal left a card containing the prize money and said he had to leave. Left alone, Thien Nan was still a little worried about whether he would be suspected in Oi Kang's death. Suddenly, he heard a sound from far down the hallway. The teacher who was with the principal was asking him. It seems this child knows nothing. But principal, if Oi Kang's father is convinced that Oi Kang's death is related to Thien Nan, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. But now that he has graduated, once he leaves, I'm afraid. Mentioning this, the principal showed no fear at all. Humph. Even if Oi Kang's father is a director of the Loi Dong Corporation. If he dares to cause trouble, I will report it to the Tanmen. Hearing this, the accompanying teacher was somewhat relieved. Yes, no one in this entire alliance would dare to touch the dignity of the Tanmen. Besides, you are. But before he could finish, the principal cut him off. Shut up. There are some things that cannot be said casually. You should know this well. Meanwhile, thanks to his mental power, Thien Nan had heard the entire conversation. His mind was now in turmoil, with many thoughts. I can't believe Oi Kang is the son of a director of the Loi Dong Corporation. What is this Tanmen? After a while, Thien Nan couldn't hear anymore. It seemed that extending his mental power had reached its limit. Then he continued to think, if I leave here, I'll be in danger, but can I continue to live in this academy? No, absolutely not. Even if the academy agrees, there's nothing left for me to gain at the academy. That girl was right. If you want to become stronger, you have to work hard yourself. Everyone is laughing at my weakness. From now on, I, Thien Nan, will not show weakness in front of anyone anymore. From that moment on, the look in his eyes had completely changed. After removing the recovery tubes from his body, Thien Nan sat cross-legged to cultivate. Just like that, until morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, Master Datmong was in front of him. Thien Nan, are you feeling any better? Seeing his master, Thien Nan's eyes sparkled and he smiled brightly. Dat Mong was the one who had initially brought him to the Trung Din Academy. According to him, Thien Nan's aptitude and innate talent would only be buried in that poor place. For these 5 years, all of Thien Nan's expenses at the academy were supported by Dat Mong. Besides his parents, the person Thien Nan was most grateful for and respected the most was his master. Meeting Thien Nan, Dat Mong began to ask questions that, I heard the academy has let you graduate, and with a scholarship of 1,000 cosmic coins. Thien Nan hurriedly looked for the card with the scholarship money to give to his master that, yes, master, I want to give that 1,000 cosmic coins to you. Dat Mong immediately refused. I don't need it. I'm not short of those things. Just now, I sense that something seems to have happened to your body. Can you tell me what it is? Thien Nan then recounted the whole story from his girlfriend Thien Na to the moment Oi Kang's head flew off. Finally, when he heard that Thien Nan's mental power had undergone a strange change upon waking up, Dat Mong was so agitated that he knocked over his chair. What? Thien Nan, have you told anyone else about this? Only when Thien Nan said he hadn't did he calm down. Good that you haven't, good that you haven't. Thien Nan, you must promise me, do not tell these things to anyone. Otherwise, it will bring you great trouble. Hearing this, Thien Nan asked sadly, Master, did I really kill Oi Kang? What is that spatial power? Dat Mong sighed. I didn't expect you to have such talent. It's better for you not to know some things. Trust me, I won't harm you. Of course, Thien Nan trusted his master unconditionally. Before leaving, Dat Mong said he would go check on the situation with Oi Kang's case and told him not to worry. At this moment, Thien Nan wondered, Master Dat Mong, can you tell me what the Tanmin is? Mentioning this issue, Dat Mong showed clear tension that don't ask such questions again, don't ask anyone. The Tanmin is not something you can understand right now. Get some good rest. After Dat Mong left, Thien Nan bowed 90 degrees towards the door, silently thanking him in his heart. Master Dat Mong, thank you. I'm sorry. You've helped me too much. I will absolutely not bring any trouble to you. After packing his things, Thien Nan took one last look at the academy he had been with for 5 years, then turned and left. Outside the academy, a group of mysterious masked people were already waiting for him. After confirming he was the right person, they immediately drew their swords and blocked Thien Nan's path. Thien Nan, right? If you know what's good for you, come with us. Thien Nan calmly observed the situation, without a trace of fear. What if I say no? Taking advantage of the moment, he used his flight technique to soar into the sky. As long as he could break out of the city and hide, he could shake them off. Just then, something flew past him at high speed. By the time Thien Nan noticed, a thunder cannon was already aimed straight at his head. If he got hit by this, he would be dead for sure. But as the beam was fired, a layer of ice blocked it for him. The masked men were panicked to see someone with an ice-based ability helping the target. But they still decided to open fire again, to kill Thien Nan at all costs. But before they could do anything, the whole group was attacked by ice, left disabled on the ground. Even then, they were still determined to fire the cannon. Thien Nan stood in midair, looking straight into the cannon's muzzle, helpless to do anything that it's over. I'm dead for sure this time. Just then, a voice rang out, Don't worry, you won't die. Immediately, an ice sphere enveloped Thien Nan, protecting him from the attack. This ice sphere was so cold that its chill covered several streets below, a truly magnificent sight. At this moment, Luan appeared behind the mysterious group. You have violated the laws of Trung Din Star. As a governor of the Tan Min, I have the right to eliminate you. Hearing this, the mysterious group immediately became as meek as puppies. So is the manipulator's arrival. I am a special assistant of the Loi Dong Corporation, Luan. After hearing the name, Luan's attitude didn't change to, it doesn't matter who you are, you have violated the laws of the Galactic Alliance. Considering some special reasons, I don't want to make things difficult for you for now. However, that person is who we want. You should leave on your own. Hearing this, the underlings were about to rush forward, but were stopped by Luan. Stand down. Don't you want to live anymore? Luan then gave a final warning. You know very well the consequences of angering me. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave. Being a man who knew when to yield, Luan immediately led his subordinates away. On the way, a few subordinates still felt unwilling, but when they learned that the person just now was from the Tan Min, they all shut up and returned to report. On Thien Nan's side, after being safe, he was brought back to the ground. He had just started to thank him when Luan showed his displeasure that I didn't want to save you. Come with me. Hearing this, Thien Nan was stunned. Didn't I just escape one disaster only to fall into the tiger's mouth? After thinking, he quickly refused politely. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to. I can't go with you. Without letting the other party react, he used the flight technique again and shot up into the sky. Luan looked disdainful, waiting for him to get a little distance before giving chase. Humph, you can't escape. Just then, Thien Nan suddenly turned back and threw a punch at him. But the one who got hurt was actually Thien Nan. His fingers were all broken. Luan then reached out to grab him. You can't run. Stop. But because his body suddenly stiffened for a moment, he let Thien Nan slip away. Thien Nan thought he had escaped, but was frozen stiff by the opponent's ice-based ability. And just like that, fell from the sky. Luckily, Luan caught him, otherwise he would have been smashed to pieces. Having caught his target, Luan immediately turned back. Experiencing flight at an unimaginable speed for the first time, Thien Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. This was beyond the scope of what the flight technique could achieve. After flying for a while, Thien Nan's tears and snot were flying everywhere, and he kept shouting, "Sir, can you slow down a bit? My eyes hurt." Feeling that he couldn't escape, he started to use the law to threaten him. Why are you arresting me? Aren't you afraid of breaking the law? Luan replied with a straight face. Here, I am the law. Do you remember the girl from the other night? Seeing Thien Nan freeze, Luan smirked. Humph, it seems you haven't forgotten. Knowing the reason for his capture, Thien Nan gave up resisting. If that's the case, I can only go and face it. Otherwise, I will always feel guilty and ashamed. Upon arrival, Luan carefully instructed, for the sake of your life, be careful what you say in a moment. Seeing the enormous house, Thien Nan started to get nervous. Meanwhile, Ona was waiting in the ice room, waiting to interrogate him. Bringing Thien Nan inside, Luan immediately bowed and reported, Master Controller, Thien Nan has been brought here. When we found him, he was being threatened by the Loi Dong Corporation. Ona stood with her arms crossed, her expression cold as she gave the order to you don't need to worry about things here anymore. You may leave. Without my instructions, no one is to enter. Seeing the young woman before him, Thien Nan asked, Miss, are you the one who summoned me here? Ona slowly walked forward and began her interrogation, and oh, you should call me Madame Ona. Tell me, how did you meet Lam Lam? Thien Nan heard this and asked blankly, Huh? Lam Lam? Who is Lam Lam? This question angered Ona, who conjured sharp ice that nearly sliced off Thien Nan's head. Don't play games with me, unless you want to die. Despite this, Thien Nan showed no fear at all that of course I don't want to die. If you want to kill me, there's nothing I can do, but at the very least, you should let me know why. Oya retracted her ice and began to speak. Your name is Tian Yin, a student of Zhongting Academy, Universal Calendar Class 335. Excellent academic record, the only member of this class to graduate smoothly. You once went to Dream City for a drink, a total of 5 glasses of dreamy emerald worth 600 universal currency. The person who drank with you that night was Lan Lan, and I am her biological mother. You took my daughter's most precious thing. I think you need to give me a clear explanation. Now, can you tell me how you came to know Lan Lan? What was your purpose? Tian Yin then recounted everything he remembered. I'm sorry, Madame Oya. I'm afraid my answer will not satisfy you. I don't even clearly remember what Miss Lan Lan looks like. After I sobered up, there was a pool of blood. I have no idea what she did. Hearing this, Oya angrily covered the entire room in ice. You mean she initiated it? Lan Lan has had a good upbringing. How could she do such a shameless thing? In this situation, Tian Yin remained extremely calm. Madame Oya, I can tell that you certainly have an extraordinary status. Miss Lan Lan may have had a proper education, but I am absolutely not lying in the slightest. I can only say that although I took the young lady's virginity as if in a dream, but I am willing to take the responsibility that man should. Oya was immediately filled with killing intent, looking at Tian Yin with a contemptuous gaze. Take responsibility? What is your status? To dare to touch my daughter? In my presence, you are not even as good as a dog. Tian Yin replied confidently. First, let me be clear, I am a person, not a dog. Although I have nothing now, that might not be the case in 10 years. You can look down on me, but please do not insult me. Oya then asked, relying on that little bit of space-type special ability of yours? Tian Yin replied with a proud posture. So what if it starts from that special ability? There is nothing that a hardworking person cannot achieve. Although you have a noble status now, what about your previous generation? What about the generation 10 generations ago? If I can continue to live, can you be sure what I will be like in 10 or even 20 years? Oh, he was a little interested in these words. You are very confident. What do you rely on? Tian was silent for a moment, then replied powerfully. I rely on my conviction. I have an unshakable conviction. I rely on my heart that is not afraid of hardship and toil. This answer left Oya stunned for a moment. You little brat, you truly surprised me. Tian still didn't understand what was happening when Oya suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, perhaps you don't know, you've fallen in a Lanlan's trap. Seeing Oya so certain, Tian also accepted it. Perhaps so, I've thought about it too. But the price she paid seems too heavy. I feel I am somewhat at fault. If you are willing, I can compensate. Oya was once again surprised by this young man. Finally, she made a decision. Compensate? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Tian, those two words compensate have saved your life. You are not wrong. Through effort, a person can reach where their conviction leads, but comprehension is just as important. 3 years. If you reach the level 10 strength of a controller, I will need you to do 3 things for our family. I can consider sparing you. If you can't do it, no matter where you are, I will have you torn to pieces. These words made Tian a little tense. Madam, people say you're the law of Zoning Star. It seems that's true. Oya admitted without hesitation. That's right, we are the law. You only know that Zoning Star has a supreme government agency that handles all military and political events. But you don't know that I am the true holder of power on Zoning Star, with a right to decide or veto everything. Taking this opportunity, Tian asked more about the concept of a controller. This is indeed a smart question. If you don't even know the concept, how can you achieve it? But first, Oya asked him about the moment he discovered he possessed a space-type special ability. Tian then answered honestly. Space-type special ability? I'm not very clear on this concept. But if you're talking about using mental power to control objects, I just discovered it today. Hearing the whole story, Oya confirmed it once more. So you caused Wei Kang's death and were able to use your mind to scout a nearby location. Tian felt anxious and tried to justify himself a little. I was too furious at that moment. I thought it would be good if he died, and then I felt some kind of control. Understanding the situation, Oya immediately made an assessment. I see. So you're the lowest level of controller. Initial awakening. It seems you haven't even reached level 1 ability. Tian, you must remember clearly, what I am about to tell you must absolutely not be told to anyone else. This is the highest secret of the Galactic Federation. I don't think you want anything to happen to your parents, do you? His parents being threatened. Tian was immediately filled with killing intent. Madam Oya, I do not want to use the word despicable on your noble self. Oya was not angry at all. Despicable? That word does not exist in my dictionary. You should wake up and realize what strength is. Within the Galactic Federation, there is such an organization that manipulates all affairs in the Federation. This organization is called Shengming. Simply put, Shengming is an alliance of all individuals with special abilities, protecting justice and eliminating all evil. You're probably wondering what use special abilities have in this scientific society. Why is the Galactic Federation bound to Shengming? This is because a level 20 controller can fight on par with a standard low-class warship. The combined strength of the elders is enough to fight on par with a fleet of God-class dreadnoughts. Hearing that human strength could fight against God-class dreadnoughts, Tian was so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat. One must know that a God-class dreadnought represents planetary-level destructive power. Oya continued at this point. You will be able to feel it later. Before you leave, Liao will give you the necessary guidance. The duration is 1 month. You may leave now. Suddenly, Tian said he had a request, which was to see Miss Lanlan once. Oya frowned angrily. I'd like to know where she is, so you can bully her again? Tian's expression was a bit indifferent. He mumbled something to brush it off. After speaking, Oya shouted for Tian to get out. He silently took a few steps before she called for him to come back quickly. Hearing this, Tian looked back at Oya. She crossed her arms and reminded Tian, the matter concerning Lanlan, do not tell anyone. After hearing this, Tian just nodded, assuring her that he knew his limits. A moment later, Tian quickly went outside, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, she spared me. Just as he stepped out the door, he saw Liao and appear behind him. I didn't expect you to still be alive, kid. Follow me. Liao, and took Tian to a building, then gave him something and told him to take it. The object sparkled like a crystal. As soon as Tian held it, it merged into him. Witnessing that scene, Tian couldn't help but be amazed, thinking to himself, "It merged into my palm." Liao and then explained, "This is the metal symbolizing a manipulator of Shengming. It allows you to understand your body's condition at any time." But Tian didn't believe it was just that. He felt it could also report all his actions back to him. But Liao seemed to correct him. "Perhaps you still don't understand the implications of the Shengming metal. Possessing it means possessing a not-so-ordinary status in the Galactic Federation. Wait until your strength reaches level 5 by the age of 30, and you can join Shengming." Clearly, Tian had not yet agreed with Madame Oya to join Shengming. Seeing this, Liao explained to him, "Before you complete the 3-year agreement, Madame Oya has the right to dispose of everything of yours. If after 3 years Tian chooses to withdraw, Oya will not stop you." Only then did Tian agree to test the function of this metal. Upon trying it, Tian was surprised. Special ability rank, Universe Chi level 10. He turned to look at Liao and, puzzled, "Why can't it identify my type of special ability? It only displays 3 question marks. Liao explained to him that it can only identify from level 1 to level 36, which shows that Tian has not yet reached level 1. Liao also encouraged him to try hard slowly. He sighed sadly. After thinking for a while, Tian closed his eyes and said, "Thank you." He felt a bit confused hearing him say thank you. But it wasn't really for what he said about the special ability. Tian thanked Liao, and because he felt that he didn't hope for him to die. After hearing this, Liao was silent for a long time, not saying a word. Tian's expression was serious. "Beneath your firm exterior, you have a very kind nature. Otherwise, when dealing with the people from the Leian group, you wouldn't have just injured them instead of killing." Liao finally spoke up, "I don't want to hear similar words a second time." After saying that, he turned and left. "Considering you were once unconscious at school, I'll give you a day to rest." Before leaving, Liao also promised that starting tomorrow, he would make Tian experience an unforgettable month. A second ago, Tian was still wondering, what's the point of being so secretive? The next second, he was smiling with excitement, looking forward to that unforgettable month. At his house, Tian was sitting and cultivating his power in his room. His determined eyes were fully focused on it. Suddenly, Tian's eyes flew open as if he had discovered something. It turned out Liao had appeared in front of him at some point. Liao angrily reprimanded Tian. "As a controller, how can you have no vigilance at all? If there was danger, you would be dead already." Tian just replied calmly, "What's the use of me being vigilant now?" Hearing his answer, Liao was also helpless and fell silent. Here, anyone who wants Tian dead can do it as easily as flipping a hand. It's better to use the time to let him cultivate a little. He felt that Tian seemed to have thought things through. Instead of uselessly hiding from difficulties and fear, he had bravely faced them. Liao's face was serious as he praised Tian, not bad, and told him to come and take his hand. Tian hugged his arms to his chest and asked, "Your hand? Why do I have to hold your hand?" Liao's face went blank as he hurriedly explained, "What are you thinking? This is to let you know the function of the metal." After speaking, he quickly reached out and grabbed his hand. At this moment, he seemed to feel the function of the metal. Superior Officer Liao and subordinate Tian, not yet level 1. Tian scratched his head and gave a forced smile, so that's what it meant. "Greetings, Superior Officer." After that, Liao said no more, just told Tian to follow him to start the training. Liao went with him to the training ground and asked, "Do you know why there's no protective barrier here?" Tian answered wittily, "Because each of you controllers is a very good protective barrier." After hearing his answer, Liao decisively brought a fist down on his head. He continued, "Foolish, you're also a member of Shengming now, so you should say we. But your answer is correct." Tian held his head with tears in his eyes. "If the answer was right, why did you hit me?" Liao stood proudly with his hands on his hips. The words of a superior are never wrong. Obey all commands from a superior. This is the first rule of Shengming. Tian's eyes widened as he looked at him. "So Shengming completely applies militarized management?" Liao said that although your special ability is not yet level 1, your universe Qi can enter the second stage of cultivation. So today, he will impart the second stage cultivation method to Tian. and this will be your training ground for the next month. Tianyin could only comply, offering his sincere thanks. Hearing this, Liao smirked. I'm afraid you won't be thanking me for long. A moment later, Tianyin appeared in a bulky suit. It's so heavy, I have to wear this to train? But it's fine, I feel I can still endure. Liao held his hand out in front of him and said, that's not all. We also have to drain all your universe chi. At this point, he still didn't understand what he meant. Tianyin's eyes widened in surprise. A strong beam of light shone through his body. A few seconds later, Tianyin felt the suit become heavier. Even from far outside, Liao's affectionate, ragged voice could be heard. Run faster. Without a strong physique, all special abilities are just nonsense. You have to wear this heavy, bulky suit and run around the entire field to train. Suddenly, Tianyin tripped and fell to his knees. His face, dotted with sweat, clearly showed his fatigue, but he still didn't give up and try to get up and run again. He persisted in his training without getting discouraged. Every step he ran was a great effort. Meanwhile, Liao watched Tianyin's every move from a distance. His eyes were still fixed on his enthusiastic training. He thought to himself, he's run more laps than expected. He's fallen so many times. Maybe that's enough for today. A moment later, Tianyin ran close to Liao and collapsed on the ground. He told him that was enough training for today. He then hesitantly called out Superior Officer Liao, and seeing Tianyin call him, he was a bit confused listening to what he had to say. He looked at him with determined eyes. If I fall, please ignore me. Tianyin said seriously that no matter how many times, let me get up on my own. At the training ground, a few hours earlier, the blue sky was mixed with a few yellow clouds. Many bottles of nutritional fluid that Liao had prepared for Tianyin were scattered outside. As he walked over and saw the pile of bottles, he was startled. No way, he drank it all. Liao held up a bottle of nutritional fluid, something so expensive, and he didn't leave a single drop for me. Returning to the present, he was still intently watching Tianyin train with all his might. Liao felt that spending so much on expensive things was somewhat worth it. Just like that, one person silently watched from a distance as the other tried relentlessly. At this moment, two opposing thoughts appeared in Liao's mind. Should he let Tianyin rest since he had exceeded the standard by many laps, or should the initial stage be brutal? Suddenly, he fell with a loud thud, causing Liao to stop his train of thought and jump in. Surprised for a moment. Now, the angel in his thoughts angrily scolded him, blaming the devil for being too brutal. Liao hurriedly ran to him and asked, Tianyin, are you okay? Suddenly, he froze as if he had discovered something strange. Liao stared at his suit and wondered to himself, why did the restraint I put on him break? Suddenly, a large explosion erupted from that spot, shaking the entire ground. Tianyin emerged from the hazy smoke with a cold expression and a powerful aura. Liao was shocked to see that the restraint had been broken, and he had started to absorb universe chi. Tianyin stood up, appearing in the hazy smoke after the large explosion. Liao was secretly bewildered. Impossible. How could he break my restraint? I've never heard of such a thing before. Is my knowledge too shallow? He frowned. We currently have a difference of about 10 levels. Liao couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was a miracle. The sound of footsteps approaching along with a voice, "This is a miracle," made him jump involuntarily. Seeing Oya, he immediately knelt on one knee. Controller, Oya said that this is the first miracle, but definitely not the last. 1. She smiled and said, I didn't expect Lon Lon to have such a good eye. To casually pick someone to accompany me, who could become a treasured sword. Oya continued, saying that with a month of progress like a proficient person, she hoped to see Tianyin with the strength of a level 3 manipulator by then. Liao was horrified to hear the goal she set. He thought it was impossible because even with continued hard training, it would take a year to achieve it. Oya then told him he was mistaken and to look at the amazing things Tianyin had just done, and she even wanted to give him the holy fluid. Liao secretly glanced at her. Holy fluid? The controller values this little brat too much. The holy fluid is researched and created by the most secretive organization, Shengming, using the most advanced and powerful technology to enhance the supreme power of the divine body. Only about 100 milliliters are produced each year. To assess its value in money, the price of 1 milliliter has far exceeded 100 million universal currency. Oya told Liao and to give Tianyin 10 milliliters. That sentence made him feel confused. Liao wondered, 10 milliliters? use. But isn't the maximum amount of holy fluid one can use only 5? Oya turned her head with a stern gaze. You're asking why a bit too much today. There are some things you don't need to know. After saying that, she went ahead and left everything here to him. At this time, Tian-Yin was still lying on the ground. Liaoan looked down at him and said, "You stinky brat, you're really lucky. Get up, let's go back." He called Tian-Yin's name repeatedly, but saw him lying motionless without a response. Seeing this, Liaoan panicked. "Tian-Yin, what's wrong with you? Is your body too severely damaged?" A while later, at the house, Tian-Yin silently lamented the aching pain in his body. He finally woke up, remembering that he seemed to have leveled up before passing out. He touched his hand and saw the insignia light up. Tian-Yin's universe, Qi, has advanced. He was overjoyed to see that he had reached level 1 special ability. His face was filled with satisfaction and pride in himself. At this moment, Tian-Yin was so happy he felt like he was floating among the clouds. Liaoan suddenly appeared with a grim expression. "You seem to be in high spirits." Tian-Yin was once again surprised, not knowing when Liaoan had sat down in his room. Seeing him, he pretended to cover his mouth and coughed a few times. Tian-Yin sat down awkwardly. "Teacher Liaoan, why are you here? Why do you look so unwell?" Liaoan suddenly slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair, which couldn't help but startle him. He spoke up. "How can you still be happy? Why is there no reaction after using so much holy fluid?" Liaoan's face darkened, as gloomy as a graveyard corpse. "Why didn't the holy fluid have any effect? The holy fluid is so rare." Tian-Yin was also panicked, not understanding why he was so resentful. Tian-Yin smiled nervously. "Teacher, calm down. Getting angry is not good for your health." Liaoan's voice was dejected because it was the rare body-enhancing holy fluid. He naively said that he would compensate him later. But Liaoan didn't believe him and questioned what he would use to compensate. The value of that item exceeded 100 million universal currency. Tian-Yin could only smile awkwardly, then was startled when he realized the amount was up to 100 million universal currency. Now both of them held their heads in sad despair. Outside, the air was still, the sky clear. In the training ground, Tian-Yin said that the water content in his body had all turned into sweat. How could he not urinate 5 times a day? This is beyond the limits of the human body. Ignoring his words, Liaoan said, "Tian-Yin, you really are the one who was injected with the holy fluid. Do you know what the controller's instruction is?" Hearing that, Tian-Yin wondered what it was. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "It's to break the limit. Even if you can't pee, you have to pee for me." Hearing this, Tian-Yin was both shocked and a little angry. Then he pointed at his face and said, "Moreover, these hard days will be extended to 3 months." Contrary to Liaoan's thoughts, Tian-Yin's eyes lit up. "I get to train here for 3 months? Didn't you say it was only for 1 month before?" Liaoan was a bit awkward. He also admitted that Madame Oya had said so. Hearing the confirmation, he smiled with joy. Then he became happy and ran off. "That's great. I can train for 2 more months." Liaoan looked at him and thought to himself, what a little monster to be so happy with such hard training. The sound of strange footsteps along with a voice. Truly a madman. His desire for power reminds me of my father's youth. Oya walked over and instructed Liaoan, "You don't need to worry about the holy fluid. It can't help him too much right now." She continued, "Because he has such achievements, he has to pay a higher price than others. That persistent willpower of his, perhaps even I can't resist him." Later, at the training area, the moonlight shone down on the two of them as they talked. Tian-Yin wondered, is Miss Lan Lan also a special ability user? As he expected, Miss Lan Lan is the heir to the entire Feier family. Liaoan felt that Tian-Yin still didn't understand just how noble and powerful Miss Lan Lan was. He said that Miss Lan Lan's maternal grandfather is the greatest pride of the water-type special ability users. They are also one of the 5 judge elders. Her parents are among the top controllers. Moreover, Lan Lan herself is the most talented genius of their Shengming. Tian-Yin was curious to know what level of special ability Lan Lan was at now, which Liaoan mistook as, "You want to compete with her? Although you are a madman, you still can't win." Tianyin got angry. I'm not a madman. I'm the one who works the hardest. Liaoan became serious again and patted his shoulder. We should first focus on the matter at hand. Don't think about those geniuses. Compared to them, there's no hope. He added, however, calling you a madman is not right. In my opinion, there's no hope in this lifetime. Liaoan thought that no matter how hard Tianyin tried, there was no way to break the 3-level bottleneck. Even if he could, it would be a matter of 100 years later. He rested his chin on his hands sadly. We are all human, but not the same. Miss Lan Lan was born at level 7. I struggled to death just to advance 1 level. Seeing this, he also comforted him. Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance. In Shengming, the vast majority of people rely on their own attributes to continuously break through from level 1 to 30. He also encouraged him that Miss Lan Lan chose him precisely because Tianyin has hidden potential. Hearing those words, his spirits lifted. Superior Officer Liaoan, this seems to be the first time you've encouraged me. Suddenly, he fell silent and stared at Tianyin for a long time. Liaoan's face turned red with embarrassment. Who's encouraging you? I'm just heartbroken over those vials of holy fluid. Tianyin then offered his blood, and Liaoan got angry. Would I want that? I'm not a dark special ability user. Until now, Tianyin never imagined there were such blood-sucking demons. Liaoan stood up and turned to leave. Yes, there are, but we should continue training. Based on your current level, it's better that you don't know about them. After talking for a while, they started training again. Liaoan shouted, speed up, faster, while Tianyin was flying in the air on the other side. Liaoan's shouts grew louder each time. If you break through the defense, you've succeeded. Hurry up. Tianyin charged forward and crashed hard into the defensive net. He was dizzy, the world seemed to spin, and his nose was bleeding. On the other side, Liaoan laughed so hard he cried. Are you really that gullible? You're killing me. That protective shield can't be broken in the first place. Tianyin collapsed on the ground. He struggled to get up. What kind of teacher is this? I'm so mad. He flew into a rage and wanted to fight him. 3 months passed by slowly. Under Liaoan's guidance, Tianyin had advanced to level 3 and was about to enter level 4. Until one day, Tianyin's face and body were covered in injuries, making him wonder if his teacher had gone mad from teaching. Liaoan was flying in the air, looking down at him resolutely. Hey kid, I will teach you one last lesson. Liaoan said that the enemy would not show mercy just because he was weak, and the final lesson was to fight and defeat him. Tianyin's face was dazed, covered with wounds and streaks of blood. He immediately ran to avoid his blows, but Liaoan felt his reaction was too slow. He relentlessly attacked, but the boy couldn't withstand it. Although Tianyin was so exhausted he was coughing up blood, he still tried to crawl towards his iron armor. But Liaoan said that Tianyin didn't have enough time to use the armor. He reached for the armor with his hand and opened something. At this moment, Liaoan seemed to realize that Tianyin had activated the thunder shotgun. He shouted, "Damn it, are you trying to take me down with you?" Liaoan stood stunned, looking at him, and panicked internally. I can't escape in time. A large block of blue ice appeared just in time to block Tianyin's blast. Both of them were surprised when the block of ice appeared. It turned out the one who had blocked the blast was Oya. She praised him. Very good, Tianyin. You've learned to use your abilities to escape from this place. I believe you can fulfill our 3-year agreement. Tianyin spoke up, dissatisfied. What kind of lesson is this? He clearly wanted to kill me. But Oya told him he couldn't blame Liao, and because she had arranged it, just to test Tianyin's reaction in the face of danger. After saying that, Oya said she would wait in the main hall and told him to pack his things and then find her. Afterwards, both Tianyin and Liao stood facing each other awkwardly. He looked at him with cold eyes. You really didn't want to kill me. Liaoan, however, seriously asserted that he was the chief officer, and the boy had to first answer why he knew there was a thunder shotgun in the mecha's suit. Tianyin crossed his arms, proud and confident. Don't forget, I am a graduate of Zhoning Academy. Although this type of mecha is very primitive, I am very familiar with its structure. Liaoan then realized, well, you little maniac, why didn't I see how cunning you were before? Tianyin's eyes widened as he pleaded, Chief Officer or Teacher, why don't you give me this mecha suit? Liaoan sternly said he shouldn't dream of taking anything from here. Nothing could be taken. Tianyin's face fell because he couldn't take the armor. Liaoan admitted that he had taught many low-level ability users, but Tian-Yin was the most outstanding among them. His willpower and cunning were things they lacked. Liaoan hoped that Tian-Yin could surpass him. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment without saying anything. After speaking, Liaoan gave Tian-Yin a personal gift and told him to keep it. This bracelet could transform into a short alloy sword, and it was enhanced with thundershot energy, capable of penetrating 100-degree defenses. Tian-Yin quickly snatched the bracelet. "Teacher, you had such a good item? Then I'll take it." Liaoan was speechless. "You really have no courtesy." Then he turned away and told him to hurry and meet Madame Oya, and that they would meet again in the future. Tian-Yin said nothing more, but his face was filled with gratitude and respect. Liaoan added a reminder to practice diligently and persistently in the future, and to find a way to escape if there was danger. No need for reckless fights. The boy also politely bowed in thanks, saying he would engrave his kindness and teachings in his heart and bones. After speaking, Tian-Yin bowed his head and quietly said goodbye to his teacher. Suddenly, Liaoan froze, surprised to hear Tian-Yin call him teacher. Without another word, he flew away, leaving the boy with a thought in his head. He just left like that, without another word. As he flew away, Liaoan thought to himself, "I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much you'll have grown in 3 years." Inside the villa where they had arranged to meet, Oya told Tian-Yin that in 3 years, he could do whatever he wanted, but he must remember their agreement. He affirmed he would not forget and promised to definitely return in 3 years. Oya also extended an invitation that if he encountered any unsolvable problems, he should just come back, and also instructed him to report to her immediately if he encountered any dark ability users. Oya suddenly mentioned Lam Lam, but then stopped, thinking that he would never meet her easily. Finally, Tian-Yin returned to the academy. He walked slowly through the school grounds, vaguely wondering where he should go to train. Since Tian-Yin had already graduated, he couldn't stay at the old academy. While deep in thought, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Well, so you're here." Tian-Yin jumped and turned to find the owner of the voice. It was Xuanmei, and she seemed quite angry. "I finally found you. Don't even think about escaping this time." Xuanmei suddenly rushed at Tian-Yin, shouting, "I've finally found you, now go die." But he calmly dodged to the side, causing Xuanmei to lose her balance and almost fall face. First, Tian-Yin was speechless but couldn't bear to let her fall, so he reached out to catch her. Then Tian-Yin frowned. "What are you doing, you pest?" Then he gently asked if she was. "All right." Xuanmei felt embarrassed, as if she had been taken advantage of, and pushed Tian-Yin hard. She fell to the ground, angry, and scolded Tian-Yin for daring to call her miss. He said that if they didn't know each other, what else should he call her but miss? As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanmei raised her leg to kick him, but he caught it in time. Tian-Yin was surprised. "This is a crippling kick. What grudge do I have with you?" Xuanmei angrily grabbed his collar. "Still trying to deny it? At the grand ceremony that day, you bumped into me, causing me to be late and unable to graduate." At this, Tian-Yin was taken aback, and he began to recall that day. He then quickly explained that it was his fault for bumping into her that day, but she couldn't blame him for not being able to graduate. Xuanmei flared up and blamed him. "It's all your fault. Compensate me now." The two of them argued back and forth, attracting the attention of a group of other students. They laughed and jeered, saying the outstanding student was now in trouble. As for Tian-Yin, he wanted to resolve the matter quickly and asked Xuanmei what she wanted, to which she told him to just go and die. At this point, Tian-Yin lost his patience and shouted, "Die? What die? You're being too arrogant and unreasonable." Suddenly, footsteps approached and a strange voice spoke up. "Xuanmei, what's going on?" Both of them stopped arguing and turned towards the speaker. This person was Xuan, the armor-breaking technique teacher, nicknamed Active Volcano. Tian-Yin and Xuan looked at each other, for eyes meeting, without saying anything. He hurried over and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "So it's you. Demeng misses you a lot. Where did you go? Why didn't you contact him?" Tian-Yin raised his hand and scratched his head in confusion. "Teacher Xuan, long time no see. I was just about to visit Teacher Demeng." The onlookers were confused why Xuan didn't hit Tian-Yin, and they wondered if the two knew each other from before. Xuanmei turned to tattle on him. "Brother, hurry up and teach him a lesson for me. He's the reason I couldn't graduate. Xuan stated that based on this year's scores, only Tian was able to graduate. Xuanmei still insisted that it was because Tian bumped into her, causing her to be late, that she couldn't graduate. The boy didn't want to argue and admitted fault. That day, I carelessly bumped into her. It's my fault. I'm sorry, Teacher Xuan. Xuanmei was about to say more, but was cut off by her brother. Your scores weren't high enough to graduate. You can only blame yourself. At this, Xuanmei was too angry to say another word. She stormed off in a huff. You actually spoke up for an outsider. You just wait, Tianyin. The crowd that had been watching felt let down because the matter ended so quickly. Xuan turned to look at them seriously and asked if they had seen enough. His eyes were ice cold. A bunch of trash. What else can you do besides pry into other people's business? Seeing this, they were frightened and immediately dispersed. Afterwards, Xuan said he would take Tian to see Demeng. When Demeng saw him again, he was overjoyed. This is great. You've returned safe and sound. I was worried to death. He thought the boy had been taken by the real estate conglomerate, so he was on pins and needles all day. Hearing this, Tian smiled brightly and apologized. I've made you worry, teacher. Demeng then told him to sit down slowly and quickly recount how he had escaped danger over the past few days. After listening to the story, Demeng learned that Tian had been recruited by Oya and had joined the Holy Alliance. At this, the boy looked surprised that both of them also knew about the Holy Alliance. Xuan gave a forced, hesitant laugh when his secret was hit. It turned out he was a level 30 fire system ability user, and Demeng was a level 30 wind system ability user. Tian was stunned for a long time, unable to believe his eyes. He looked at them with admiration. So that's how it is. Greetings, chief officers. It was a pity that Tian had already been snatched away by Oya and couldn't join the supervision department with them. He was secretly sad. I didn't want this either, but because of Miss Lam Lam, I was forcibly taken away by Madame Oya's people. While Tian was lost in thought, Demeng spoke up. Right, what are your plans now? He received the answer that the boy first wanted to go home for a trip, and then he would go to temper his own abilities. Demeng felt this was very good, but teachers of space system abilities were very rare, so training in space system abilities would be a bit difficult. Xuan immediately cut in. Isn't there one in the Holy Alliance? Though his temperament is a bit eccentric. At that, he also remembered there was someone who could teach. However, Xuan didn't know if Tian would have to suffer immensely. Before he could finish, Demeng said to let Tian try because he believed in him. Hearing that he was about to have a space system teacher, Tian's heart bloomed with joy. Demeng instructed Tian, we want to find a teacher for you within the Holy Alliance. But there are a few things you need to know first. His name is Mo, and he is the controller of the Underworld Emperor Star. He doesn't belong to any faction within the Holy Alliance, but he holds a certain influential position there. The key point is that his temperament is extremely eccentric, and it's even rumored that he is very terrifying. While Demeng was very worried for Tian, the boy said it was no problem. He didn't seem to quite understand what the boy had just said. Tian's face was determined. I will definitely try my best to have him accept me and train diligently. With such a powerful teacher, I won't need 3 years to reach level 10. Demeng praised Tian, saying that with such a fighting spirit, he was very relieved. So he and Xuan could proceed to the illusory demon star with peace of mind. Hearing that, Tian became curious. Is this illusory demon star like a planet? Demeng said that once he reached level 10, he would also go to the illusory demon star, then handed him something. This is the central device for Holy Alliance members. It can accurately track your position in the universe and will be very useful for going to the Underworld Emperor Star. The boy immediately waved his hands, determined to refuse, because Demeng had already helped him so much that he couldn't take any more of his things. But Demeng said Tian was his disciple and told him to take it quickly, also reminding him to go do what he should do in the future. Later, on his way back, a voice called out to Tian. He heard the familiar voice and immediately turned around. In front of him was the girl Tian had once loved and wanted to protect the most, fearing that even the slightest grievance could hurt her heart. But in the end, Tian had let go, allowing another man to be by her side. He also greeted her politely. Lian Na, long time no see. Lian Na gently approached. Tian, are you still angry? Seeing this, He quickly took a few steps back to avoid her. No, I'm not angry at all. I had my own problems. Tianyin also told Lien not to worry because he was now planning to leave Zhoning City and would no longer be involved with her. Lien Na's face was downcast. I'm sorry, I know I hurt you a lot. Contrary to her self-reproach, Tianyin even thanked her for awakening him. He looked at Lien Na with cold eyes. One day, you will know whether I'm a real man or not. Goodbye. Tianyin said goodbye to Lien Na and was about to leave, but she shouted from behind, wait. Her expression turned serious. I want to know if William's death had anything to do with you. After all, you also disappeared that day, which made everyone suspicious. So it turned out that in Lien Na's heart, there was only William. To that question, Tianyin didn't deny it, but just said, what if I was the killer? Hearing those words, she couldn't believe her ears. Was it really you? Impossible. Lien Na thought that William's abilities were so good. How could it be possible with just him? Before she could finish her sentence, Tianyin reached out his hand. He used the power of his ability to choke and lift the woman up. With Tianyin's tight grip on her neck, Lien Na couldn't breathe or say anything more. At that moment, he shot a look as sharp as a knife at her. You don't believe me? But then Tianyin let Lien Na go and left, leaving her to struggle to catch her breath. He also added a reminder, it was indeed a weak person like me who killed that young master. If you want revenge, I'm always ready to welcome it. Lien Na watched in a daze as Tianyin left. Just as he stepped out of the deserted school gate, he ran into Xue Mei and her gang. Tianyin was already in a bad mood and glared at them with an annoyed expression. One of the group asked Xue Mei if this was the piece of trash who had offended her, and she confirmed it was. Tianyin warned them, I'm not in a good mood right now. He said in a cold voice, if you want to live, then get lost. The whole group was too scared to step forward and cause trouble, but they were enticed by Xue Mei's words. Don't you guys want to date me? Whoever can beat him up, I'm willing to be with that person. Then she shouted for them to charge. The boys believed Xue Mei's words and charged forward together. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole group simultaneously rushed at Tianyin with weapons. One of them rushed forward but was easily blocked by the boy before he could do anything, which also startled Xue Mei's group when they witnessed it. Tianyin angrily punched one of them far away, while another in front wanted to rush forward to hit him. Tianyin grabbed the opponent's head with his hand and kneed him hard in the face, causing his nose to bleed profusely in pain from the divine move. The person in front didn't hesitate and rushed forward. He pulled out a knife, wanting to stab Tianyin, but the boy quickly dodged it. From behind, another person switched to using an electric gun for a sneak attack. Tianyin showed a look of panic when he saw it was a stun gun. One jolt sent a searing pain through his body, making him scream loudly. The man smirked, just die for me. He was out of energy because the enemy was too numerous and attacked simultaneously, and he fell down in pain. Tianyin gasped, trying to regulate his state to endure the pain. Seeing this, one of them kicked him hard in the head. Unable to do anything, he could only try to breathe and struggle to get up. The other guy deliberately stepped on him, wanting to completely prevent Tianyin from fighting back. His eyes looked down with contempt as he provoked, keep being aggressive. Weren't you so tough? The boy gritted his teeth and warned, if you don't want to die, get your stinking foot off me. Seeing this, the man hesitated for a moment. Then his anger flared, and he continued to kick Tianyin in the head with his foot. The rest of the group followed suit, ganging up to stomp on him continuously. The one who started the trouble walked slowly towards Tianyin. How pathetic. If you had apologized to me earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Xue Mei's tone was mocking as she whispered in his ear, suggesting he bow his head and admit his mistake, and then she would consider letting him go. Tianyin's face was cold, silently enduring this malicious woman. She became even angrier and said, "Are you mute? Say something." A dark glint flashed in Tianyin's eyes, emitting a frightening electric spark. Xue Mei quickly dodged, stammering in fear. His pupils were gradually covered by something strange. A tear flowed from those changing eyes and slowly dripped down. One of the men's legs was suddenly broken, emitting a cry that sounded painful just to hear. He looked down in a daze, perhaps because it happened too quickly for him to realize. The pain gradually set in, making him scream in extreme agony. The remaining men witnessed it and were terrified, frozen in fear. Tianyin looked at the remaining people with a dark face. Do you also want to suffer like him? They were terrified and quickly dispersed, fleeing in all directions. Xue Mei, not yet recovered from the shock, asked with wide, disbelieving eyes, "How is that possible? What happened?" Tianyin turned his face and replied coldly, "Your teacher Xue and sister. If you apologize, I won't pursue this matter." Xue Mei's eyes widened in defiance, and she angrily ran towards him. Who would apologize? Go to hell. Like an egg hitting a rock, Tianyin chopped her neck with one hand. His eyes darkened to a chilling degree. You're not going to beg for your life. Xue Mei's legs went weak, and she felt her knees on the ground. Then she felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from him, making it hard for her to breathe. Tianyin turned his back and left, leaving her with a few words, "We probably won't see each other again. Take care of yourself." The village below was Tianyin's hometown. This was Wooding Planet, which could also be called the City of the Poor. The galaxy restricted the people in the slums from any advanced scientific knowledge. The space here was strangely quiet, from the sky down to the simple houses. The poor people lacked knowledge, lacked all the resources they could use to resist. Tianyin called out softly in his heart, "Father, Mother, I'm home." In the small house, Mengyu was sitting in deep thought, knitting a scarf. Her eyes were lifeless, her face expressionless, just listless and uneasy. Suddenly, Molly ran in from outside in a panic. "Mengya, I'm back." He joyfully informed her that the Saintess had agreed to help them find their son. Hearing this, Mengyu was overjoyed. "Is that true? That's wonderful." She couldn't hold back her emotions and covered her face, sobbing. "Our son should have graduated 3 months ago. If he hasn't come back yet, something must have happened, right?" Molly gently comforted her not to worry. The Saintess has a communication tool that can reach Zhongding City. If everything goes smoothly, we might have news of our son tomorrow. She was secretly grateful. That's wonderful. The Saintess is truly a god sent by the heavens to us poor people. I will definitely go thank her tomorrow. Suddenly, a voice from the door called out, "Who is the Saintess?" The two of them glanced at the door. Tianyin walked in, calling for his parents, saying that he was home. Mengyu rushed over in surprise. "Ayin." She quickly grabbed his hand and asked, "Are you really back? Why did you only come back now? We were so worried about you." Mengyu said with a bit of anger, "Didn't you graduate 3 months ago? Did you want to worry your parents to death?" Molly also added, "Your mother and I were very worried. We thought you had run into some danger." Tianyin scratched his head and chuckled, apologizing to his parents. Something came up, so it took longer than expected. However, he had graduated smoothly and was even an outstanding student. She patted his shoulder and urged Tianyin to rest early. "It's good that you're back. Did you take the public sky car back? How many stops are there to our place?" He was confused when his mother asked that. "Mother, you know about sky cars?" Tianyin guessed that teacher Deming must have told his parents. She shook her head in denial. "Our benefactor didn't mention this. The person who taught us these things is the Saintess." He curiously asked her which Saintess. Mengyu began to recount what happened after he left. Not long after, the Saintess came here. She taught everyone a lot of knowledge and even became a teacher for the poor. After that girl came to Anding City, the place was as if renewed, giving everyone hope and reducing sorrow. She praised her endlessly. "Why don't you go see the Saintess tomorrow? She's outside the city. Maybe you two will have something in common." He curiously asked his mother, "How old is she?" Her eyes lit up. "Very young. Our Tianyin is so outstanding. Maybe the Saintess will take a liking to you." He sighed helplessly. "I'm just going to thank her for helping our family." "Mother, please don't play matchmaker." In another quiet place, Tianyin was concentrating on his persistent training in his room. Very quickly, he had advanced to Cosmic Chi, second-level ability. A look of joy appeared on his face. His efforts were not in vain. Stepping off the bed, Tianyin thought he should rest a bit and take a shower first. Suddenly, his heart stirred, contracting abruptly. Tianyin clutched his chest, feeling a strange energy radiating. Thoughts appeared in his head. Isn't this a space system ability? Why is there another type of ability in my body? He suddenly remembered the conversation with Teacher Liao, and people with 2 abilities exist in this world, but their endings are very tragic. Tianyin curiously asked the reason. Shouldn't they be stronger? Liaoan slowly explained. Possessing two abilities causes them to reject each other. Records of dual ability users all state that they die from their bodies exploding, an extremely tragic end. His body was now in so much pain that he spat out blood. The next day, Molly knocked on Tian Yin's door. Ain, are you awake? Get ready for breakfast. He gradually woke up from the nightmare, breathing heavily in panic. Tian Yin called out from his room. I'll be back after I wash my face. Hearing this, Molly told him to take his time and not to rush. Tian Yin then gave his parents some money. The Academy scholarship is 1,000 universe currency. I'm giving it all to you. His mother quickly stopped him. We don't need it. You keep it for your own use. Tian Yin said sincerely, this is all from my heart. Mengyi advised again, you'll need a lot of money when you look for a job later. Your parents are already happy with your filial piety. He felt happy to be so enthusiastically supported by his family, smiling brightly to himself. Then Tian Yin promised his family and himself that he would earn more money to send to his parents in the future. After breakfast, he went to the place the Saintess was, where Mengyi had told him. Looking at the towering lamp, Tian Yin wondered if the Saintess was inside. Suddenly, his eyes swept over, surprised by what he saw. The silhouette of a girl stood gracefully, her skirt fluttering lightly in the wind. Her exquisite and dignified face made Tian Yin stare blankly, finding it hard to look away. After looking his fill, Tian Yin turned to ask his father, is the Saintess on top of that tall lamp? Molly replied with a yes, and also asked him if she was very beautiful. Tian Yin didn't answer but silently assessed. She doesn't look like a living person. But before he could finish his assessment, a sharp pain shot through his heart. Tian Yin was in so much pain he broke out in a sweat, clutching his left chest and crying out. He knelt on the ground, and his father immediately called out, what's wrong, Yin? He wanted to touch Tian Yin to check his condition. Unfortunately, before he could touch him, Molly was thrown back by his own son's power. He couldn't touch him. Seeing that there was a problem on their side, people looked over and whispered inquiries. But absolutely no one came forward to help. They left Tian Yin and Ma Li standing there in confusion. Bai He saw the situation below and also jumped. Came down to check. Before her feet touched the ground, she asked, Uncle Ma Lai, what's wrong with him? Seeing her arrive, he also became anxious. I don't know what's happening. Please, I beg you to save my son. Bok Hop agreed to the request without hesitation. Let me see. Then, she placed her hand on Tien Nan's forehead. From where her fingers touched, a gentle stream of power flowed. His face was no longer as pained as before and gradually relaxed. Tien Nan's whole body felt as if it were floating in a warm current, a very soothing sensation, as if he felt no pain at all. He was enjoying the comfort, but Bok Hop was startled by his power. What a terrifying Esper ability. The two of them were surrounded by two streams of power, a sight that overwhelmed her. Moreover, there were two types of Esper abilities coexisting, and she felt as if she was about to suffocate. The two streams of power in Tien Nan's body were clashing with each other, all of which Bok Hop could see. The dark Esper ability was conflicting with the light Esper ability. After a long while, Malai anxiously asked, Saintess, how is my son? She turned around and replied, neither quickly nor slowly. He is indeed gravely ill. Uncle, please take him to my residence. Hearing this, he was so surprised he was stunned and hurriedly refused. How could we dirty the Saintess's residence? The people around also sided with Ma Lai, all feeling that Tien Nan should not go to Bok Hop's place. She frowned, displeased. We can't delay any longer. My place is quite quiet, convenient for his treatment. Seeing Bok Hop's somewhat resolute attitude, he broke into a sweat and had to comply. Thank you, Saintess. Everyone saw her attitude at that moment, praising Bok Hop for her kindness, but some were also jealous of him. Arriving at Bok Hop's house, she let Tien Nan lie on the bed. Then her actions suddenly became a bit strange. She turned her back and locked the door from the inside. As soon as the door was closed, Bok Hop spoke. I know you're awake. Can we talk for a bit? At this, Tien Nan sat up from the bed and hesitantly thanked her. Her face expressionless, she asked, Thank me for what? I haven't done anything for you yet. Tien Nan just lifted his head and explained faintly, It was your weapon that integrated with and pacified me, allowing me to suppress the abnormalities in my body. Hearing the explanation, Bok Hop snorted, I just want to help those who need help. Her face remained as calm as before, but her words were contradictory. But did you know, from the day you and I were born, We were destined to be rivals. Tian Nan frowned. Why do you say that? Why would I be your enemy? It was unclear what expression Bok Hop had on her face. Only her voice was heard. You were supposed to be born on May 31st, 315 of the cosmic calendar, and I was born because of you. Hearing this, Tian Nan was in disbelief, thinking she must be mistaken because how could such a thing happen? But Bok Hop still said calmly, I didn't expect we would meet so soon. She stepped closer, gently taking his hand. In the space tinged with golden sunlight, Bok Hop said a very puzzling sentence. You really make it very difficult for me to choose. Tian Nan asked blankly in return, why do you say that? What is there for you to choose? But the only reply he received was her complicated and somewhat contemplative gaze. Instead of answering Tian Nan's question, Bok Hop chose to change the subject. The badge in your hand, you've joined the Holy Alliance. He frowned, his face beaded with sweat. The pure soul emanating from the Saintess seemed to be constantly gnawing at the dark Esper ability within Tian Nan's body. That thing made him feel pain and even an intense sense of disgust. Bok Hop didn't seem to notice, looking up to ask for his name. Tian Nan immediately pulled his hand back to avoid further contact with the pure soul. He replied politely, but was very cold and distant. Bok Hop seemed to sense Tian Nan's discomfort and faintly stated her suspicion. It seems you dislike me very much. He immediately went on high alert, staring intently at her. Seeing this reaction, Bok Hop smiled with amusement. She pretended not to see his wariness and introduced herself in a friendly manner. You don't need to call me Saintess. My name is Bok Hop, like the lily flower in a dark cave, symbolizing righteousness in life, emitting a fragrance. That is the meaning of my name. Tian Nan still did not let down his guard. You came here just to spread that fragrance, didn't you? Who sent you here? Faced with the questioning, Bok Hop showed no reaction. No one sent me here. My freedom is my own to decide. I only hope the people here can live happily and joyfully. Hearing the words, happily and joyfully, he couldn't help but sneer. In a flash, Tian Nan became completely serious. The Federation has over 1,000 star systems, with at least 800 residential zones. Can you make every residential zone enjoy happiness and joy? Being challenged, she didn't flinch. I alone certainly cannot. That requires the concerted effort of countless people. Just because it can't be done now doesn't mean it can never be done. Although he had softened a bit, he still questioned, how can a Galactic Federation just ignore you like this? Aren't you afraid of facing their punishment in the future? Bok Hop remained firm in her ideals, replying coldly, so what? My dream is to be able to spread happiness to everyone. Hearing her unrealistic dream, Tian Nan couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, enough, you don't need to say any more. But Bok Hop remained as she was, without the slightest waver. Tian Nan calmed down. Don't let the darkness control your mind. After speaking, she swung her hand to strike at him. Luckily, Tian Nan realized in time to dodge. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying by Bok Hop, while she remained as composed as ever. Having dodged the attack, he wondered why she didn't use her light Esper ability to attack. Bok Hop stood opposite Tian Nan and faintly used a mind-reading technique. Don't you understand yet? I don't want to harm you. Her face was serious. Your body is already on the verge of collapse. Let me help you. But Tian Nan didn't believe her. He instantly appeared behind her, raising his blade to strike. Are you sleep-talking? Seeing that her clear explanation and offer to help were met with Tian Nan's intent to kill her, Bok Hop couldn't help but feel displeased. He slashed down without hesitation, a guaranteed hit that couldn't be missed. Unfortunately, Tian Nan's calculation was wrong. He looked on in disbelief and let out a huh. Strands of her hair quickly wrapped tightly around Tian Nan's hand. She took the opportunity to leap up, launching a palm strike while he was still stunned. Faced with Bok Hop's unexpected move, Tian Nan could only stare wide-eyed, unable to block because he couldn't react in time. Time passed, and outside, Malai was still anxiously waiting for his son to recover. Meanwhile, in the room, after being hit, he had fainted and was placed on the bed by her. While watching Tian Nan sleep, Bok Hop also recalled old memories. Bok Hop remembered her master's words. When you meet that person, you must destroy him before he gains immense power. Bok Hop didn't understand, looking up to ask her master, didn't you teach me that every life has the right to exist? Her master sighed wearily. You don't understand. My body has experienced that terrifying power. If killing one person can save 10,000, then what's wrong with that? However, by the time you meet him, he will already be strong enough. Use your kindness to guide him onto the path of righteousness, to lead him on the vast, hazy road. Bok Hop replied very seriously, I will do my best. However, I hope you will not interfere with my decision. Is that all right? Her master squinted and said, Bok Hop, you are too perfect. Perfection is also your only flaw. Hearing the comment, Bok Hop said she didn't understand, but her master didn't explain further, only saying she would understand in the future. Returning to the present, Bok Hop bit her finger to draw blood, silently apologizing to her master. Although he is still weak now, I really can't do it. I am willing to bet my life. Then she drew a blood symbol on Tien Nan's forehead that if one day he truly becomes the ruler of darkness, I am willing to use myself to end it all. Tien Nan, don't let me down, okay? The sigil Bok Hop drew on Tien Nan's forehead suddenly shone with a brilliant light. It lifted both of them into the air, as if forming a special magic circle. She gathered a small orb of energy, bringing it close to his body. But unexpectedly, an anomaly occurred. Seeing the situation was not very optimistic and somewhat difficult. Even a sanist like Bok Hop had to frown. She tried to use her power to suppress the darkness within Tien Nan's body. Of course, the process was not simple. Although he was unconscious, he still cried out in pain. Bok Hop immediately hugged Tien Nan, comforting and patting him. You're all right now. After some more time, everything finally went smoothly again. The magic circle also slowly faded. The fusion is complete. As long as he rests well, there won't be any major problems. Just as she finished her thoughts, the clothes on his body suddenly made a few tearing sounds. Several rips appeared. Bok Hop, still unaware of what was happening, stood there looking at the scene before her in confusion. Then suddenly, the clothes on Tien Nan's body disintegrated into pieces. Torn to shreds, his body completely exposed. She was startled. Bok Hop, ignoring that he was unconscious, turned around, covered her eyes, and fled for her life. She didn't look back even once, rushing headlong to push open the door and run outside. But at least Bok Hop still had some decency. She fled but still closed the door for Tien Nan. After running for a while, she finally calmed down a bit, panting to catch her breath. Her eyes were welling with tears. It's no wonder, as Bok Hop at her age was still a virgin, having never experienced the ways of the world. At this moment, Ma Lai ran over to ask about the situation inside. Saintess, are you all right? Did something unexpected happen? She couldn't possibly tell the truth, so she avoided his gaze and said evasively, It's nothing. Tien Nan is better now. Can you help bring him a set of clothes? Hearing this, he didn't know the full story, but was still alarmed. Bring clothes? Did Tien Nan vomit that much blood? Bok Hop blushed, thinking about what just happened, not knowing what to say. Finally, she came up with what she thought was the most perfect excuse, a lie. It's better if you just bring them. He sweated too much and needs to change his clothes. Seeing Bok Hop's strong reaction, Ma Lai also broke into a sweat and agreed. All right, I have a similar set at home. I'll go get it right away. Then he turned and ran home, leaving Bok Hop standing there. A while later, she was back inside the house, but didn't dare to turn around because behind her, a naked Tien Nan was still lying there. After a long sleep, he finally woke up, scratching his head and asking with an embarrassed smile where his clothes were. A normal question, but asked to the wrong person, so he deserved to have clothes thrown in his face. Bok Hop was so flustered she forgot to control her volume. Hurry up and put them on. Then she frowned and pouted slightly. If someone else saw this, how would I explain? Myself. Not long after, Tien Nan announced, Bok Hop, I'm dressed. Thank you for saving me. I don't know why I attacked you earlier. She returned to her initial calm and carefree demeanor, saying faintly, It's nothing. However, I hope you remember to be cautious when using your Dark Esper ability. Tien Nan didn't ask why, just replied with a okay. Bok Hop instructed again, otherwise, you will increasingly lose your consciousness. Please, take my words seriously. He replied with a firm and resolute voice, I will pay special attention and be more cautious. But Bok Hop, I've noticed a problem. Why has my cosmic level been upgraded, but my Esper ability is still at level 3? Bok Hop, with a calm face, delivered the potentially shocking news. Tien Nan, congratulations. In the entire Galactic Federation, you are the first person to have both types of Esper abilities. Tian Nan grasped the main point, wondering why he was the first. But I've heard others say that people with dual Esper abilities have appeared before. She refuted his statement. For those who possess dual Esper abilities, it is a disaster, but you're not like that. The simultaneous appearance of two Esper abilities will produce a fierce rejection, at which point the body will shatter with no way to recover. But you are now completely contrary to that rule. You have truly controlled the importance of both types of Esper abilities. Tian Nan was so surprised his face went blank, only managing to utter one sentence. I really have two Esper abilities? Bok Hop confirmed it for him. As long as you use them well, your Esper ability will be about 20% stronger. Tian Nan, like an innocent child, voiced his calculation. So when I reach level 10, won't it be equivalent to someone at level 15? She calmly replied, in theory, yes, but it's not that simple. You need to go through hardships and at the same time work tirelessly, and you will surpass others by many times. Hearing Bok Hop's advice, Tian Nan grinned. It's okay if it's harder than for others. This is a good thing. It's rare in life to see someone who finds facing more hardship a good thing. So she was very curious. Why is it a good thing? He explained with soaring confidence. Think about it. When others think I only have the strength of a level 10, but I actually have the strength of a level 15, what will the result be? Thinking it over, Bok Hop stated the answer. It will make people let down their guard. It's a good thing. Tian Nan's face was like the arrival of spring, much brighter as he smiled foolishly. This is a secret between the two of us. Don't tell anyone else. She agreed immediately without hesitation. However, you must also promise me one thing. Tian Nan retracted his foolish smile and asked Bok Hop what it was. She didn't beat around the bush. You might think I'm quite talkative, but I still want to remind you. Unless it's a life-threatening situation, absolutely do not use your Dark Esper ability. You probably felt the negative effects of the Dark Esper ability just now. After hearing this, Tian Nan's face looked sheepish, forcing a smile to hide his embarrassment, not knowing what else to do. After a moment, he immediately agreed. I promise you, unless it's an urgent matter, I will not use it. The Dark Esper ability not only has a backlash, but it is also rejected by the Holy Alliance. I don't want the Holy Alliance to issue a warrant for my arrest. You see, I'm still working for the Holy Alliance, although I'm just an intern, but I don't want to give up this opportunity. Bok Hop heard his long speech and affirmed, that's for the best. Cultivating Esper abilities is inherently a difficult and arduous process. You must have a firm grasp on your own heart. The Dark Esper ability can also become a useful tool for you. I hope to never become your enemy. Is that possible? Hearing this, Tian Nan gave a gentle smile. He placed his hands on her shoulders. My mother was right. You are truly beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever met. Thank you for helping me. Trust me, I will absolutely not become your enemy. I understand your wish. If I have the chance, I will definitely help you. Then, gently taking his hand, Bok Hop said, it seems my decision was not wrong. Looking up, her eyes were calm, yet held a touch of gentleness. At least for now, it is still right. 1 second she was serious, but the next, Bok Hop blushed and looked away. You should go back now. Uncle Ma Lai must be very worried. Hearing this, he just gave a faint, handsome smile. He placed a kiss on her forehead, leaving Bok Hop momentarily stunned. Standing up straight again, Tian Nan affirmed, I will never forget what happened today. In this world, only you are worthy of the title Saintess. The incident concluded, and they went downstairs together. Seeing him, Malai immediately asked anxiously, Nan, how are you? Tian Nan smiled until his eyes crinkled. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine now. Thanks to the Saintess's help, let's go home quickly. He then turned back to thank Bok Hop and bid her farewell. Thank you, Saintess. I'll take Nan home first. Bok Hop gave a slight smile without saying anything, but that smile was a farewell in itself. 1 month later, after many experiments, Tian Nan discovered that his spatial Esper ability had the power of object control and paralysis, while his Dark Esper ability had strong corrosive properties. At Tian Nan's house, he scratched his head and informed his mother that he had to leave the next day. Man Na was surprised. You're leaving so soon? She asked with a hint of sadness. Can't you stay a few more days? But in the end, Man Na didn't keep her son, reminding him to thank the Saintess before he left. After all, you owe her such a great debt. The next day, in front of Bok Hop's house, a man saw Tian Nan approaching and greeted him. Isn't this Tien Nan? Are you here to see the saintess? He also greeted him politely. At that moment, she happened to open the door and step out. Seeing Bok Hop come out, the uncle didn't keep Tien Nan any longer. The saintess is out. You two young people can talk. Standing by the door, she called out to him, Tien Nan, come in. Let's talk inside. Inside a warm wooden house, Tien Nan's voice was heard calling Bok Hop's name. I won't come in. She smiled faintly, wondering why he had suddenly come to see her today. Aren't you very afraid of meeting me? Hearing this, Tien Nan awkwardly scratched his head, denying it and stammering as if he wanted to explain something. Bok Hop immediately understood. No need to explain. I just hope you can see me as a friend. You're not planning to leave, are you? Tien Nan looked up and confirmed. Training outside will help me improve more. These words made her mood sink a little, and she lowered her eyes slightly to hide the trace of sadness within. After a moment, Bok Hop slowly spoke. Everyone has different goals. If you want to go, then go. Suddenly, Tien Nan wondered, you're always here protecting this place. Don't you get lonely? You don't even have any other hobbies. Hearing this, Bok Hop laughed teasingly. If the people here heard what you just said, what would happen? Tien Nan immediately became fearful, scratching his head and hesitating. In that case, I'd probably be torn to pieces by them. At this moment, she suddenly became serious. You have your goals to pursue, and I have my own goals here. Besides, everyone here is my friend. You don't need to worry about me. Tien Nan didn't pursue the issue further and asked something else he had been wondering for a long time. Your cultivation level isn't low, right? Why didn't you join the Holy Alliance? And what exactly are you cultivating? Bok Hop laughed again. The question you're asking is so silly. At this point, her expression suddenly darkened slightly. After joining the Holy Alliance, could I still do the things I do now? As for my cultivation level, that's a secret. Suddenly, Bok Hop looked up at Tien Nan with clear eyes. I believe that in the near future, you will also achieve the same level of strength as me. The shadows of the two of them stretched across the floor in the hazy sunset. He promised that he would definitely become a very strong Esper user, then hesitantly said his goodbyes. After speaking, Tien Nan turned and walked away under Bok Hop's attentive gaze. He whispered in his heart the words he didn't dare to express. Goodbye, the most beautiful Bok Hop in the world. Behind him, the girl was also reaching her hand towards Tien Nan's back, silently calling his name in her heart. But then, as if afraid of something, she gently pulled it back. In the end, Bok Hop just gently placed her hand on her chest, watching as his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. The next day, Tien Nan returned to Apex Star, where the largest transit station was located. He sipped the drink in his hand while indifferently observing his surroundings. From here, he could get to the planet that Mong had mentioned. Suddenly, in front of Tien Nan, a group of people appeared, surrounding and beating a person cowering on the ground. You little brat, still trying to run? You dare steal from me, I'll beat you to death. He stared blankly, his eyes wide as he witnessed the scene unfold. The man who seemed to be the leader shouted, You dare steal my phone SIM card? It has the phone numbers of several of my little darlings. The person who had just been beaten scrambled on the ground, his voice trembling as he begged, I'm sorry, boss. Please spare me. I have an elderly mother and young children at home. Hearing this, the man's lips moved slightly, uttering words that sent a chill down one's spine. Leave an arm, and I'll let you go. With that, the man swung the baseball bat high, aiming for the arm that was being held down by his subordinates. Just then, a shadow suddenly rushed in from nowhere, delivering a kick that twisted the man's face. Tien Nan landed lightly, watching the man he had kicked fly straight into the building in the distance, accompanied by the sound of crashing. He frowned slightly and muttered, What's so great about ganging up on the weak? I want to see what you're made of. Fong Vien stared at this scene with wide, astonished eyes. Immediately after, with tears and snot flying everywhere, he rushed over to hug Tien Nan's leg and cried out, Big brother, save me. These people want to rob me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a child who isn't even a month old. He was stunned, looking at the tears and snot from Fong Vien smearing his clean pant leg. Then Tien Nan couldn't help but yell, My pants! While he was still shaking his leg, trying to kick him away, the leader on the other side had been helped up by his subordinates. Who are you, kid? Who gave you permission to meddle in my business? Tien Nan, already annoyed, was now being provoked by this guy and cursed gruffly, telling them to pay for his pants. The man frowned grimly. You want to pick a fight with me? You don't know your place. Brothers, get them. With that, the gang of underlings immediately strode menacingly towards them. Fong Vien immediately ducked behind Tien Nan and collapsed to the ground. Then he very naturally clung to his leg with eyes full of admiration and worship. Seeing this, Tien Nan got a little annoyed. Can you stop pulling on my leg? You're a man, for better or worse. Can you stop being so cowardly? On the other side, the subordinates had pulled out the guns hidden in their pockets. He immediately became serious, his voice low. The law forbids the use of guns. You actually dare to use them. The leader thought Tien Nan was scared and was extremely smug. It's too late to be scared now. Go repent in the underworld. With that, he coldly ordered his men to shoot him without hesitation. But a second, then many seconds passed, and nothing happened. He immediately roared in anger. Hurry up and shoot. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. A subordinate, sweating profusely, explained that something was wrapped around them, preventing them from moving, then frantically warned his boss to watch his back. The leader frowned in confusion, and right then, a hazy black shadow behind him stabbed forward with a sharp dagger. A piercing scream of pain from the leader echoed through the city. A subordinate who witnessed this immediately gritted his teeth in anger and raised his gun. How dare you? Die for me. With that, a bullet shot out from the muzzle, whistling forward with a loud bang. Fong Vien, who was dazed and caught off guard, was hit squarely in the shoulder by the bullet, causing blood to spray everywhere. Tien Nan's eyes immediately widened in alarm at this sight. He rushed over worriedly to check on him, but he just clutched his shoulder and faintly reassured Tien Nan that the bodyguard's shooting skills were too poor. Another subordinate roared, "Both of you will die today. How dare you injure our boss?" Hearing this, he just glanced grimly at him and slowly growled, word by word, "The ones who will die are you." The next second, a shadow as fast as lightning streaked through the group of subordinates, creating a path of blood, and the sounds of fighting rang out continuously. Tien Nan's eyes became empty, like a soulless corpse. Suddenly, Bok Hop's voice echoed in his head, "You must also promise me one condition." Immediately after, Tien Nan seemed to awaken from a dream, his eyes wide in a daze. He recalled how she had warned him that unless it was a life-threatening situation, he must absolutely not use his dark Esper ability. With that thought, Tien Nan immediately sobered up and became serious. He turned his head and kindly asked if Fong Vien could still move and received a nod from him. Hearing that, Tien Nan no longer held back, grabbing Fong Vien by the collar and shooting straight up into the air amidst his yelps. A moment later, in a place quite far from the city center with lush green trees, Fong Vien respectfully clasped his hands to thank him for saving his life and said his goodbyes. But Tien Nan spoke up, stopping him from leaving. He smirked with interest. For better or worse, I did save you, right? Tell me, how did you get that wind-type ability? Hearing the words wind-type ability, Fong Vien looked bewildered and confused. If you want me to pay you a reward, I don't have any money. Tien Nan immediately replied that he wasn't interested in his money, but in something else. As soon as Fong Vien heard that, he immediately acted like an innocent boy being bullied, covering his chest with a pained expression. Could it be that you have that kind of interest? No, I'm not an option. Please don't butcher me. Tien Nan was so angered by him that he couldn't help but kick Fong Vien, sending him flying. That's not what I meant. Then he sat down again, trying to coax him into telling him. Fong Vien still stubbornly said he didn't know. Big brother, please let me go. Finally, Tien Nan relented. I'll tell you about it slowly later. What's your name? He broke out in a sweat and said his name, which means to always have ambition and that he is a local orphan. Suddenly, Fong Vien seemed to realize something and jumped. What do you mean? You'll tell me later? Tien Nan gently put his arm over his shoulder. He cheerfully suggested, seeing that you have some decent potential, why don't you come with me from now on? At his words, Fong Vien immediately froze, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, a terrified scream echoed from within the forest. Big brother, I'm not dreaming, am I? I'm not going anywhere. Let me go. Then, he frantically ran to two nearby police officers, repeatedly crying for help. Fong Vien hid behind the police officer and angrily pointed at Tien Nan, accusing him of trying to rob him. Tien Nan, however, didn't seem scared at all, just smirking slightly as he looked at them. The two police officers immediately approached, asking for his identity and warning him not to move. Suddenly, a brightly shining stone appeared out of nowhere. Tien Nan held it in his hand and gently reassured them, "You two must know what this is. As soon as the two police officers saw the crystal, they immediately exclaimed in astonishment as if they had seen a holy edict. Then they bowed respectfully. So, it is a controller. It is an honor to be graced by your presence. Your subordinate has been disrespectful. Seeing this scene, Fong Vin was instantly petrified. Although he didn't know what a controller was, even the police were Tien non-subordinates. On the other side, he calmly pointed at him, I have some business with this guy. You two don't need to worry about it. Hearing that, they immediately agreed and asked for permission to slip away. Only then did Tien Non turn to smile at the petrified person beside him. You're pretty smart, even trying to get the police to arrest me. After a moment of silence, Fong Vin spoke with determination. No matter what, I will not go with you. With that, he suddenly bristled and shot out like a cannon. What right do you have to restrict another person's freedom? I'm used to living alone. Don't even think about forcing me to be your underling. Tien Non calmly assessed, so you do have a lot of spirit. Fong Vin, as if he had just punched cotton, immediately deflated and fell silent with a scowl. Seeing this, he took a step back and suggested being friends. I have a space-type ability. I can help you level up your strength. We can search for a new world together. He asked in surprise, You're willing to be friends with a thief like me? Tien Non affirmed that what happened earlier proved his power was very special. Now you can freely choose to stay or leave. I absolutely won't stop you. Hearing that, Fong Vin suddenly became thoughtful for a moment. In the end, he still decisively closed his eyes and refused. I still can't leave this place. A while later, in another seemingly peaceful corner of the vast city, Tien Non was again holding his familiar cup, sipping and pondering. Looks like I chose the wrong person. Forcing someone to come with me won't do any good. Suddenly, a shout from behind telling him to wait made Tien Non pause. He glanced back indifferently to see what was happening. Before Tien Non's eyes was the image of Fong Vin being chased by a mob. He was out of breath, running towards him while screaming for help and saying he would go with him. Tien Non smiled gently. If I save you, will you follow me? Fong Vin was so scared he was in tears, hastily raising his hand to swear an oath and beg, still accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. As he finished speaking, two earth-shattering explosions immediately occurred, flinging the entire mob chasing him into the air. The lucky ones who escaped were also terrified and hastily called for each other to flee. Above their heads was Tien Non, still in the posture of having launched himself high up. On the ground below, Fong Vin stood dumbfounded, clearly watching the scene of the crowd being thrown into the sky. He was so scared his eyes widened and his mouth hung open, not knowing how to react. A moment later, the smoke and fire had dissipated, returning the sky to its beautiful, clear state as it was at the beginning. Tien Non turned his head to look at Fong Vin with concern. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? What are you thinking about? He was still a little scared at this point. I never thought that kind of power would be so strong. From now on, I will follow you, but you must teach me that power. Fong Vin haggled as he turned to follow in his footsteps. The two walked side by side on the street. You want to become stronger in the future, so you won't be afraid of getting caught stealing from others, right? His pride was touched, and he immediately bristled. If I could earn a living, I wouldn't give a damn about stealing from people. As he said this, Fong Vin's expression suddenly became a little guilty. But now my bad reputation has spread far and wide. Now, whenever they lose something, they blame it on me, saying I stole their things. Suddenly, Tien Non asked a rather unrelated question. So does that mean your thieving skills are extremely formidable? He let out a sigh. Nowadays, many things are stored using high technology, so it's impossible to steal anything valuable. Otherwise, I would have fled far away long ago. He then wondered if Fong Vin had ever practiced cosmic chi. He replied that he had only heard of it, that it was a skill that only high-level academies or powerful people could practice. The shadows of the two stretched along the deserted road. Tien Non said that after they returned, he would give the cosmic chi cultivation method to Fong Vin. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked in disbelief, "You're just giving it to me like that? You trust me that much? I'm a thief." He glanced over and replied nonchalantly, "We are brothers now. Don't overthink it." Fong Vin was immediately moved to the point of tears welling up in his eyes. No one has ever trusted me like this. Right after that, he was overcome with emotion and cried loudly while calling him Big Brother, making Tien Non awkwardly comfort him. Very quickly, more than half a day had passed. The clouds were painted with a dreamy sunset color. Fong Vin realized this was the way to the transport station and guessed that he wanted to go to another planet. Tien Non also freely revealed that he wanted to go to Ming Wang's star. I heard the controller, there's a person with a space ability. I'll see if I can ask that person for some pointers. He immediately protested. You already have someone to teach you. What about me? Tian Nan calmly pointed. I will teach you the basics. Wait until you have a firm grasp of the cosmic chi skill and can control it. Then I will try to find a master for you. Fong Vien was immediately soothed by these words. That person on Ming Wong's star. Have you met them before? At this, he shyly admitted that he hadn't. I'm also just trying my luck. Maybe they'll refuse me. He temporarily accepted it and then wondered about the most important issue. So, did you bring enough money for the fair? Tian Nan seemed to realize he hadn't paid any attention to it, frowning and bowing his head slightly in serious thought. At this point, he suddenly whipped his head around to stare at Fong Vien. He was so stared at that his hair stood on end, stammering, "What are you looking at me for? I don't have any money." Tian Nan chuckled reassuringly, "For better or worse. I'm a controller. How could I not have food to eat?" Fong Vien still felt unconvinced. "You remember what you said? Don't come looking for me." Suddenly, Tian Nan whipped his head around again and stared at him seriously. Fong Vien shouted in annoyance, "Why are you looking at me again? Have you never seen a handsome guy before?" Then Tian Nan made a friendly gesture of putting his arm around his shoulder. "It seems we really are a match made in heaven. Even our stinginess is the same." Fong Vien was also speechless at this strange person. A moment later on the street that was growing dark, Tian Nan glanced ahead. "I'm starting to regret asking you to follow me." He frowned thoughtfully. "I don't think I've ever stolen from this group." Before them were three men with strange appearances blocking the middle of the road. He frowned, suspecting Fong Vien had offended the ninth master. He immediately denied knowing these people, and then curiously asked if they were very strong. Tian Nan couldn't help but scold Fong Vien for being an idiot. "Can't you feel the aura on them? In any case, trouble has arrived. You must be careful," Tian Nan reminded him tensely. One of the men in the group stepped forward. "You two. Which one is from the Sacred Alliance?" he asked grimly. Tian Nan and Fong Vien looked at them warily. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Ma Lutu's subordinate stretched out his hand. "What we want, you'll find out soon enough." As he finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and dark energy emanated from the gaps between his fingers. Behind Tian Nan, two giant skeletons appeared, looming within the black screen that enveloped him. Tian Nan suddenly sensed something was about to happen and was startled with fright. The moment the skeleton slammed its fist down on the ground, he had already nimbly jumped out of his position. Tian Nan observed tensely, "These people are dark-type ability users. Why are they looking for me and Fong Vien?" While he was still lost in his thoughts, behind him, a skeleton was stealthily approaching. But as it slammed its bony hand down on the ground, Tian Nan had already successfully dodged it. He broke out in a cold sweat. "I have to get out of this black smoke." No sooner said than done. Tian Nan immediately launched himself out of the dark sphere and into the clear sky outside. But what awaited him was the hand of my Lutu's subordinate. He quickly grabbed Tian Nan's hand, then bent it back to restrain him. The subordinate spat contemptuously. "So you're just an early-stage, space-type ability user." Tian Nan couldn't move. He could only frown and glare at him. Another man pointed at Fong Vien and asked how they should deal with him. The subordinate called boss coldly spat out 2 words, telling him to kill Fong Vien. He still hadn't caught up with what was happening and was dazed. A second later, Fong Vien, with tears streaming down his face, begged for mercy. "I have an 80-year-old mother at home and young children below." On the other side, Tian Nan tried to find a way for him to live. "He's not from the Sacred Alliance. Let him go, I'll go with you." In the end, the boss decided to let Lao San restrain them to be brought back, to await the Marquis's orders for their handling. As he finished speaking, a stream of dark energy emanated from his 2 hands, enveloping all of them. Tian Nan frowned and calculated, "The dark-type restraint is useless against me. I'll just play along with you guys for a bit." A while later, both of them were brought to a strange place, lying sprawled on the ground. However, Tian Nan was only pretending to be unconscious. "Since I can't beat them now anyway, I'll first see what they really want to do." They were in a magnificent but rather gloomy palace. My Lutu leaned over, resting her arm on the armrest of her chair. "Is this the Alliance's controller? Your work efficiency is getting stronger and stronger." Lao San, who was respectfully kneeling on one knee below, replied humbly, "Marquis, you praise me too much. Your subordinate has always been dedicated to fulfilling his duties." Suddenly, her expression darkened slightly as she let out a meaningful hum. After that, My Lu Tu cast her gaze into the distance and told Tien Nan he could open his eyes. You might be able to fool them, but can you fool me? The two people on the ground remained motionless as if they had really passed out. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but break out in a sweat and open his eyes wide. On the other side, Lao San was immediately kicked several meters away by his brother. He was kicked so hard that he vomited blood. The subordinate angrily cursed. You couldn't even knock him out. This place has been exposed. What do we do now? Lao San fearfully stammered and knelt down to beg for mercy. Your subordinate was careless for a moment. My Lu Tu didn't speak, but just gave him a cold glance. Then she closed her eyes slightly and passed judgment. Get out and reflect on your actions. 1 month of confinement. The three subordinates immediately knelt down respectfully in thanks. Your subordinate will go to receive his punishment at once. As for my Lu Tu, she slowly walked over to Tien Nan and sat down. Little brother, why don't you lift your head to look at me? She sat right down on the floor and put her arm around his neck. Your will is very strong. If it were anyone else, they would have probably pounced on me by now. Suddenly, Tien Nan pulled out a sharp dagger from somewhere. My Lu Tu frowned slightly, thinking he was about to resist. What answered her was Tien Nan's decisive action of stabbing himself hard in his own thigh. My Lu Tu was stunned, her brows furrowed, not understanding what he was trying to do. Tien Nan struggled to lift his head. If I don't do this, there's no way to resist the Marquis's charm ability. I hope to be able to speak with you normally. She seemed interested and asked what he wanted to say. Tien Nan struggled to his feet. We're all in the same boat. Why must we treat each other so cruelly? This statement left my Lu Tu a bit bewildered. What do you mean by that? Aren't you the space-type ability user from the Sacred Alliance? Streams of dark energy radiated from his body, quickly covering the surrounding space. Not only am I a space-type ability user, but I'm also a dark-type ability user, just like you. Tien Nan stood up straight. I'm not just a space-type. My Lu Tu stared at him, speechless. A look of utter confusion appeared on her face. Tien Nan slowly spoke through the gaps in the streams of dark energy. At the same time, I'm also a dark type. As he finished speaking, my Lu Tu immediately exclaimed in astonishment. It's appeared, it has finally appeared, the combination of space and dark. Then she respectfully dropped to her knees. Your subordinate, Countess My Lu Tu, greets the young master. A while later, the castle still stood imposing in the hazy space, as if something inside had changed. Tien Nan rubbed his chin, curious as to why her attitude had changed so quickly. What young master? I don't understand. My Lu Tu carefully deployed her ability, enveloping the bleeding wound on his leg. She cautiously raised her head and asked if Tien Nan didn't know his own identity yet. Hearing this, he was a bit flustered. What identity, I really don't know. My Lu Tu could only close her eyes helplessly and prepare to tell the story. Suddenly, Tien Nan cut her off, pointing at her. That's enough. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. Move a little further away from me before you explain. My Lu Tu stood up. How could you not know your own identity? Please don't try to hide it anymore. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, placing a hand on her chest to thank the great dark god for bringing the Master of Darkness to the mortal world. But my Lu Tu's overflowing emotions were once again cut short by Tien Nan. I really don't know. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Finally, she gave in and began to explain. The ability users of our Dark Clan were once very powerful. We could exist anywhere in the Alliance and did not fear the Sacred Alliance in the slightest. But starting from 20 years ago, after the old master went missing, everything changed. Dark ability users began to slaughter each other, leading to incessant civil wars. After that, the Dark Clan was split into countless factions. Coupled with the pressure from those self-proclaimed righteous ones, the Sacred Alliance, the existence of dark ability users is now in great danger. After listening, Tien Nan was still not free of suspicion. So on what basis can you be so certain that I am your young master? My Lu Tu calmly recounted the old master's words before he disappeared. He had declared that once a person who could combine space and dark appeared, it would also be the time the Master of Darkness appeared. She narrowed her eyes slightly. When you simultaneously deploy both super abilities, dark and space, we will submit to you unconditionally. Inside the castle, Tiannan's voice echoed. I basically understand what you've said. I feel that right now, I should still focus on improving my own abilities. I cannot participate in the affairs of the dark world at this time. He bowed his head, tactfully refusing. Mai Lutu's face immediately darkened. What do you mean? She grimly moved her lips. You want to leave this place? Tiannan still hadn't noticed anything unusual. Don't you see that everything I've said is very practical? Increasing my strength is my #1 priority. Mai Lutu turned her head gloomily and growled for him to shut up. Right now, I am highly suspicious that you are a spy secretly planted by the Sacred Alliance within the Dark World. Hearing this, Tiannan was immediately stunned, not knowing how to react. He tensed up and broke out in a sweat, denying it. How could you think that? Then how can you prove whether I am your young master or not? She replied grimly. It's very simple. Let me test you a little. As she finished speaking, a pair of wings appeared from her back. If you are indeed the successor of the old master, you will naturally have inherited his fresh blood. Tiannan's eyes widened in astonishment with a bewildered expression. In a flash, she revealed her true nature and teleported right up to his face. Let me taste your blood, and I'll know. Mai Lutu didn't wait for Tiannan to react and quickly pounced, wanting to bite his neck. Suddenly, a deep voice roared angrily. Mai Lutu, how dare you? She immediately froze and became motionless like a soulless doll. Countless streams of energy gathered in the air, accompanied by strange sounds. Mai Lutu just stood there dazed, staring blankly at the scene before her. The gathered dark energy let out a growl. Do you think I don't know of your greed? You sense my aura on Tiannan. You want to take everything of mine from him? Mai Lutu snapped out of it and frantically begged for forgiveness. In response, a gloomy voice that seemed to come from hell replied, breaking the oath means only death. Mai Lutu sobbed and pleaded, I am willing to offer up my soul. I beg you to give me a chance. The dark shadow silently stared at her, as if weighing her worth. A moment later, he also considered Mai Lutu's contributions to the dark world and showed mercy. Surrender your soul. Your master will forever be Tiannan from now on. If he lives, you live. If he dies, you die too. A long time later, he woke up in a bed inside the castle, rubbing his head and trying to remember, how did I fall asleep? I remember it seemed someone wanted to bite me. Suddenly, Mai Lutu appeared and bowed respectfully. I have a few gifts I want to give you. Please wait for me to bring them out. Hearing Tiannan, he scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look. With the gift in her hand, she just turned her head and asked him to accept it. Mai Lutu secretly closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and broke out in a sweat. She introduced the artificial skin that had defensive capabilities on par with the highest technology and the ring that symbolized the status of a Grand Duke. Tiannan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, this clothing seems a bit uncomfortable. Mai Lutu was very understanding and introduced, there's zippers below and also in the front and back, so the master can easily go to the bathroom. He was a bit flustered hearing that and stammered, let me see for myself. You don't need to say any more. Suddenly, she became grim and said she would teach Tiannan how to summon his dark ability, which confused him. Tiannan asked curiously, summon what? Mai Lutu obediently bowed her head in submission. I am your most loyal servant. I will teach you how to summon me. A moment later, back on the familiar deserted street, Fong Vien suspected Tiannan had tricked him while he was unconscious. He indifferently denied it and urged Fong Vien to buy tickets to Ming Wang's star. He pointed at the advertisement sign. My requirements aren't high. Buying a business class ticket will do. Hearing that, he pointed and told Fong Vien to go buy it himself, causing him to exclaim in horror. A while later, the two of them had boarded the spaceship, joining the countless spaceships moving through the vast universe. Fong Vien snorted coldly. You just wait. One day, I will rise like a kite in the wind. After I marry a rich wife, I'll cut ties with you. He said it so clearly that Tiannan could only manage a few forced laughs. 2 hours later, he was sitting back in a comfortable chair. Tiannan was wondering why Fong Vien was taking so long in the bathroom when he immediately heard him shouting his name. Fong Vien rushed over like a speeding bullet, causing Tiannan to lean back a little in fear. He was as happy as if flowers were blooming in spring as he excitedly recounted, Boss, you have no idea how lucky I am. I think I've met the girl of my dreams. He was speechless, glancing at Fong Veen, who was immersed in sweet happiness. A moment later, Tien Nan calmly listened to his whole story. He asked for more details. You two exchanged IDs? Something so important, did she just take it out herself? Fong Veen casually confirmed. She definitely wanted to get to know a handsome guy like me. Tien Nan seemed to have some difficulty speaking, sweating, and hesitating for a moment before deciding to bring it up. On the system screen, Fong Veen's savings were displayed. And surprisingly, the balance was a dazzling, bright red 0. He couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, "I've been scammed." And so, Tien Nan was once again speechless, watching Fong Veen cry in misery. Someone as brilliant as me got scammed. In another part of the spaceship, Tien Kai was reminding Kai Tui to follow the old plan. I didn't expect that kid, despite his shabby clothes, to have so much money. She immediately reassured him. A normal person can't open the door, but that kid is really ridiculously stupid. Kai Tui mocked confidently. Suddenly, something hit the door, causing it to vibrate and startling him. Then the door was shattered into pieces. In an instant, Fong Veen and Tien Nan appeared in the hazy smoke with scowls on their faces. The two people inside broke out in a sweat, staring blankly at them. Kai Tui acted innocent. "Mr. Fong Veen, what are you doing? Didn't I already invite you to be my guest? Why did you still break down my door?" He shouted angrily. "Stop talking nonsense and give me the money." She bowed her head and continued to act. "What money? I think there must be some misunderstanding." Fong Veen was so angry he cried. "What misunderstanding? That was my funeral money." Kai Tui sneered contemptuously. "What proof do you have that I stole your money?" At this moment, Tien Nan suddenly spoke up. "We all know what's going on. Hand over the money now. Is your life more important than money?" She frowned slightly in annoyance. "Are you threatening me, sir?" He said, "Ah," and then casually confirmed that he was indeed threatening Kai Tui. Suddenly, Tien Nan sensed Tien Kai rushing at him from behind and whipped his head around in surprise. When he attacked, he had already nimbly jumped out of his position. Then Tien Nan gently spun in midair, raising his leg to build momentum. Finally, he landed with a powerful kick straight into Tien Kai's back while he had yet to react. Tien Nan tensed his lips. Armor-breaking art, post-armor art, so he's a martial arts expert. Tien Kai looked up and praised. "Your speed is the fastest I've ever seen. It's a pity you ran into me." He smirked and pulled out a dagger. "Is that what you think?" he immediately exclaimed in surprise. "How can you bring a forbidden weapon onto the transport ship?" Tien Kai snorted coldly, provoking him. "What's the point of fighting with weapons? If you can beat me barehanded, I'll pay you." Suddenly, Kai Tui stepped forward and spoke in a sweet voice. "This gentleman, why must you resort to violence? If there's anything that angered you, I can compensate you, right?" She gracefully leaned against Tien Nan. He coldly told Kai Tui to get lost, using cosmic energy to bewitch others. "You truly are a scoundrel." She was immediately stunned, speechless by these words. Then, Tien Nan turned his head and accepted Tien Kai's challenge. He said that if he fought him barehanded and won, he would have to return the money to Fong Veen. Tien Kai was immediately stunned, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. But very quickly, Tien Kai composed himself and looked at Tien Nan seriously. He bowed his head, introduced himself, and gave a formal greeting. Then, as if gathering all his strength, Tien Kai let out a resounding roar. In less than a second, he closed the distance and threw a punch with all his might at him. Tien Nan just calmly stared at all of Tien Kai's movements. Then he moved lightly with lightning speed, circling behind him and grabbing his shoulder blade. A pitch-black vortex of dark energy appeared beneath Tien Nan's hand. Then, the back of Tien Kai's vest was corroded by the dark energy, leaving a large hole. A moment later, the spaceship was still flying steadily through space toward its destination. Inside, he struggled to stand firm, even though the floor was covered in fresh blood. Kai Tui anxiously called Tien Kai's name, wanting to stop him. But Tien Kai told her to go with Fong Veen and return the money to him. Kai Tui couldn't hide the confusion on her face and hesitated, wanting to say more. But his sharp voice cut her off. "No buts. Do you want me to break my own vow?" Hearing this, Kai Tui finally lowered her head and made up her mind. Then she turned and told Fong Veen and Tien Nan to follow her. Suddenly, several people approached and ordered them to stop and not move. Kai Tui jumped in surprise, her eyes widening as she stared ahead. Before them was a group of people in the same gloomy uniform walking toward them. They introduced themselves as the security staff of this ship and questioned who was the one who damaged the equipment on the ship. Kai Tui immediately smirked slyly as if she had struck gold. Then, without hesitation, she pointed at Tien Nan and accused him. It's this person. He was also planning to rob us. The lead security guard immediately shouted an order to take him away when suddenly a voice called out, telling them to wait a moment. He controlled the crystal stone on his index finger and glanced at them. Do you recognize this? Seeing the crystal stone, the security guards were all stunned. Immediately after, the lead security guard dropped to his knees. This subordinate pays his respects to the manipulator. Tien Kai and Kai Tui stared in shock at this scene. Even Fong Vin's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Tien Kai couldn't help but worry. He's their superior. If he tells them what I did, I'm dead for sure. Contrary to what Tien Kai worried about, Tien Nan said that it was nothing and dismissed the security guards. He couldn't help but wonder why he didn't reveal their identities. Tien Nan lowered his eyes slightly. We don't have any grudges, after all. At this point, he glanced at them again. I'm also impressed that you dared to swindle money from Fong Vin. One more friend is one more escape route. I don't need to create more enemies for myself. Hearing these words, Tien Kai was so moved that he knelt down. Your Excellency spared us today. This is a debt I, Tien Kai, will never forget. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay it. At this moment, an announcement was made on the spaceship preparing to arrive at planet Minhong. All passengers, please proceed to the oxygen chambers immediately. Tien Nan immediately said his goodbyes, while reminding them to remember to pay back the money. Tien Kai quickly raised his hand to stop him. We will definitely pay. May I know your Excellency's name? He smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Just call me Tien Nan. A moment later, they arrived at planet Minhong, which sparkled like a gem in the middle of the universe. A magnificent and splendid building stood tall before them. Fong Vin wondered if the Emperor star Tien Nan was looking for was here. He replied that he only knew the name. For now, let's go to the planetary government to ask. A moment later, inside an elegant room of the planetary government, Tien Nan approached a girl to greet her. Excuse me, is the office of the Holy Alliance's liaison headquarters here? I want to find Head Controller Mo. The girl smiled gently. This is the political center of planet Minhong. There is no office for the person in charge of the Holy Alliance. Then she kindly revealed that the head controller on planet Minhong usually stays in the Dream Forest and suggested he try looking there. Tien Nan narrowed his eyes and awkwardly thanked the girl. Then he quickly turned and walked out the door. The moment Tien Nan turned away, her expression immediately became vulgar. Isn't that another one who's going to make a fool of himself? I really don't understand what's so attractive about that old lecher Mo. A moment later, in a lush and dense dream forest, as soon as Fong Vin saw that they had to buy tickets, he immediately suggested sneaking in, but Tien Nan quickly stopped him. They're not fools. Fong Vin jutted out his chin, pointed a thumb at his face, and snorted, Are you looking down on me? I'm a #1 master thief. With that, he scurried off. You can pay for your own ticket. So, Tien Nan quietly watched as Fong Vin skillfully climbed the wall to get inside. He stood there, staring at the wall, waiting as the seconds ticked by. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Fong Vin was thrown out. He lifted his swollen head and whimpered. The guards here are really formidable. Tien Nan closed his eyes in exasperation. Just be honest and buy a ticket. A moment later, the two finally got inside. He suggested using cosmic energy to lift Fong Vin into the air so he could practice his cosmic energy, which surprised Fong Vin. She immediately agreed, but still carefully reminded Tien Nan that she had never flown before, so he should fly slowly. Tien Nan told her to trust him and assured her to rest easy. Then he dragged Fong Vin along, launching them forward amidst his sky-shattering screams. This isn't slow at all, is it? Tien Nan replied seriously, It can't be slow. I have to increase the cosmic energy very quickly. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a bird flying. Near it, the bird seemed to be covered in a flame, so brilliant it was dazzling. Suddenly, Fong Vin screamed in terror. Were you looking? There's a tree ahead. With a loud crash, the two, not unexpectedly, slammed straight into the large tree in front of them. The loud noise scared the birds in the forest, causing them to scatter. Tien Nan scratched his head in embarrassment. That bird's way of flying is very good. What do you think, Fong Vien? When he didn't hear a reply, he looked around in a daze. What met Tien Nan's eyes was the sight of Fong Vien, his face bruised and swollen, lying unconscious on the ground. He could only give an awkward, sheepish smile, not knowing what to say. The forest had always maintained its peaceful and beautiful appearance day after day. 1 month later, still inside that same dream forest, Tien Nan asked Fong Vien if he heard people nearby, and he immediately confirmed it. He glanced around, calculating, we don't have anything left to provide nutrition. If we meet other tourists, we can buy some from them. Suddenly, Fong Vien stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction ahead. It seems the sound is coming from over there. When the two walked over, they were startled to come face to face with an old man sitting huddled up. Great, we finally found someone. Do you people have any food? In a dream forest full of trees, Mo asked the two people standing opposite him for food. He continued, this old man is starving to death. Tien Nan apologized for not having any food, only a bottle of nutrition fluid. Then he quickly grabbed the thing he could put in his stomach at that moment. Mo immediately popped the cap off the bottle without hesitation. He began to drink greedily, continuously pouring it all into his mouth. When he was done, he casually smashed the bottle to pieces. He shouted angrily, this tastes awful. Is this even something for people to drink? Fong Vien looked at Mo with a displeased expression and chided him for being too wasteful. He glanced at him and said, you stink. Did you fall into a cesspit? Fong Vien placed a hand on his chest, confusedly replying that he hadn't. He continued angrily, so you were scolding me, huh? You're the one who fell into a cesspit. Fong Vien complained that he had helped Mo, only to be scolded in return. Tien Nan calmly told Fong Vien to let it go and that they should get going. The two turned to leave, with Fong Vien's taunt, just starve to death there then. The old man cried out loudly, making them turn their heads in alarm. You see someone dying and don't save them. This old man is about to starve to death here. This is murder. Tien Nan said that he really wanted to help him, but couldn't do anything. Then he continued, I already gave you the last bottle of fluid. Besides, this dream forest must have managers, right? Didn't they give you a communication device? The old man cried even louder and answered Tien Nan, that toy is ridiculously expensive, and besides, I come from the slums. How could I have that much money? Fong Vien urged Tien Nan to hurry up and go to Mo. Just ignore him. He glanced at him and said, everyone has their hard times. And besides, he's old. Tien Nan continued, it's dangerous here. Let me call a patrol vehicle to take you home. As for the money, just let me pay. Seeing him doing something unnecessary, Fong Vien asked, do you think you're some kind of savior? Tien Nan turned his face to remind him, have you forgotten that I also come from the slums? Fong Vien stepped back in fear and agreed, if you don't have enough money, use mine. Who told us to be brothers? He said he would contact the patrol vehicle and told Fong Vien to help the old man rest. After speaking, Tien Nan took out his walkie-talkie to make a call. The other side said they had to go to the supply station, and he asked for its location. Tien Nan reported back to them, the patrol vehicle doesn't stop here. We have to go to the nearest supply station. The nearest one is about 12 kilometers away. Fong Vien was terrified at the thought of having to take Mo 12 kilometers, saying he couldn't handle it. Tien Nan looked at him and asked, can you walk? Mo replied that he couldn't walk because his legs had turned to jelly, while Fong Vien intended to run away without a care. He dashed off like a gust of wind. Tien Nan also covered for his teammate, saying that Fong Vien meant no harm. Tien Nan offered his hand to support Mo, saying that he knew a flying technique, so they would get to the supply station quickly. Then he immediately carried Mo on his back and flew at a godlike speed, frightening the old man. Mo thought this kid's flying technique is too good. After some time, they arrived at the Dream Forest supply station area. Mo said that no one would stop him from eating a full meal. On the table were many sparkling, sumptuous dishes. Everyone cheered that they could finally eat for real. Mo had a conflict with Fong Vien, and the two fought over food. Tien Nan calmly told him to give in, since there were still many other dishes. The three of them blushed as they enjoyed being full, still accompanied by the old man's mix of harsh and gentle words. I didn't expect Fong Vien's skills to be nothing special, but in return, he eats quite a lot. Mo glanced at Fong Vien and said, stop bragging. "You're as thin as a toothpick." He teased him to the point that Fong Vien was too angry to speak. The two of them clashed, neither willing to back down. The forest was dense with trees, but very quiet in return. Suddenly, Fong Vien noticed something and shouted that the patrol vehicle had arrived, calling out repeatedly. He dashed over, shouting for them to quickly take Mo away. When they arrived at the Dream Forest, the patrol staff asked if they needed any help. Tien Nan spoke up. "That gentleman needs your help." The staff member asked where he was. He looked left and right, searching because he had just been there but had now disappeared. Then Tien Nan looked into the distance and pointed. He was just over there. Suddenly, Mo stepped out and replied, "No need to look anymore." The staff member also noticed his presence and bowed respectfully. His identity was the Holy Alliance's head controller, Mo. He walked with a proud air, making Tien Nan overjoyed, but in contrast, Fong Vien was very surprised by this identity. The staff member smiled and also reintroduced him to the two of them. Tien Nan smiled smugly, thinking, "So the gentleman is the person I was looking for." Fong Vien was terrified, thinking about how he had foolishly treated him earlier, and now he could only use his ultimate move. After thinking, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to apologize and show his respect for him. After apologizing, Fong Vien ran over to massage his shoulders and flatter Mo. "Actually, I figured out your identity a long time ago. Seeing your full forehead and radiant face, you must be a person of high status." Tien Nan was annoyed, wondering why this kid wasn't getting to the point. After thinking, he introduced himself as a level 4 manipulator from Trungden 10. Mo said that he had known this for a long time and asked why they knew his second ability was the wind system. Tien Nan said that he didn't know, he just wanted to become his disciple. He said seriously, "Do you think I would easily accept a disciple? Besides, that wind system brat is not a member of the Holy Alliance." Fong Vien raised his hand, wanting to join the Holy Alliance without a second thought. Mo casually refused to let him join because his character was too poor. He continued, "However, considering you gave me a full meal, I will give you a chance." He was so overjoyed and emotional that he cried, thanking him for being accepted. Tien Nan was also very happy, his cheeks flushing. Mo said to wait until after they passed the trial. "The disciples I accept are all at least level 15. Fong Vien happily continued, "With your strength, the disciples under you are surely masters as well. That's why I want to become your disciple." He told them not to get happy too soon and told them to get in the vehicle. Over here, Tien Nan stood in deep thought. "It seems it's not that simple. No matter what, I have to pass." Dream Patrol Station. Taina raised her hand to greet Mo and the others. The staff member gave a forced smile, only inviting him onto the vehicle without paying attention to the two people behind, which made both of them visibly annoyed. As the patrol vehicle sped off like the wind, Tien Nan suddenly thought, "I can't believe a dignified controller has such a personality. Well, I won't think about these things anymore." Then he asked with curiosity, "Mr. Mo, how did you get lost in the forest?" Fong Vien agreed with the question and then wondered why he didn't use regression to make himself younger. Mo leaned back in his chair and laughed with delight. "I was just teasing you in the forest. As for my appearance, I prefer this mature and worldly feeling. I am the man of many people's dreams, right, Miss Taina?" She placed a hand on her chest and replied, "Yes," making Tien Nan and Fong Vien want to throw up. As the patrol vehicle was still flying, he asked, "What kind of training will we receive next?" He replied that they would know when they arrived. Suddenly, Tien Nan's expression turned serious. There was a fluctuation of spiritual energy, and a protective circle with a sturdy shield vortex appeared on the ground. Detecting an intrusion, a loud shout came from that direction. "Who dares to enter the forbidden area of the Holy Alliance? Leave immediately, or you will bear the consequences yourself." After hearing the shout, he reached out and pressed a button, scolding them back. An explosion occurred instantly. Mo's fierce counterattack broke open the sturdy barrier. Unexpectedly, the two intruders turned out to be his acquaintances. Both of them welcomed Mo back. He ran to Taina, held her hand, and tearfully begged her to come to his place to play for a few days before leaving. Taina disagreed and left amidst Mo's regret. Afterward, she hurried to wash her hands and looked in the mirror, complaining, "He grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. I have to wash it clean." Sostin, on this side, smiled kindly and said that he actually meant no harm. While the patrol vehicle was flying, Tena spoke up, but a person like him is really unbearable. Mo's temperament is truly bizarre. Others can't guess his intentions. When they arrived, they stood together as Mo spoke. You two, take them for training. If they don't pass, there's no need to bring them to see me. Go back to where you came from. He turned his back and walked away in a light breeze, then gave an order. Let them receive the 3rd level training. Sostin and Mo were terrified, wondering if Mo had made a mistake, while Tian Nan and Fong Vin just remained silent. He turned his face back and said, "If you can't do it, then get lost." Sostin turned his face and called for them to follow. In the dream forest, a piercing scream livened up the forest. You need to be at least ability level 50 to pass the 3rd level training, but I'm only at level 2. Mo said that passing was actually not difficult, and luckily the master didn't specify a time limit. Fong Vin didn't want to try and cried, while Tian Nan wanted to leave immediately without hesitation. He slandered Hong Tin, saying that if they didn't want to let them in, they should have just said so instead of making things so difficult. Sostin's face was displeased, not wanting to hear bad things about his master from the 2 boys, because the master was revered by ability users. Fong Vin closed his eyes and replied, "Why can't I see a single thing about him that's worthy of respect?" Then Mo continued, "Actually, the master wasn't like this before. He used to be very gentle and was loved by many ability users." He continued, "There's a reason why the master's temperament became what it is now." Then Mo recounted that 18 years ago, his master's only son was Mu. Mu had a bright future in the Holy Alliance, originally the strongest space system ability user who could succeed his master. Mu's cultivation at that time could be said to be on the verge of reaching the realm of a controller. In just a few more years, Mu would definitely have become a new judge of the Holy Alliance, and he was also his master's pride. Everyone admired his master for having such a talented son. But one day, Mu fell in love with a girl. Mu was determined to marry that girl, so the father and son argued. But for his son's sake, he could only accept it silently. And because of that, his master even endured suspicion from others in the Holy Alliance. But just 1 year later, Mu and his wife died not long after giving birth. His master's heart has been broken ever since. Mo's piercing scream revealed his despair, showing how heartbroken he was. His master's heart was filled with hatred for dark ability users. From then on, his temperament changed, and he began to frantically think of ways to get revenge. That's also why our planet Minhong became the only planet without the existence of dark ability users. Tian Nan then asked, "The girl with the dark ability died right after giving birth. So where's her child?" Mo replied that he didn't know. He continued, "Now that you understand the truth of the matter, I hope you won't be dissatisfied with Master Mo anymore. Please understand him. He sympathized because his master truly had his own suffering." After hearing this, Tian Nan understood and empathized with him. Fong Vin didn't expect Mo to have such a sad story. "I have wrongly blamed him." Mo asked if the two still wanted to participate in the training, and Tian Nan agreed. Fong Vin next to him was still a bit hesitant, wondering if he could do it. Tian Nan believed that miracles can only happen with persistence. As everyone was standing together, Sostin spoke up with praise, said, "I like people with a determined will like you. I believe you two can definitely create a miracle. First, I must train you two for a while." Tian Nan and Fong Vin next to him asked in unison. Sostin explained that although he couldn't help them pass the training, the master also didn't set a time limit. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to help them, which would also increase their chances of passing the assessment. Then he asked if they both agreed to accept the training. Fong Vin and Tian Nan happily agreed and thanked him profusely. Sostin stood there, smiling while Mo, standing beside him, didn't dare to accept being called a teacher. "If you have no objections, you can call us Big Brother." He and the other boys said in unison, "Little brother pays his respects to the two big brothers." Sostin laughed with delight. Suddenly, Tian Nan asked, "Fong Vin is a wind system ability user. You are all space system users, so how will you teach him?" He replied, "Rest assured, we have our ways." And Mo hid behind a large tree, watching them and thinking, "Sostin, this kid is too much of a busybody, telling my story for no reason." Then he thought again, if only Mu were still alive, the child of those two would be all grown up by now. Looking at them, he saw the shadow of his deceased son. The Holy Alliance must become stronger. Suddenly, a golden light shone from afar in front of them, surprising Mo. Before them was a peaceful natural scene with a sparkling round lake, a clear blue sky with a few faint mountains in the distance, creating a vast and serene feeling. Suddenly, Feng Vin spoke up, praising how beautiful the scenery was and how abundant the spiritual energy was. Sosten's face had a mocking expression as he criticized him for smelling too bad. Go take a bath. Feng Vin shouted angrily. Wipe that look off your face. He just smiled in reply. After you're done bathing, get some rest. The training officially starts tomorrow. The crystal-clear lake sparkled, making the scenery even more dazzlingly beautiful. Feng Vin went down to the lake to bathe and shouted with delight. Tian Nan appeared naked, revealing a six-pack and firm muscles. Feng Vin wanted to help him scrub his back, but Tian Nan refused, wanting to do it himself. The night sky fell silent, surrounded by darkness and peace. Then a new morning began with a warm dawn. Suddenly, Sosten's voice called for Feng Vin and Tian Nan to wake up and change clothes for training. From today on, I will be training you too, so there will be no going easy. The two boys happily followed. When they reached a forest, Feng Vin joyfully asked, "Are we going to face an even stronger storm?" "Right." Mo then told Feng Vin to follow him, while Tian Nan would be Sosten's responsibility. Now that it was just the two of them, Sosten said, "Today, you will train alone, and that is combat. Only in combat can you deeply comprehend your ability." Tian Nan asked in surprise, "Will I be fighting with you?" Sosten continued that he wouldn't be the one fighting with him, then shouted for the sacred beast to come out. A sacred beast appeared, beat its chest, and let out a huge roar. Tian Nan was surprised, thinking, so that's a sacred beast. Its aura is so strong. He introduced it as Xiao Bai and said that he must be careful when fighting. Tian Nan thought, I absolutely cannot use my dark ability. Its body is large, so its speed will probably be slow. I can use the advantage of my agility in the air to defeat it. While lost in thought, he discovered Xiao Bai, with its bulging muscles, gathering strength to launch an extremely fast and powerful strike from above. The swirling movements, speed, and force of the attack startled Sosten. The strike created a huge explosion on the ground, and Tian Nan's figure could be seen soaring. Up high to dodge, he stood watching in a panic, thinking, how can he take such a heavy punch from Xiao Bai and still get up immediately? Over here, Tian Nan had already used an extremely powerful strike to attack Xiao Bai from behind. He realized that when he used a full power strike, he was sent flying far away. Tian Nan assessed that it was too strong, whether in offense or defense. There was no way to counter it, but he didn't want to lose. Right after that, its loud roar echoed. Xiao Bai charged forward, so he had no choice but to risk it all. Tian Nan shouted loudly and gathered his strength to launch a powerful punch. Instantly, his entire arm emitted a blazing light of energy and collided head-on with Xiao Bai. The fierce impact created a flash of light all around, making the scene chaotic. Sosten was quite surprised that he could injure Xiao Bai. Unwilling to lose, it clenched its fist and punched Tian Nan, sending him flying far away. Xiao Bai roared as its giant hand tried to grab Tian Yin, who in a desperate situation couldn't dodge in time. Feng Yuan was slapped in the face by a spirit beast, leaving him dazed. It continuously growled menacingly. The spirit beast continued to chase him, causing Feng Yuan to cry out for his mother and just want to run home. Then he accidentally fell and lamented that the training was too hard, and then he was punched so hard that blood spurted out before collapsing to the ground again. Sosten saw Feng Yuan and took him back for treatment. At the same time, where Tian Yin was, he was also undergoing training. Xiao Bai was using its giant hand to grab Tian Yin, but he just stood there, staring calmly. Then he reached out and touched the ground. He dodged with a flip and escaped Xiao Bai's attack in an instant. This directly astonished Sosten. Xiao Bai was thoroughly enraged, so it activated its spatial binding ability. Tian Yin was controlled by the binding ability, unable to move. The difference in strength was too great. Bound, Tian Yin could only take a punch from Xiao Bai before passing out. After the battle, thanks to the support of the sacred fluid, his body recovered quickly. Everyone was curious about how he could be unharmed after Xiao Bai's punch, but he said nothing about it, letting everyone speculate. If he had a protective item, the training would continue in the afternoon. Tianyin was very optimistic and excited, wanting to train right away tonight. Sastin noticed that Tianyin's willpower was very strong and he was progressing rapidly. So he agreed, thinking this kid is unexpectedly so excited. Anyone else would have been scared to death by Xiao Hu. The afternoon match was nothing special, except that Tianyin was bound and took 3 punches before fainting. His willpower was very strong and his progress was very fast. Sastin spoke up, Tianyin, let's summarize the situation tonight before the match. Is the third match for today ready? He immediately replied that it was. At this moment, he was standing opposite Xiao Bai. Tianyin showed strong determination, his eyes shining, determined to break the binding created by Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, with its giant body, was rushing forward with great power. Tianyin was surprised when he was bound by Xiao Bai with chains. His face showed clear astonishment, so he used all his strength to channel his cosmic energy. While he was thinking, Xiao Bai suddenly rushed forward. It threw a powerful punch at Tianyin, directly sending him flying high and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his face became extremely panicked. Something was echoing up from the ground. An enraged Xiao Bai created an explosion, causing smoke to rise from the ground. He flew high in the air, calculating. This is spiritual perception. Every corner of the space was clearly depicted in his mind. After careful calculation, Tianyin grasped Xiao Bai's weakness. It tensed its bulging muscles, preparing to launch an extremely powerful attack, making Sastin and Mei, who were watching the fight from a distance, worry that Tianyin would be in danger. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai threw a powerful punch down at Tianyin's location. Then its face contorted, its nostrils flaring as if breathing heavily from exhaustion. Strange, glowing blue characters suddenly appeared around it, floating in the air, surprising it. Xiao Bai looked around in bewilderment, searching for its prey. But at this moment, Tianyin had already teleported to another place. His face showed a serious expression. That was close. I escaped Xiao Bai's spatial binding. Mei and Sastin continuously discussed the fight with indescribable amazement. On the other side, Xiao Bai roared, beat its chest, and shouted loudly. Sastin was surprised as Xiao Bai charged forward. He continued, I know you still want to fight, but that's enough for today. Suddenly, Tianyin slipped and fell from the cliff, making Sastin worry about him. He came to catch him and thought to himself, was what he just used the shape-shifting phantom? This is a high-level special ability of a space-type special ability. User, you kid, I didn't expect you to comprehend it so quickly. Sastin laid Tianyin down, full of hope for his future. Day by day, under the guidance of Sastin and Mei, Tianyin and Feng Yuan made progress. Tianyin now had a great understanding of space-type special abilities, improving every day. He mastered the 2 initial space-type special abilities and also grasped the shape-shifting phantom ability and many other skills. Xiao Bai's spatial binding was no longer a threat to him. He could even fight on par with Xiao Bai. During the days Feng Yuan and Tianyin suffered, they were injured almost every day, and he almost wanted to give up. But after comprehending the wind shield, his determination became fierce. Now he could skillfully use the flight technique of the wind-type special ability with extremely fast speed, and he had also comprehended the 2 abilities of Wind Shield and Wind Blade. A year passed by so quickly. Feng Yuan stood before Tianyin and confided, a year ago, I was still a thief in the central court, and now if I go back, I'm afraid no one will recognize me anymore. Tianyin continued for him. I've also been away from home for a year. I wonder if my parents are doing well. Suddenly, Feng Yuan shouted in disbelief, slap me. After suffering so much to achieve what we have today, I really can't believe it. Without much thought, Tianyin hit him for real, making Feng Yuan scream, you didn't have to be so serious, and you even used your full strength. He smiled and replied, if I didn't use my strength, how could you feel your own existence? If you want to thank someone, you should thank our 2 big brothers. Without their guidance, we absolutely couldn't have progressed so quickly. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Brother, Mei even said I'm like a rocket, advancing from level 2 to level 6 in a year. I'm truly a genius. Suddenly, Sostin walked over and added, Feng Yuan, you're being narcissistic again. He continued, have you forgotten how many times your tendons were torn? The reason you two leveled up is because you put in more effort than ordinary people, an effort that no ordinary person could make. Feng Yuan excitedly greeted Sostin and Mei, then asked, do you want us to train more tonight? Sostin replied, Xiaobai and Feng Lang are scared of you too. Tian Yin placed a hand on his chest and said, they're so strong, so we have no choice but to go all out. Sostin interrupted, we came here to tell you that the 1-year agreement is up. Tian Yin asked cheerfully, can we receive controller mode's training? Hearing this, the two of them nodded in agreement. Tian Yin replied with a determined voice, we will give it a try. Seeing he was a bit tense, Sostin got straight to the point. He recounted, in the entire Milky Way alliance, over more than 1,000 years, there have only been over 100 space-type special ability users. Moreover, most of them are concentrated on the Underworld Emperor's star. We are here to protect something, and that is the Demon God Temple. The Demon God Temple was not created by us humans. It already existed when we discovered this Underworld Emperor star. As for who built it, it remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Everything about it is extremely mysterious. Inside the Demon God Temple, there's a power that can deify a person, but even if the 5 judge-level systems joined forces, they couldn't solve this puzzle. Then Sostin revealed a series of information about the Underworld Emperor star. He added, we have always suspected that the Demon God Temple might have a connection with the White Cabbage star inside the Underworld Emperor star, but we have no way to prove it. There are many texts inside the Demon God Temple. To this day, we can only understand a part of them. The rest are incomprehensible. Each floor of the Demon God Temple has a high-level test. As you go down, the tests become more difficult, and the controller's requirement for you is to pass the 3rd floor. Tian Yin then wondered, what kind of test is on the 3rd floor? Sostin didn't know either and said, you can only find out for yourselves. He reassured the two, but you can rest assured, although the mechanisms of the Demon God Temple are extremely formidable, it will absolutely not kill anyone who breaks in. When your strength is insufficient to pass the Demon God Temple's challenge, you will be teleported out by a mysterious power. Tian Yin and Feng Yuan shouted with joy, it's good that we won't die. Sostin turned and interrupted, we will take you to the Demon God Temple. If we don't go in, how can there be success? Mei added, I really admire you too, so full of energy. With this momentum, you might just be able to pass the test. Sostin looked at the two of them and said, I didn't expect you to be so excited. In that case, I'll grant your wish. Feng Yuan smiled and asked, are you taking us there now? Mei smiled and replied, no, we're testing the results of your past few days of training. After speaking, he stood in a space filled with brilliant blue light. Around him, powerful streams of energy radiated, creating a majestic and mystical scene. With a calm posture and a confident call, Mei summoned Feng Lang. Feng Lang appeared with bright golden eyes, which made Tian Yin and Feng Yuan a little scared. In the darkness, Mei's voice spoke, let's go straight to the training area. From a distance, the other person spoke, you two be careful, this is Feng Lang's true form. Feng Yuan used the wind shield technique and exclaimed, big brother, get back first. He tried to block its attack. Suddenly, Feng Yuan noticed cracks on the shield. The wind shield is about to break. Hearing Feng Yuan say that, Tian Yin immediately glared at Feng Lang and exclaimed, let me. He quickly used the Cosmic Bow Prime. It shot rapidly toward that source of power from Tian Yin. After observing for a moment, seeing the right time, Tian Yin seized the opportunity. Boom! The orb he had thrown earlier immediately stopped right in front of Feng Lang's face. Then it exploded in an instant. Tian Yin exclaimed, shape-shifting phantom. He suddenly appeared behind it from his original spot. It's space separation. It then vanished before Tian Yin's eyes. He glanced back and was surprised. In a flash, it had run to Feng Yuan's position. He said calmly, old friend, it seems you really like me. Feng Yuan immediately used Rending Wind Slash and shouted, take this. Continuous wind blades were launched. Feng Lang's pupils lit up, and it used space distortion to counter. He was surprised. The wind blades were neutralized. A level 16 holy beast is indeed formidable. Feng Yuan's hand was immediately enveloped in electricity. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. Tianyin agreed without hesitation. Tianyin threw an orb, and Feng Yuan shot a bolt of electricity into it. The combined power of the two created a rending wind blade aimed straight at Feng Lang while it was preparing to use space separation. Just as the stream of power arrived, Feng Lang stomped its foot, creating a huge explosion. Both of them were quickly thrown back by the blast. It saw their opening and immediately created a spherical stream of power. Feng Lang shot it toward the two of them. Tianyin was on guard. If we get hit by that, we're done for. He quickly flew into the sky, and the orb followed closely. Tianyin thought to himself, first, I should increase the distance from it. Initially, Feng Lang was controlling the power of this orb, sticking to him like a leech. Feng Yuan snuck up behind it, intending a surprise attack. He shot magical energy at Feng Lang's head while it was off guard. It immediately noticed and turned around to stare at Feng Yuan. Feng Lang quickly rushed over and punched Feng Yuan hard in the face, sending him flying into the sky. Feng Yuan took that blow for Tianyin. He was almost caught. Tianyin immediately used the shape-shifting phantom again. In a flash, he appeared next to Feng Yuan, catching him in midair. Tianyin teleported to a nearby hill to stop temporarily. Then he looked worriedly at the wounds all over Feng Yuan's face, shaking him to wake up. Tears welled up in Tianyin's eyes, more and more, as he continuously called his name. In the quiet night, with the faint moonlight appearing and disappearing behind the lazily drifting clouds in the sky, he silently looked at the motionless Feng Yuan. Regret slowly crept over Tianyin. He gritted his teeth and blamed himself for being useless. It's all my fault that I couldn't protect you. He closed his eyes, and happy memories of the two of them quickly flooded back. His eyes were immediately shrouded in blackness and hatred. That wolf was too cruel. Tianyin exclaimed angrily, "Damn wolf, I must kill you." Suddenly, Mei and Sostin ran over, shouting loudly for Feng Lang to stop. Mei's voice immediately woke him from his hatred. He looked up at the sky that IT was just training. I can't believe I developed killing intent. Mei worriedly asked about Feng Yuan's condition. Tianyin said he was seriously injured. Feng Lang is too strong. We joined forces, but we're still no match for it. Just now, Feng Lang used its ultimate move with full power. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry back and find a way to treat Feng Yuan. Hearing that, Sostin immediately agreed. A few days later, in their house, Feng Yuan exclaimed, "This fruit is so sweet." Tianyin added, "You've just recovered from your injuries, so you should eat more. Actually, I have something to ask you. That time we trained with Feng Lang, why did you save me? You almost lost your life." He suddenly stopped holding the apple, saying nothing. Tianyin continued, "I know that even if I wasn't being chased by Feng Lang at that time, you would still have saved me, right?" Feng Yuan stood up. "What's the point of talking about this? I'm not as great as you think. The rest are all yours." He stood by the window, then looked back at Tianyin. "It's time for us to set off." He took an apple, while Feng Yuan continued to urge, "Hurry up." Then Sostin's voice was heard. "Are you two ready to go to the demon god temple?" Feng Yuan added, "What's there to prepare for? At worst, we'll just get beaten and thrown out." He said, "You're so naive." They were walking for a while when Sostin exclaimed, "There are guards ahead." He told everyone to get down, and they all quickly landed as Sostin said. A moment later, everyone approached the gate. He spoke up to Greek controller Dylan. He smiled. "Do we two brothers still need to be so formal with each other? Who are these two kids?" Sostin introduced them. "They're the ones controller and Mo told to come to the demon god temple for the test." Tianyin and Feng Yuan greeted Dylan. He laughed and told them not to be so formal. Dylan introduced himself. "I am a level 39 space controller. What about you two?" He quickly introduced himself. "My name is Tianyin, a level 6 space controller." The other also added, "I am Feng Yuan, a level 6 wind controller." He was surprised because they were only level 6 and already here for the Demon God Temple's test. This is Controller Mo's idea. "I'm not sure either, just let them in." Dylan had no choice but to agree. He was helpless. Controller Mo's thoughts have always been hard to understand. The two people behind Dylan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a light flashed in the forest, and the flowers and grass there were all frozen. person. Rong walked slowly, approaching and calling Dylan's name. She braced against the cold. I hope not to hear you gossiping about the controller ever again. Tian and Feng Yuan felt a chill, while he forced a smile. Rong, you don't have to be so serious. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Dylan. She gathered magical energy in her hand threateningly, while he stammered, unable to speak. She exclaimed, I told you not to gossip about the controller. Dylan tensed up, gathering his strength to respond to Rong, wondering if she was really going to attack. The power of the two of them overwhelmed everyone. It was terrifying, and they both attacked each other. He was tense while Sostin and Mei wondered, what's going on? Why are they fighting? A large crack appeared between Dylan and Rong. Her figure calmly stepped out from the thick dust cloud. Rong glared threateningly. No one is allowed to gossip about the controller. He asked worriedly, are you guys okay? Sostin replied, we're fine. Meanwhile, Dylan wondered in his heart, what a bad temper. Feng Yuan and Tian hid behind a bush, lucky to have dodged in time. Dylan quickly raised his hands in surrender. Rong said annoyedly, why are you so nosy? She turned her head sharply and crossed her arms. You know, I hate it when people gossip about the controller. The two who had been hiding behind the bush all this time decided to step forward. Tian and Feng Yuan were flustered and greeted her. She didn't pay them much mind and told them to continue on their way. As they walked, Dylan explained, Rong is a level 42 space controller. There are 3 space-type controllers here, including Mei, Rong, and me. Only the 3 of us are space-type special ability controllers, and our mission is to guard the Demon God Temple. We're almost there. This path is the entrance to the Demon God Temple. At the end of the path, a mystical scene appeared. Tian and Feng Yuan were stunned by the sight before them. He thought to himself, the gravitational pull is so strong, it's pressing on all my internal organs. What is this feeling? Tian clutched one side of his chest in discomfort. He realized that if he wasn't mistaken, there seemed to be the sound of breathing. Tian was tense, wondering, is this the Demon God Temple? A while later, everyone arrived at the center of the Demon God Temple. Rong spoke. This is the entrance to the Demon God Temple. You go in by yourselves. No one can help you. You can only rely on your own strength. Tian and Feng Yuan were filled with anxiety as they looked down into the pit. He exclaimed, it's a bottomless pit. How are we supposed to go? Rong calmly continued, it's simple, just jump down. Then she immediately pushed both of them down. They couldn't react in time and fell, shouting loudly. We weren't mentally prepared yet. Dylan wondered, Rong, what are you doing? Shouldn't you have told them before pushing them? She replied nonchalantly, what's the point of explaining? They'll fail anyway. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind Rong, making her turn around immediately. My lovely Rong, still as special as ever. Truly the disciple I am most proud of. Mei continued, and Sostin and Mei, you 2 smart ones. The 2 brothers bowed. Controller Mo, we just wanted to help them. He continued, I don't mean to blame you. You did well. I also want to see how long they can last. Rong, don't wear that cold face. It will make you age faster. And Mo left. I don't want Rong to get old. Hearing that, her cheeks turned red. Looking at his retreating back, Sostin now understood. Mo's main intention was to test their willpower. Meanwhile, Tian exclaimed, Xiao Feng, take my hand. Feng Yuan quickly replied, Big brother, the pull is too strong. I can't move at all. He advised, activate your cosmic energy at full power. Try your best to maintain your body. Finally, the 2 managed to hold hands and land safely. Tian exclaimed, there's a force helping us maintain our balance. He replied, that's right, the pull is gone. The 2 resolutely stood up and advanced towards the challenges that awaited. He clenched his fist, prepared to fight. Feng Yuan also followed suit. A while later, they were walking around a room completely covered in yellow. He looked around and asked curiously, what are these characters carved on the wall? Tian replied, I don't know either. Don't let your guard down. Let's check ahead. What caught their eyes was a majestic statue. Feng Yuan exclaimed, Big brother, look, that statue is so tall. Let's go over there. Tian advised, don't rush over there yet. This is probably the first floor of the Demon God Temple. If there's a test, we must be on guard against everything. First, let's observe the surroundings so we can adapt to any situation. Feng Yuan immediately complied. As they were advancing, his foot suddenly stepped on a tile. Tian shouted, a mechanism. Feng Yuan quickly pulled his foot back. A stream of electricity appeared in front of them. He quickly used rending wind slash. towards it. When Feng Yuan's slash touched the stream of electricity, it vanished. He watched the scene, unable to believe his eyes. Feng Yuan was stunned that his wind blade had been broken. Looking ahead, he saw that in a flash, spirits had appeared. Weren't they in front of the statue? He used space separation while shouting powerfully. Strike decisively. Tian Yin's stream of power shot out and passed through the statue. He was stunned to realize they were energy bodies. It immediately rushed towards them at lightning speed. Seeing it, Tian Yin shouted loudly, "Be careful," to warn Feng Yuan. He also quickly used the lightning ray attack on the statue. Feng Yuan's attack passed through it, and he realized they had both completely failed. The other statues also rushed forward to attack them. Both were unfortunately hit and fell backward. Feng Yuan lay on the ground while blood flowed from his mouth. After that blow, Tian Yin's head ached. It was a spiritual attack. His head felt like it was about to explode. He gritted his teeth, his eyes slowly being covered by blackness, his cosmic energy rapidly disappearing. The black aura enveloping Tian Yin was becoming unbearable for him. Suddenly, the aura slowly subsided. He thought to himself, "The painful feeling is gone." Tian Yin was shocked. At that moment, a ray of light flashed and landed on the ground, attracting his attention. The rays of light continuously swept past the statues. Immediately after, they all exploded. Tian Yin looked at the back of a figure that was appearing and disappearing, wondering who this person was. As he helped Feng Yuan up, he said thanks and asked for their name. As Tian Yin got closer, a shiver ran down his spine. He could feel an incredibly strong, killing intent. Mo slowly turned his head before Tian Yin's eyes. His face, filled with killing intent, was revealed before him. Tian Yin was startled when he realized that the person standing before him was Controller. Mo Tian Yin worriedly wondered in his heart, why is Controller Mo here? Did he come to save us? Why after fixing those statues? He didn't understand Mo's murderous gaze. Tian Yin spoke up to explain. Did Controller Mo come to supervise the test? Because this test is too difficult for us. He calmly said, the test is difficult, but you have successfully passed the first round. The figures of the three energy sources were impossible to resist. The first test was a test of spirit and willpower. Feng Yuan has failed. You are still conscious, so you passed the first round. He disappeared from Tian Yin's arms. Mo then said, don't worry, he has been teleported out by a mysterious power. Tian Yin staggered to his feet, on guard against him. Then what is your ultimate purpose for appearing here? He took step after step towards him. An extremely strong, killing intent could be felt emanating from him, forcing him to retreat. Mo used his power on Tian Yin. He suddenly panicked. Such a strong, shape-shifting phantom. He quickly closed in on Tian Yin, grabbing him tightly by the neck, leaving him no room to escape. Mo was angry because at first he thought he would become an outstanding space-type special ability user very quickly, so he gave him quite a few opportunities. Said, a dark creature will only ever have one fate before me, and that is death. In Tian Yin's mind, images of his parents smiling at him began to appear. The Lily Saintess and a special person he couldn't forget. That was Lam Lam with a bright smile on her lips. Tian Nan's eyes grew dim as he gradually lost consciousness, his hands no longer struggling but falling limp. Mo saw that he was about to pass out and became even more frantic. It's time to end this. Deliver the final attack. A terrifying purple flame appeared on Tian Nan's neck, forcing him to pull his hand back. Mo stammered, unable to speak. The air around him suddenly darkened. The flame enveloped Tian Nan's body, allowing him to stand firm. Unexpectedly, this is the hellish demon fire. My Lu Tu's voice rang out. It seems you still lose your cool quickly. How long has it been? And you already want to step in and help him. Again, she smiled brightly. Long time no see, Mo. Mo's eyes turned red. How can it be you? Weren't you supposed to have disappeared? My Lu Tu replied, disappeared doesn't mean dead. It seems you've gotten stronger. Your dual system ability has indeed strengthened a lot. Mo used his wind system ability and space ability at the same time. She advised him, don't be so quick to act. I didn't come here to fight you. As for this boy, I happen to want to talk to you about him. But Mo refused. There's nothing for us to talk about. I admit I'm not your match, but even in death, I'll make you pay. Our feud should end. My Lu Tu thought otherwise. You're wrong. There's no hatred between us, at most just similar ideals. I'm not really here, just a part of my spiritual power is still in this kid's body. This hellish demon fire is just a remnant I gave Tien Nan. If you attack, he will die. He asked why she would reveal a weakness, but Lu Tu said she had faith he wouldn't harm Tien Nan. That I just want you to remember something familiar to you. Although he has lost his consciousness now, don't you find Tien Nan's appearance very familiar? She asked again, startling Mo. Doesn't Tien Nan resemble you in your youth in some ways? You don't recognize it at all? Lu Tu emphasized once more, saying that he looks exactly like his deceased son. Mo was flustered and in disbelief, unconsciously stepping back. Lu Tu continued to persuade, trust your eyes, Mo. Whether it's his body or appearance, he's 8 or 9 parts similar to him. Otherwise, why would you let him participate in this competition? She has always been by Tien Nan's side, protecting him precisely because of their relationship. That's why Lu Tu didn't waste her power inside his body. Lu Tu reveal more. The dark girl your son married back, then was my poor daughter. Mo didn't believe it, but Lu Tu calmly continued, it was my daughter. Don't you dare say, I made her seduce your son. He wasn't worthy. My poor Van Ni, for some reason, fell for your son. You were heartbroken when he died, but what about me? She was sorrowful, but even though her daughter was dead, their bloodline remained in this world. Lu Tu challenged, if you want to kill your only grandson, then go ahead. A series of words flooded Mo's mind, making him turn pale in disbelief. He gradually understood. Could it be because of the union of Mu and Van Ni, the two powers of space and darkness, that they both appeared in him? Mo looked at Tien Nan standing dazed right before him, an answer forming in his heart. Tien Nan is Mu's son. Lu Tu explained in one go, you can verify Tien Nan's identity yourself. Although I am an evil demon in your eyes, I have never known how to lie. Many secrets from that year were never revealed. You can find the truth, but your son was not assassinated by someone with dark abilities. I would not kill the man my daughter loved, and I have even less reason to harm Van Ni. I also never stopped searching for the culprit who killed my daughter and son-in-law. It's just that I'm old now, and I can only rely on Tien Nan to hold on to this last ember of life. Mo didn't answer her. He stood in silent contemplation, looking closely at Tien Nan before him, his heart wavering. Is he really Mu's son? My grandson. Lu Tu realized Tien Nan's body couldn't hold on any longer, and why spirit has to return. Lastly, I want to remind you not to tell Tien Nan his identity, or the hidden forces will appear to harm him. The boy must resolve everything himself. After saying those last words, Lu Tu disappeared, releasing Tien Nan. Before regaining consciousness, he fell to the ground with a thud. Mo stood there, muttering his name, looking at every feature on Tien Nan's face, but with no intention of helping him up yet. Tien Nan remained unconscious on the cold ground, breathing steadily under Mo's hesitant gaze. At this time, in the forest, Phong Vien, who was sent out earlier, gradually woke up. Dylan was beside him, treating him. Phong Vien touched his head, dazed, and asked, isn't this the demon god temple? Dylan looked at him and explained, after you fainted, you were teleported here. Phong Vien realized he had failed. His heart ached a little. He finally understood why some controllers have to leave after just 2 days. The mental pain is truly not easy to bear. Phong Vien looked around for Tien Nan. Dylan handed him tea to drink, and Mo reassured him, don't worry. The fact that he hasn't come out proves he's still training. Since the Demon God Temple was discovered, no one has ever died in it. Phong Vien sat and sighed. That place is terrifying. Our attacks had no effect at all. It didn't feel like we were landing any blows. Mo consoled him. Don't be discouraged. Even a level 15 controller couldn't hold on. Next time you're fully prepared, you'll definitely pass. But Dung Dung scoffed. Will he have the guts to go in there again next time? Phong Vien stood up, brushed off his clothes, and said briskly, what's there to be afraid of? In fact, pain is also a kind of enjoyment. Have you all never experienced it? Dung Dung was stunned. Pain is a kind of enjoyment. She thought to herself, this is the first time someone has dared to say such a thing in front of her. Mo praised him for being quite perceptive. Phong Vien casually replied that he understood it while dealing with the wind wolves. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, a light of teleportation. The light disappeared. The person was Tien Nan, who was completely unconscious. Phong Vien worriedly kept calling out, boss. Mo immediately ran to Tien Nan, placing his hand out to transfer chi to wake him up quickly. But after transferring chi for a while, Mo suddenly froze, looking at Tien Nan in astonishment. He seems to have stopped breathing. Tien Nan's physical condition at this moment was extremely dangerous. His body was empty, not only lacking cosmic chi and abilities, but like someone in a vegetative state. Dung Dung and Dylan saw that Tien Nan's situation was not good and ran over, sitting down to help transfer chi. Fong Vien could only stand by anxiously, unable to help. Suddenly, a powerful murderous aura radiated from behind them, startling everyone. Dung Dung turned her head to look with some hesitation. Seeing the figure emitting the murderous aura, she knew it was Teacher Mo. Everyone broke into a sweat, surprised by Mo's appearance. Dung Dung wondered to herself why the teacher was here. As she observed, she sensed something unspoken in his eyes. Without a word, Mo extended his hand, using his power to lift Tien Nan's body, making him float in mid-air in front of everyone. In the forest, leaves rustled. Everyone was silent, not making a sound. Mo controlled Tien Nan, bringing him to his side and carrying him in his arms before everyone's eyes. Fong Vien, bewildered, hurriedly asked him, "How is Tien Nan now?" Mo just said quietly, "He will be fine." He instructed Fong Vien to continue training here, while he would temporarily take him away. He told Mo, Sostin, and Dung Dung to continue standing guard. Although he heard the instruction, Fong Vien was still worried about Tien Nan. Mo advised him, "You should rest a bit. Your spirit was quite damaged when it was attacked." Fong Vien's face was sorrowful. "I have to enter the Demon God Temple. My ability is too low compared to the boss. I have to try harder. I want to see what turned the boss into this." Dung Dung intended to dissuade him. "The pain the second time won't be weaker than the first. You should think it over carefully." Fong Vien understood that what Dung Dung said was out of concern for him, but he just looked at her and smiled lightly. Then he walked to the entrance of the Demon God Temple. Dung Dung wanted to stop him, but couldn't, seeing Fong Vien's prior determination. At Mo's residence, a peaceful and rather fresh place, he had brought Tien Nan back to rest. After a period of unconsciousness, Tien Nan's eyes moved, and he woke up, groggily wondering where this was. He sat up and looked around. What hit his eyes first was sparkling wallpaper. Heaven? It's all posters of beautiful women. Suddenly, Mo opened the door and walked in, asking, "You're awake?" Tien Nan was startled and turned to see him. Mo coughed lightly a few times, then used his power to make all the wallpaper posters store themselves away elsewhere. He pretended not to know anything and told Tien Nan, "Just pretend you didn't see the model posters," leaving him speechless. Tien Nan anxiously asked, "If you already know my secret, why didn't you kill me? Don't you hate people with dark abilities?" Mo didn't know what to say, remaining silent for a long time as if to organize his thoughts. He closed his eyes and remembered, "Thinking back now, I can really see Mu's shadow in the boy. I don't know since when I've wanted to help him more." Mo hung his head low. "It's all in the past." Tien Nan was surprised and asked, "You want to spare me?" Mo replied, "There's no such thing as sparing or not. You're still a controller of the Holy Alliance, and I'm still a controller of the Holy Alliance as before. If you agree, you can call me teacher-like." "They do." Tien Nan didn't know what to say to his offer, his heart filled with nothing but confusion. What happened? Tien Nan was bewildered, not understanding why he would tell him to call him teacher, despite hating dark abilities so much. He asked for the reason, but Mo just replied, "There is no reason. You don't need to know right now." He continued, "I hope you hide your ability. Don't let others find out." Mo emphasized, "If your ability is exposed, even I won't be able to protect you." Hearing this, Tien Nan understood that he had no other choice in this situation. He realized that to protect both his future and his life, his only option was to bow his head in acceptance. Tien Nan looked at Mo, gently bowing his head to thank him. Only then did Mo's face relax, smiling warmly at Tien Nan. He turned him around, gently instructing, "Don't move. I will transfer some cosmic chi to you." After thanking him, Tien Nan sat quietly, letting Mo focus on transferring chi into his body. He quickly felt two powerful streams of cosmic chi circulating within him. Tien Nan thought to himself, "Let me slowly guide this chi. Both my ability and my physical strength are recovering quickly." After a while, Mo finished transferring the chi and said, "That should be enough. You should rest for a bit." Tien Nan lay down to rest, but still spoke up, "Wait a moment, teacher. How is Fong Vien? Tian Nan said worriedly. He doesn't know. I have a dark ability. Please don't make things difficult for him. Mo reassured him, don't worry. He's still undergoing training, as usual. There's no problem. After speaking, he left the room, telling Tian Nan to rest, then stood outside the door with a thoughtful expression. He sighed, his heart filled with joy as he lam-bam. Tian Nan, my grandson. I have a grandson. Mo looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, feeling for the first time that the angels were on his side. He recalled the past, how he once hated the woman who took away his beloved son, but now he had his grandson by his side. Earlier, while Tian Nan was unconscious, Mo had taken a strand of his hair for testing, proving they truly had a blood relationship. He gradually felt the true meaning of life, even without revealing Tian Nan's identity. Yet, deep down, he already saw Tian Nan as the only family he had left. Mo silently promised to protect and nurture his grandson. For Tian Nan, he even set aside his hatred, eliminating all the dangers lurking around him. Tian Nan woke up, his body recovering quickly. He realized that besides his parents, his teacher had always cared for and visited him. The relationship between Tian Nan and his teacher grew better and better. He trusted him, telling him everything about his body's condition when Mo asked. Tian Nan told him about the Dream Illusion City incident. Mo got angry, thinking Ona was being unreasonable by blaming her disciple in place of her own child. He also told him about the Meili incident, which surprised and angered him, making him determined to seek justice for him. Mo wanted to help, but was stopped by Tian Nan. Teacher and Lady Ona are both controllers of the Holy Alliance, and besides, she belongs to the Phi Ni clan. He asserted there are no ifs. She should blame her own daughter. She saw that your aptitude and ability were too good, so she wanted to take advantage of you. Now you're my student, I will definitely help you. Even old Phi Ni has to give me some face. But I have something to remind you of. From now on, associate less with people with dark abilities. Because they are born of darkness, I don't want you to be tainted by them. Mo turned his back, sighed. Once you've made a mistake, it's hard to turn back. It's clear that darkness is the evil path. But no ability is inherently good or evil. Used for good, it is good. Used for evil, it is evil. Do you understand? Tian Nan pondered for a moment, murmuring his words. Used for good, it is good. Used for evil, it is evil. Mo looked at Tian Nan with satisfaction. I believe in your ability to comprehend. Tomorrow, I will take you somewhere. Tian Nan was curious. Where are we going? It's not more training, is it? In my current state, I can barely pass one trial. He shook his head. It doesn't have to be in the Demon God Temple. Today, I will teach you a lesson about your understanding of space. Tian Nan explained. Space is formless, ever-changing, and endless. It changes every moment. Even a vacuum has its differences. Mo nodded. I admit you have a deep understanding, not just rote learning. It's true that we manifest space with different transformations and ability intensities. He said, if you understand the rules of its movement, you can reach the peak of your ability. The power changes when you act. To cultivate an ability, you must feel it with your heart. Everything is related to life and death. If you focus, you will comprehend. Mo walked out, still talking, using space well as your homework. After he left, Tian Nan gradually understood and began to close his eyes to concentrate. Tian Nan remained calm, breathing evenly. He focused all his spiritual power, controlling every part of the space. Under the effect of his spiritual power, it was just as Mo said, he could feel every movement of space. In this small room, space was everywhere. Depending on the different strengths, the sequence of movement was also different. Tian Nan continuously felt the mystery that space brought, gradually falling into a state of tranquility. Due to his intense concentration, that day, Tian Nan comprehended the mystery of the first layer of space. After a long day, the next morning was sunny and beautiful. The day Mo had arranged to take Tian Nan somewhere. He had just opened the door and walked in, looking up in surprise to see Tian Nan had been like that since yesterday. Mo exclaimed, Tian Nan has maintained this state since yesterday. The spatial constraint has appeared. He has comprehended the vacuum. Mo laughed heartily, pleased with Tian Nan. It seems you've taken the first step in understanding space. Tian Nan thanked his teacher for helping him improve. Mo was also happy. No need for formalities. Let's set off. I've wanted to go there for a long time. I hope I can go there with you and feel a bit of Joy. After being indoors for a while, Tien Nan could now go outside and breathe the fresh air. He excitedly enjoyed the outdoor atmosphere. Mo introduced, "This is my base." Tien Nan stopped his frolicking and now noticed the scene before him. He exclaimed in surprise. The scene before him was quite simple and quiet. Tien Nan knew that on Pluto's star, the vast majority of ability users lived here. He was surprised, thinking this place was like a village from a movie. Mo laughed. "I still think this is a happy land. I find the hustle and bustle of the city annoying, and I don't like those tall buildings either. You probably won't believe it. The Holy Alliance and the Galactic Alliance decided to limit scientific development." Tien Nan was puzzled. Wouldn't science and technology be more convenient? Mo sighed. "You only see one side of it. In this world, nothing can go against the rule of pros and cons. If science and technology reach their peak, what follows is not a beautiful vision, but a catastrophe. Everything has its limits. Reducing scientific development now is for the best. The destruction of humanity is hard to predict." Mo created a green light that enveloped them. Tien Nan was surprised. He said cheerfully, "Let's go." He teleported them outside, to a city with skyscrapers. Tien Nan exclaimed, "Is this outside the dream illusion forest?" He was excited. "We've come so far in the blink of an eye." Mo humbly replied, "This is the speed of light. When your level is like mine, you'll be able to do it." Tien Nan asked in amazement. "The speed of light is something humans can achieve." Mo looked at him. "Nothing is impossible. Human potential is limitless. You must comprehend the mysteries yourself." Then he handed Tien Nan a tube. "Drink this nutrition flask for now. We're going to the Pluto region." He drank the medicine while pondering, "What are we actually doing?" Mo hummed, "Actually, I want to take you to see a place." He said he wanted to take Tien Nan to a grand concert with a shy expression, causing him to spit out all the medicine he just drank. Mo said proudly, "Melissa is my favorite singer. Today she's performing in the Pluto region." This ticket was very hard to get. Tien Nan broke into a sweat, seeing him beaming like 1,000 flowers. He laughed and said, "I'm extremely excited today. We'll take the train. The defenses of the Pluto region are very high. We can't fly over." Tien Nan was flustered. "What does watching a concert have to do with my training?" He explained, "Old-fashioned training is very lonely. Relaxing will be more beneficial. I hope you can share this joy with me." Tien Nan's eyes lit up with joy. He didn't expect Mo to be so thoughtful. He quickly agreed. The two took a train to the vast Hao-Ian Sports Stadium. Tien Nan and Mo had no choice but to merge into the crowd heading into the stadium. Tien Nan was unfamiliar. "This singer is really famous." Mo nodded. "Her concert tickets are very hard to buy." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Are you blind? You dare push a big shot." Tien Nan turned his head curiously to see what's happening. A hooligan was shouting in the middle of the path. "You dare push a big shot? Are you tired of living?" Truck Dung repeatedly apologized, but he refused to listen. The hooligan even gave Truck Dung a hard shove backward. "I see you're itching for a beating." He silently listened to him grumble, "Luckily, I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you'd be on the ground already." Tien Nan witnessed this and couldn't stand the anger. "This is really bullying someone too much. I can't just stand by and watch." Mo was in a hurry and advised him to stop. When Tien Nan didn't understand why, he just said, "This person doesn't need our help." Truck Dung stood up, adjusted his hat, and smirked, which angered the hooligan even more. "What are you laughing at, kid?" He had just finished his sentence when he was stunned, his eyes wide. The lower part of the hooligan suddenly caught fire, making him panic, not knowing what to do. The onlookers were also bewildered. After a short time, everyone fell silent. The fire had gone out, and his pants had burned to ash. Before the hooligan could react, his lower half was suddenly exposed, shocking everyone around. Some quickly covered their eyes. The hooligan hastily fled from the crowd. Everyone laughed loudly. Tien Nan was also speechless. Where did he run off to now? Mo led him away. "See? That person didn't need us to intervene. No need to bother with them." He led Tien Nan to a pre-booked room, which made him gasp in admiration. Tien Nan continuously praised, "As expected of you, teacher, to be able to get a VIP ticket in a situation where so many people are buying tickets." Suddenly, on the soft bed, there was a figure lying there, waiting. Someone had already arrived. Tien Nan was surprised. It was the person from just now, the one who used fire to retaliate against the hooligan. Mo frowned. "Why do I always have to share a room with you?" Tien Nan knew the two were acquainted and intended to go over and greet him. He bowed politely. "Senior, I am Tien Non. I hope for your guidance. He snapped. No need to be polite with him. Truck Dung smiled and extended his hand. As Tien Non shook it, he felt a jolt of electricity run through his heart. He was stunned, not believing the sensation he just felt. What level of ability is this? Cosmic Chi? He stammered as he recognized the fire system ability. Could it be that you were one of the 5 judges of the Holy Alliance? After being silent until now, Truck Dung finally opened his mouth to speak and admitted that it was not wrong. He stood with his arms crossed and introduced himself. I am indeed the ability user judge of the Holy Alliance, Truck Dung. Tien Non was surprised to meet Truck Dung, a judge. He commented, you just joined the Holy Alliance, right? You're quite lucky. Truck Dung mocked Mo for not being famous, which infuriated him, and he even called him an old demon. Truck Dung teased Mo, then praised Tien Non. Your personality isn't bad. By the way, why is Dung Dung still following you? Mo confronted him. Truck Dung didn't even bother with him, quipping that all girls want to avoid a lecher like him. Mo was full of killing intent. Meeting you is always annoying. Truck Dung confidently called himself the fired God. In 01 in the Galaxy controls fire better than me. The two clashed non-stop, arguing about who was stronger, even calling the other a loud-mouthed duck and a lecherous old man. Tien Non stood there trembling, wanting to intervene, but having no way to. How did this turn into a fight? Is the stadium about to be leveled? The two continued to curse at each other nonstop. Tien Non realized the close relationship between them. As if pleased with this realization, he burst out laughing. It seems you two have very good feelings for each other. The two of them turned at the same time and shouted in unison, we have bad feelings, if anything. Not good at all. They started arguing noisily again, each one shouting over the other. Tien Non helplessly realized their similar tastes. They really are close. Suddenly, the stadium went dark, confusing him. Mo and Truck Dung also stopped arguing. Outside their room, people were buzzing with excitement. The show is about to start. It's finally about to begin. Tien Non looked out the window in surprise, and oh wonder, it's a VIP room. This position is really good. He looked at the magnificent stage before him, astonished. This is Melissa's concert? In the darkness, the stage lights shone brightly, and the host appeared. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Melissa's concert night. Below, the audience eagerly waited for the host to continue. Without further delaying everyone's time, the host drew out the introduction. The stage door opened, and the slender figure of a girl stepped out. A graceful, beautiful girl emerged. Everyone applauded non-stop. The host loudly introduced Miss Melissa. She gently opened her beautiful eyes as beautiful as sparkling spring water, looking at the audience with warmth. Melissa waved and smiled brightly. The audience screamed her name. She said loudly, hello everyone, I am Melissa. Thank you for always supporting me. Tien Non also blushed. The entire stadium was filled with cheers, and besides, Melissa was like a fairy, so beautiful it made one's heart flutter. On stage, Melissa said gently, I hope my singing will bring everyone joy tonight. No words could describe her singing. Her voice not only shared, but also transported everyone into a magical world. Melissa performed her song brilliantly, an aura seemingly enveloping her entire body. Truck Dung, Mo, and Tien Non sat properly without saying a word, focused on the talented singer on stage. Everyone was completely lost in this song. No one moved, no one spoke. Melissa gestured with her hands as she sang, illustrating the song. She exuded a brilliant aura as her voice deepened, a gentleness mixed with a warm tone. Melissa's eyes were full of joy and hope, smiling eyes as she saw the audience below. She had a God-given voice, a soaring voice that seeped into every cell. Everyone was enjoying the song, including Tien Non, a look of amazement always on his face. Tien Non now understood why Melissa was so popular. Everyone could feel the magic in this quiet space. The aura within their bodies seemed to merge with Melissa's voice, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the passage of time. Time passed quietly, and Melissa finished her song. The audience was still stunned, waiting to see what would happen next. And Mo exclaimed in admiration, feeling that every time he heard her sing, it was healing. Truly worthy of being the idol I worship. Suddenly, a fire phoenix appeared, flying around Melissa's head with delight. Halos flew through the air, and the phoenix disappeared, but its image was forever etched in everyone's eyes. And Mo, not very impressed, muttered, "It's just a phoenix," then snapped his fingers to show his own prowess. A white light enveloped Melissa, gradually forming an invisible shield that lifted her body high into the air. Melissa looked like a little fairy before everyone, and they all clapped and cheered with delight. After flying around in the air for a while, Melissa smiled brightly with excitement and thanked her two friends. She gently placed her feet on the ground, her heels landing with grace and lightness. Melissa announced she would sing one more song to thank the audience, and the concert atmosphere became lively again. While Melissa sang her final song, snowflakes began to fall, as if dancing endlessly to the music. In this setting, Melissa's voice gradually merged with her beautiful form, moving the hearts of the viewers. The song she was performing was titled Snow in a Fairy Tale. The audience members below couldn't help but feel moved upon hearing this song. Mo and Jerome were no exception. Everyone seemed to forget everything, falling into a silent, contemplative state. But at this moment, Tiannan's attention was drawn to someone else. His eyes locked onto a figure in the audience below. Then, without a second thought, and without asking Mo for permission, he immediately shot outside like an arrow, his eyes filled with a mix of bewilderment and urgency. 2 rows of guards saw Tiannan rushing towards the stands and moved to stop him. "Who are you? This area inside the arena is restricted." He ignored the guards' attempts to stop him and rushed forward, thinking, "I must meet her." At the same time, there was only a little time left in the concert. A pair of beautiful hands reached out to catch the white snowflakes that were slowly falling. Lam stood nearby, looking up at the stage and marveling to herself, unable to resist using her water ability to turn them into snowflakes as a way to praise Melissa's singing. She admired Melissa more and more. Her clear voice was worthy of the title fairy. Since being with Melissa, Lam had avoided a lot of trouble and also helped her hide from her mother's henchmen. However, she had to pay attention to the fire phoenix and the spatial ability from just now. It seemed the power came from that VIP room. She looked into the distance as if deep in thought, wanting to say something. Lam's body suddenly felt very strange. What on earth was happening? "It seems I feel a burning light shining on me." Her eyes widened in great surprise. Moreover, a very strong spiritual force was locking her body in place. Lam's body stiffened, making her feel increasingly scared. "I have to get out of here, but I can't move." Suddenly, as if sensing someone approaching, she turned around in confusion. Just as Lam turned around, Tiannan arrived, panting heavily. He realized it. He had finally found that girl. Lam's face showed complete astonishment at Tiannan's appearance. Hearing that, he was also extremely surprised and stared at her. "Miss Lam, so you still remember me?" She was extremely surprised and confused, staring at him warily, speechless. Suddenly, the guard behind them pointed their guns at Tiannan warily. "Don't move." The guard behind him, panting, ordered him, "Leave with us immediately, or we won't hesitate to use force to make you go." Seeing the guards become so tense, Lam immediately spoke up to defuse the situation for Tiannan. "Leave it, I'll handle this. I know this person." Then he came forward, grabbed her hand, and urgently requested, "Come with me." Inside was a very wide corridor. Lam pulled Tiannan to a corner and finally felt a bit at ease. There's probably no one here. Then she and Tiannan silently leaned against the wall behind them. After a moment, Lam voiced her confusion. "How did you find me?" Hearing this, he immediately explained honestly, "I came here for the concert and happened to see you in the crowd." Hearing him say that, Lam's eyes shifted slightly. "I thought you didn't even know what I looked like." Hearing her question, Tiannan explained with some embarrassment, "I didn't, it's just that your eyes have always been deeply engraved in my heart." Lam took this opportunity to speak her mind. "There's something I hope you can understand clearly. It's impossible between us." In my last words, I also made it clear that I don't want any kind of relationship to develop between us. Hearing her say this, Tiannan gave a bitter smile. "You are the daughter of the controller of the holy light and can quickly become a controller yourself. Of course, nothing can happen between us. I won't bother you anymore. I just want to get a good look at the girl who first hugged me." Hearing that, she became flustered and told him to stop talking. Lam's tone was very angry. "If you need any compensation, I can pay you to help." Tiannan was a little surprised to hear that. He retorted angrily, "I don't need compensation. I admit I'm poor, but not to the point of accepting charity from a girl. I just want to get a good look at that girl. Tian Nan's face was very serious as he spoke his true feelings. You're much more beautiful in person than I imagined, but some things don't add up. Was it really just sadness? Hearing him say that, she felt a little guilty and confused. Don't you know that day changed? Me? Lam clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. What do you mean? You can hate me, but my mother forced me to marry someone I don't love. I had no choice. You don't need to overthink it. You yourself said you weren't worthy of me. Her face gradually turned red, and then she explained that everything that happened that day was arranged by her, that nothing had happened between them. Lam squeezed her eyes shut and shouted in embarrassment, I found the things on the bed, and I intentionally said those last words. Do you understand now? Tian Nan's eyes widened in utter astonishment upon hearing this explanation. Hearing her say that, Tian Nan burst out laughing. What a mind-blowing truth. Tian Nan lowered his head and whispered, so that means I'm innocent, right? I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. Immediately after, he turned to leave. From your perspective, you're not wrong, for the sake of taking control of your own destiny. You schemed against your own mother, and you schemed against me, but do you think that's fair to me? He walked forward, chuckling softly. Although you brought me a lot of trouble, it's also because of that I have a different life. I've stepped into a land I never thought I'd set foot in, but don't you feel you're very selfish? Lam's face went blank upon hearing Tian Nan's words. I almost lost my life at your mother's hands. I want to know if I had died because of that. Would you have felt any remorse? She immediately retorted, Is my mother that scary? She has always been very cold. Tian Nan gently rubbed his head and continued. The one who was truly sad was her. For something like that to happen to her own daughter, how could she remain calm? Perhaps I'm just feeling lucky that I actually survived. Then he looked at Lam and whispered, Just thinking about it, I don't know why, but I seem to hate you a little now. Her eyes narrowed unconsciously as she looked at him with great suspicion. Lam glanced to the side. It's all happened already. Saying anything is useless. Besides, you've already joined the holy light. Tian Nan was a bit pensive hearing her words. Immediately after, he felt a little embarrassed. It's all in the past. Perhaps our fate was just this brief. Rest assured, for your happiness, I won't tell your mother about your affairs. I'm just very curious why you chose me at the beginning. There's so many people in the city of joyful dreams. Why did it have to be me? Hearing Tian Nan's question, she fell into contemplation and explained, I'm truly sorry about this. Wait until my engagement is called off by my mother. At that time, I will definitely explain it clearly to my mother. I just found it a bit interesting and chose you in a moment of excitement. Immediately after, she blushed. I really want to compensate for the harm I've caused you, but I don't know how. At this moment, Tian Nan understood. He had always wanted to meet Lam before, and she truly was very beautiful. Much more beautiful than Bok Hop. But Bok Hop's heart is much more beautiful than hers. Bok Hop's kindness is the most beautiful thing. Tian Nan stood there silently for a moment, then spoke again. I understand. I'm sorry, Miss Lam. Perhaps my appearance has made you uncomfortable, but I promise you, from now on, we will be people walking our own paths. Tian Nan stood next to her for a long stretch of the corridor, staring intently. Everything that happened between us is not important. I will continue to walk my own way. Lam was extremely surprised to hear him say that. Tian Nan thanked her for telling him the truth and then said his goodbyes. As he turned to leave, he reminded Lam, I hope you can find someone who truly loves you and marry him. Lam watched in the direction Tian Nan left and remained silent. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, startling them both. Lam, so you're here. Melissa suddenly appeared behind them and greeted Tian Nan. Melissa was very excited to talk with him. To be able to attend my concert in the City of Dreams today, since you're a friend of Lam's, why don't we sit down for a cup of tea and chat? Tian Nan thanked her and immediately declined. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. To be invited by Miss Melissa is our honor. I think Miss Melissa probably wouldn't mind if there's one more person, would she? Tian Nan was extremely surprised and turned to look at the two people. It's Mo and also Judge Zhurong. When did they get here? Melissa was very excited to get their approval. Lam was surprised to hear their names. Mo walked towards Melissa and bowed politely. Miss, you don't have to be so formal. I wonder if I could have tea with you? Tian Nan looked to the side with a bad feeling. He saw Lam and Zhurong chatting very happily. You bold girl, you're getting more and more disrespectful. Your grandfather is very angry this time. Just wait until you get back and see how he deals with you. Lam was shocked. Zhurong, you absolutely must not tell anyone about what happened here. At this moment, he walked over to Mo and sighed. I don't want to go. I'll wait for you outside, master. In return, he got a look of confusion from him. Lam Lam was a little surprised when she heard them talking. Your Uncle Mo's disciple? Then Tien Nan replied respectfully. Very well, I will listen to you, master. At the coffee shop in the lobby of the Haotian Arena, everyone sat together relaxing. Tien Nan looked at Melissa and marveled to himself. To avoid everyone's attention, Miss Melissa could only wear a hat that covered most of her face. At this time, Lam Lam, sitting next to him, was constantly observing Tien Nan. She had heard her mother say it before. Mo's true strength was definitely not inferior to the judge's, and could even be considered equivalent to the Judge of Light. At this moment, Lam Lam was a little worried about what had just happened. Tien Nan had been hurt by my words just now. I didn't expect him to be his disciple, and from the looks of it, Mo cares a lot about this disciple. Melissa also chuckled and spoke up. Controller, is this your disciple? This is the first time you've brought your disciple to one of my concerts. Hearing this, Mo immediately explained. Tien Nan is a disciple I took in not long ago. He is also a special ability user. Although he's not strong enough yet, this kid has great potential. Immediately after, he beamed and looked at her. Melissa's singing is truly too beautiful. It's a pity you only hold a grand concert once a year. However, for you to choose to hold it on planet Mingwang this time is truly an honor for the Haotian Arena. Melissa shyly said they were both too kind. She looked towards Tien Nan. You don't need to be so formal. We're just having coffee and chatting. He replied that he wasn't being formal, but since they were his elders, he naturally couldn't speak rudely. Tien Nan took a sip of tea and couldn't help but think to himself, I really want to get out of here. I don't want to continue this back and forth with Lam Lam. It's so troublesome. But Melissa, as if reading his thoughts, said enthusiastically, however, I really want to know how you got to know our Lam Lam. This made Lam Lam even more shy. Hearing this, Tien Nan felt a bit awkward and thought, how do we meet? I didn't want to bring this up again. Just then, Mo spoke up to help him out. Let me answer for Tien Nan. He immediately looked at Lam Lam, making her feel confused. Immediately after, Mo began to explain. This disciple of mine is really too kind-hearted, which is why he gets bullied by others. He met Lam Lam on planet Joning, but they're not that close. However, Miss Melissa shouldn't let Lam Lam stay by her side. Hearing this, Lam Lam looked at him in disbelief and worry. Uncle Mo, you don't want to take me back yet, do you? Could you bear to see your own niece's happiness destroyed by others? After hearing her words, Mo immediately retorted, I don't have the free time to worry about your affairs. However, you should leave planet Minghuang as soon as possible. I can't guarantee that Oyu won't find her way here. Lam Lam was startled by his distant tone. Although I've met Uncle Mo a few times before, this is the first time I've seen him so cold. She glanced at Tien Nan, who was silently enjoying his tea, and secretly guessed, could it be related to him? After a moment of thought, she replied to Mo, I know, I'll leave here soon. Seeing the atmosphere become heavy, Zhurong immediately spoke up to mediate. Don't scare her like that. Silly girl, don't worry. As long as you don't like it, I will definitely help you. Lam Lam was very grateful to hear him say that. Thank you, Uncle Zhurong. At this point, Tien Nan couldn't sit still any longer and stood up to ask for Mo's permission. I want to go outside for a walk and get some fresh air. He watched the boy's departing figure and couldn't help but remind him, don't go too far. Immediately after, he spoke to the others who remained. Seniors, I'll be taking my leave first. Tien Nan sighed as he walked thoughtfully out of the coffee shop, really not wanting to face Lam Lam. A flash of annoyance showed in his eyes. I didn't expect the feeling of being used by others to be so unpleasant. He recalled Lam Lam's confession from earlier and lamented, although she did such a thing, which is extremely disappointing. At this moment, a clamor of discussion arose from outside. A group of people immediately surrounded Tien Nan and advanced menacingly. Tien Nan was very confused. You must have the wrong person. I haven't offended anyone here. The leader of the group of guards immediately explained. You haven't offended anyone here, but what about on planet Joning? Since you've admitted to harming young Master Oi Kim, then this is the day you die. Tien Nan was a bit confused to hear that. Why are they so sure I killed Oi Kim? Immediately, he seemed to think of something and had a realization. It must be Lena who told him something. She really doesn't have any regard for our past relationship as master and disciple. Because of the previous incident with Lam Lam that had been weighing on his mind, receiving this blow now made Tien Nan's sorrow even deeper. The blood devourer within him grew stronger and stronger, causing his eyes to gradually turn ice cold. "You are assassins from the Thunder Tribulation Corporation, right?" They didn't answer him right away, but quickly rushed forward, shouting, "Surrender your life." Hundreds of sword tips were all pointed straight at Tien Nan. Suddenly, Mo's voice rang out, greatly surprising Tien Nan. "Make your move." They struck first. The dignity of the Holy Light does not permit being offended. Use your ability to activate the World Core. After hearing Mo's advice, Tien Nan seemed to have realized something. His body quickly shifted and disappeared on the spot, causing the blades to strike empty air. The group of assassins was terrified when they saw the strange scene he performed. Immediately, he appeared behind a guard and grabbed his arm tightly, causing him both pain and confusion. When did he appear here? Tien Nan's face showed a ruthless expression. "You brought this upon yourselves." Then he used his strength to break the opponent's arm. The man immediately suffered intense pain and screamed incessantly. The man next to him saw him lying motionless and quickly approached with concern. At that moment, Tien Nan raised his leg and kicked him hard in the face. His eyes were extremely cold, radiating a powerful, murderous aura. Even though these assassins all had protective weapons, each of Tien Nan's attacks contained space-rending power, and his shifting form made it impossible for the opponents to catch him. After some time, the group of assassins had been defeated and were scattered all over the place inside. His hands clenched into fists. Tien Nan gradually became aware of his own distinct power. After a period of venting, Tien Nan's body felt much more at ease. Suddenly, a voice rang out, pulling Tien Nan back to reality, young man in front. A large number of soldiers arrived at this time, and the leader held a megaphone and announced towards him, "Drop your weapons and surrender." Hearing this, Tien Nan raised his innocent-looking face and stared at them. "I don't have any weapons. You seem to have misunderstood. I'm the victim." At this moment, Mo's voice continued to praise him. He looked at him as he approached and assessed, "Worthy of being my student." A total of 23 people, all injured but not dead. Tien Nan's face was full of gratitude as he looked at him. "You have better control over your emotions than I thought." The group of guards was terrified when they saw Mo. At this moment, Tien Nan's whole body was burning up, feeling as if his emotions were about to break free from his control. Immediately after, he quickly ran towards where Mo was standing and knelt down. He quietly observed Tien Nan's actions and couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know how many twists and turns your fate has taken, but there has always been something guiding it." Tien Nan seemed helpless before him, his heart feeling incredibly complicated as he tried to understand the emotions within. His face was streaked with tears. Only now did he realize that the humiliation he had endured for so long was being comforted and indulged by Mo. Seeing this, Mo gently squatted down and patted Tien Nan's head. "Don't be tense. What are those things?" He immediately felt the comforting pat. His face was extremely gentle as he gave the order, "Stand up." The incidents with Lam Lam and Lena had dealt a huge blow to Tien Nan. He looked at the boy's pitiful face and comforted him. "You are a grown man. No matter what happens, you must not fall. Don't think too much about your status." Under Mo's encouragement, punch sent him flying, Tien Nan's body sinking deep into the alloy wall. If it weren't for the protection of the artificial skin, his internal organs would have likely been shattered. Seeing him in this state, she stopped. Luin worriedly ran over to check on him. He tactfully mentioned him, but was chased out by Oya. Luin sighed in his heart. Could it be that Tien Nan really couldn't escape this? She approached step by step. He lay there motionless, as if dead. In fact, he was feeling a little regretful at this moment. Mo was not someone she could afford to offend. If Tien Nan could hold his token, it meant that his relationship with Mo was not simple. At that moment, Tien Nan let out a breath and coughed. Oya was startled and asked, "You're still alive?" He took a deep breath and replied, "I'm not dead for the time being, but if you hit me again, I'm afraid I will have to die." Tien Nan was fine. Oya coldly turned away and told him to get lost and to never let her see him again. He struggled to his feet and still managed to say, "Goodbye, lady. What Tien Nan once said still counts. I owe you this favor and will one day repay you." Oya was deep in thought at this moment. Letting him go just like that made her a little hesitant. In such a short time, Tien Nan had become so strong. It wouldn't be long before he would confront her daughter. With Mo's support, Tien Nan would be even more limitless. Oya secretly felt lucky that her father didn't know of Tien Nan's existence. Although he was of no use to her, from what he just said, at least Tien Nan would not become Oya's enemy. When he saw him walk out, Luin was astonished. Tien Nan still had the strength to tease him, which made Luo angrily scold. Still talking tough. Your kid's body is really resilient to think you can still stand up and walk out. Come here quickly. I'll help you to a quiet place to rest. With someone to rely on, Tien Nan no longer pretended. He let himself cry out in pain. After finding a random hotel, Luo immediately used cosmic energy to help Tien Nan heal. During the healing process, he was once again amazed by the resilience of Tien Nan's body. Tien Nan's own cosmic ability, combined with the external power, unblocked all the meridians in his body at the fastest speed. With just a period of rest, his body could fully recover. Luo wanted to leave and told him to take care. Tien Nan was extremely grateful and thanked him profusely, but Luo felt he hadn't helped at all. Hearing him call him master made him ashamed for not being able to persuade Oya. He sighed softly. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll be able to meet again. You are the strangest ability user I have ever met. Not only is your body incredibly heaven-defying, but you also work very hard. Now I'm very much looking forward to seeing you become stronger. Tien Nan gently comforted him. Master, don't worry. Although I am not under the lady's control, I still belong to the Saint Alliance. We will definitely have a chance to meet again in the future. And Master, no matter what kind of person I become in the future, you will still be a teacher worthy of my respect. Luo immediately turned away to hide his expression. To Tien Nan, Luo and Mo were among the few people who cared about him. After experiencing the battle with Lady Oya, it made him feel the gap in strength even more deeply. Only by becoming stronger could he fight against those powerful opponents. This further strengthened Tien Nan's determination. In Zhongting City's Silver Street, the entire city was brightly lit. This place was a mix of good and bad, with many different criminals. The government hadn't completely eliminated this place, but instead had troops guarding the outside. Tien Nan could only use the method of feinting to the east and attacking to the west, then use his teleportation to infiltrate Silver Street. He wondered in his heart, what is the purpose of the dark forces gathering in the capital city? With Ma Lu here, it should be safe, right? After entering the city walls, the real challenge began. While Tien Nan didn't know where to go, a girl approached and teased him. You're quite handsome. Tell big sister, what crime did you commit to end up here? Oh, I'm asking what you're doing hiding in an alley. Do you need big sister's help? He didn't like the strong perfume and stepped back. The girl saw Tien Nan's impolite behavior and scolded him. But Tien Nan stood his ground. I'm not interested in people with dirty souls. Can you please move aside? She gradually revealed her true nature. It's been a long time since I've drunk human blood. Luckily, there's something so fresh today. He was stunned. You're for the vampire clan? At the same time, he wondered if she was a dark ability user. Suddenly, Toof and Sun interrupted their conversation. He flew in the sky. Our vampire clan is the noblest race, don't you know? Toof and Sun transformed into human form. Open your eyes and see. The person before you is a member of the vampire clan. The girl bowed and explained. He's a newcomer. Tien Nan observed the features on his body. Golden wings, so he's a Viscount. He asked him what kind of person he was. He didn't answer immediately, but thought. Much weaker than the vampires that captured me last time. They were all Viscounts and Counts. Tien Nan held out the ring that radiated dark ability. Based on your status, you're not worthy to command me. In his heart, he thought, the ring that Ma Lu gave me can be used. Well, when Toof and Sun saw it, his expression changed. He immediately knelt before him. Greetings, Your Grace the Duke. This subordinate did not know of Your Grace's arrival. Please punish this subordinate. Tien Nan withdrew his dark ability, giving the other party a sense of mystery, not knowing his true strength. He ordered him to be taken to see Ma Lu. He quickly complied. Tien Nan wondered what his name was, and if he was Ma Lu's subordinate. He immediately replied, This subordinate is Toof and Senator. I am not under the jurisdiction of Duke Ma Lu, but was taught by the family of Grand Duke Ao Heir. It is a great honor to lead the way for you. Then he asked, Your Grace the Duke, are you also here to attend the Dark Alliance conference this time? He nodded along. That's right. Has everyone arrived yet? Toof and Sun answered respectfully. His Majesty the Blood Emperor and the two princes arrived yesterday. Everyone has arrived. This is the territory where the Vampire Clan is hosting the Dark Alliance conference. His Majesty the Blood Emperor takes it very seriously, and we dare not be negligent. This subordinate is also following the orders of Duke Ao Heir to patrol outside. Don't think that Silver Street is no different from usual. A net has long been cast within the territory. It's guaranteed that if any of those from the Saint Alliance come here to cause trouble, They can get in, but not out. Tiannan thought, it's true that many dark forces have gathered here. Why are they holding a Dark Alliance conference? But I can't ask directly. Then he skillfully posed a question. Have the chairman of the Dark Conference and the Soul Priest also arrived? The young man walked on. Only a delegation. I heard from Lord A.O. Air that tomorrow he will bring 10 members of the Dark Conference. At that time, the conference will officially open. He wondered in his heart, are they planning some action against the Galactic Federation? The two of them walked to a door. Tu Fun's son spoke up, we've arrived. He glanced left and right. Tu Fun's son chanted, Great darkness, I am your servant. I hope you will allow me to enter the world of darkness. He placed his hand on the door, using magic to create a portal. Tiannan looked inside. Inside this door, besides the power of darkness, there seemed to be a spatial power that moved. In a certain way, he sensed a mysterious magical power radiating out. Despite this, Tiannan did not hesitate and stepped forward. The portal began to transport him to another place. Tiannan was a little surprised by the scene around him. It was an underground city of darkness. A person inside saw Tiannan appear and wondered, is the Dark Chairman here? Tu Fun's son approached. This person is a duke of our vampire clan. The two of them immediately moved aside. Tiannan observed them. They had blue wings in the darkness. Those two demons looked like that, but were at the rank of count. This passage is one of the other passages of the underground city of darkness. Tu Fan Sam glanced over. Do you wish to see Lord Blood Emperor? He is in a meeting with 2 princes and 12 dukes. Grand Duchess Mailutu is also there. He pondered that if all 12 Grand Dukes were gathered, it would not only be dangerous for him, but also troublesome for Mailutu. Tuesday Tiannan didn't know what to do and was about to speak. Just then, Mailutu appeared from nowhere and cut into the conversation. That won't be necessary. Let me handle the Grand Dukes. She ordered him to step back. Seeing Mailutu approach, Tu Fan Sam bowed his head in greeting. She warned that the identities of the Grand Dukes were a secret of the vampire clan and a key aspect of the Dark Alliance Conference, not to be revealed even to Master Grand Duke Aoni. Otherwise, if Lord Blood Emperor were to place blame, you know what the consequences would be, don't you? After hearing this, he immediately complied. Then, Tu Fan Sam turned and quickly left. Tiannan wondered, did you just use dark power to erase Tu Fan Sam's memory? Tiannan surmised that for someone of Mailutu's status to be so cautious, it seemed the underground city was not peaceful. Mailutu led Tiannan to her bedroom. She used magic to lock the door. After everything was settled, Mailutu breathed a sigh of relief. All right, this is safer now. Mailutu pulled up a chair. The dark forces in Trungdin City are too strong, as if many dark powers have gathered here. I just heard Tu Fan Sam mention the Dark Alliance Conference. Has something really happened? You shouldn't have come here. When you returned, I sensed your aura, but couldn't leave. When you were at Nan Nai, I was in a meeting with Lord Blood Emperor. If Lord Demon Emperor were to discover your identity, Tiannan interrupted. So that's why you rushed over to erase his memory. She reassured him, fortunately, I handled it in time. The guards at the inner passage are all my people. They have all been infected by my blood toxin and are loyal only to me. So you don't need to worry. As long as you don't leave this room, you will be safe for the time being. He then wanted Mailutu to tell him more about the Dark Conference. She immediately explained, the Dark Alliance Conference is the supreme conference of the Dark World, held once every 5 years. It is mostly hosted by the Vampire Clan or the conference's chairman. This Alliance Conference is very special, hosted by the Dark Priesthood. This third party is currently the 3rd largest power in the Dark World. This 3rd dark power has always wanted to absorb the other 2 sides, but only a king can unite the Dark World. A king. This time, the priesthood is hosting the conference. Although they only sent 1 person, they brought something that interests both the Vampire Clan and the conference. The old soul priest uses mysterious dark power, intending to announce the future to everyone. Tiannan wondered, are the dark forces also threatened by death? Mailutu shook her head. Besides the dark priesthood, no one knows their secrets. The soul priests have a special ability. Before they pass away, they can transfer all their power to a successor. It's just that the training is very difficult. Fortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, they would have ruled everything long ago. The dark forces have always hidden themselves well, and their power cannot be underestimated. In the Great War 30 years ago, a soul priest defeated Judge Hu Tu-Fi-Ni, and since then, the dark forces have become one of the strongest powers. The soul priest has changed many times. Each term lasts over 20 years before they are lost. They don't just pass on power, they can also see future events. This is the first time a soul priest has revealed a secret. Tian Nan still had many questions. My Lu Tu continued, but now Lord Demon Emperor is hesitating whether to take this opportunity to eliminate the entire dark priesthood, which surprised him a little. Tian Nan was confused. Does Lord Blood Emperor want to make a move against the dark priesthood? But the soul priest is about to die. They could just change to a new successor. She explained it's not that easy. The soul priests are extremely strict in choosing a successor. They must pass many tests to inherit the power. The dark priest who is to receive the soul priest's inheritance is the one who dared to come here. If Lord Blood Emperor makes a move, it will be hard to escape. He offered his opinion. The darkness is already oppressed by the holy light. If one power is lost, the situation will become even more severe. The Blood Emperor wants to discuss with the people of the conference. After confronting the priest, both sides will bear the responsibility together. My Lu Tu wondered, it's not just Lord Blood Emperor here. There are also 2 princes and 12 Grand Dukes. Isn't this a good opportunity to eliminate their bloodlines? Hearing this, Tian Nan scolded her. He was extremely indignant. Why would they be so stupid as to let their own successors attend the Dark Alliance conference? If you want to protect your clan, you should immediately go and persuade Lord Blood Emperor to give up that idea. You will definitely not get what you want. Scolded at length by Tian Nan, my Lu Tu was silent, unable to say anything. She was moved. Master, you're right. I didn't expect you to be smarter than you look. My Lu Tu made the decision to go persuade Lord Blood Emperor. She invited him to watch the Dark Alliance conference. Tian Nan wondered, didn't you say it would be better if I just didn't leave this room? My Lu Tu searched for something. I have prepared a good item. She took out a multi-dimensional helmet. My Lu Tu instructed, after the conference begins, wearing this helmet will make it feel like you're really there. You can even change your viewing angle without anyone noticing. He was still wary of the gift she gave him. While my Lu Tu went to find the Blood Emperor, Tian Nan also focused on cultivating in this underground city of darkness. He sat on a bed, his body emitting a powerful magical aura. His dark ability had grown much stronger. The dark particles were clearly more intense than outside. The 3 types of power within Tian Nan were constantly strengthening, a powerful existence that would affect the entire ascending Milky Way alliance. His destiny was something no one could fully grasp. After cultivating for a while, Tian Nan slowly opened his eyes. The 3 powers inside his body merged into one. Finally, he could control all of his own power without any backlash. Under the influence of his spirit, 1 blue, 1 white, and 1 black, 3 circular lights appeared in the palm of Tian Nan's hand. He looked at the orb of light containing immense power, feeling very confident about his future. Tian Nan was about to return to the bed to continue cultivating when suddenly there were footsteps outside. At first, he thought they were my Lu Tu's footsteps, but because the sound was heavier, Tian Nan changed his mind. After a voice rang out, he panicked. It's someone else. Oh no, I'm about to be discovered. Tian Nan remained silent, listening to the sounds outside the door. He was terrified. Is he really coming in? But I can't answer him. You see, man stood before the door. My Lu Tu, don't be so cold, will you? Don't forget, you have what you have today, all thanks to me. If you don't object, I'm coming in. Hearing his words made Tian Nan even more panicked. Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly pulled down the bed curtain. A mysterious magical aura appeared at the door. It was the magic You See Man used to teleport inside. He slowly opened his eyes. You see, man, since someone was in here, so you are here. Why didn't you answer? Are you tired of me? Have you forgotten all the sweet moments we shared? Are you blaming me for not coming to see you recently? When my father found out, he locked me up. It was very difficult to get out. Having to listen to his love story made Tian Nan extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that the bed remained silent, with no response, made You See Man even more annoyed. Are you just going to stay silent like this with me? To help you become stronger, I sacrificed myself. Now you become the 12th Grand Duchess, while I've been demoted from Marquis to Count. Are you just going to cast me aside like this? I came today. You have to make things clear to me. He thought getting him to leave on his own seems difficult. If I'm discovered, my Lu Tu won't be able to escape this connection either. It's best to kill him the moment he discovers me. But Tien Nan was still hesitant, not knowing if he could do it. He waited and waited, but there was no movement. You see, Man angrily pulled back the curtain. Since it had come to this, he could only risk his life against him. Tien Nan was waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Seeing that the person sitting inside was not my Lu Tu made Yu Si Man extremely surprised. He immediately seized the opportunity while he was confused upon seeing him. Under Tien Nan's control, 10 beams of lightning gathered into one in midair, aiming straight for the opponent's chest. He didn't let up because of that, focusing his power on the attack. Then, he filled his hands with space-tearing power and pushed forward. From behind Tien Nan, many black threads flew out, rushing from multiple directions. After leaving the Demon God Temple, this was the first time he had used 2 types of abilities. He had used his full attack. As long as Yu Si Man was seriously injured, he could subdue him. Tien Nan was utterly horrified by the scene before him. The floor had a large hole in it, and there was no one standing where he had been moments ago. With no time to hesitate, he immediately used illusionary form shift. As Tien Nan disappeared, a black light flashed past. He used it to flash to another spot. Yu Si Man's body was still intact, without a single scratch. He angrily asked who he was. Seeing that Yu Si Man was completely unharmed made Tien Nan even more panicked. Outwardly, he was provocative, but inwardly, he was in a very difficult position. He's using so many afterimages that I can't distinguish them. He's clearly defending against my lightning rays. He shouted angrily, "Are you my Lu Tu's new plaything? Her taste is really poor. How can someone like you compare to me? Today, I will make you die. As long as you die, my Lu Tu will surely come back to me." Tien Nan took the opportunity to provoke him. "You think killing me will win my Lu Tu's heart? You just account now." Yu Si Man saw that he was just courting death. He immediately attacked Tien Nan. He quickly used illusionary form shift to dodge the blow. Yu Si Man immediately noticed something unusual. "So you did use illusionary form shift just now. You're a space ability user from the Holy Light. Could it be that my Lu Tu has betrayed the vampire clan?" Tien Nan smiled, telling him to look his way. A powerful magical aura enveloped his body. Seeing this, Yu Si Man was extremely surprised, his eyes widening. Yu Si Man's face turned pale. Dark ability, space, and darkness combined as one. This is impossible. Tien Nan seized the opportunity, giving him a scare. "Now that you know my identity, I am the new master of the Dark World." Yu Si Man found it hard to believe. "You are actually the new master of the Dark World." Tien Nan bluffed. "That's right. Do you still want to attack me now?" The two sides suddenly fell silent, making the atmosphere even more tense. He became suspicious. "If you're the new master of the Dark World, why would you want a woman like my Lu Tu?" He explained, "My Lu Tu is not my woman. She is my loyal subordinate." Tien Nan's words made Yu Si Man extremely surprised. He calculated, "I'll just try to sway him for now. If I let him know that the power of the new master of the Dark World doesn't give me much of an advantage, it won't change the current situation." He asked in return, "So what if you're the new master of the Dark World?" Tien Nan froze for a moment. Yu Si Man revealed a sinister expression. "You're still a long way from being able to rule the Dark World. If I kill you now or drain your blood, it won't be long before I can become the great heir of darkness." Hearing him say this, he could only remain silent. Tien Nan cursed inwardly. "Are these bloodsuckers' brains made of wood?" My Lu Tu was the same at first. She drank my blood but still couldn't take my abilities. But he was clearly telling me that even relying on the identity of the new master of the Dark World wouldn't scare him. Now, his only choice was to fight for his life. In a situation where his strength was not equal to his opponent's, Tien Nan could only rely on the effect of the lightning rays to attack first. Yu Si Man continuously used afterimages. The lightning rays repeatedly hit the wall, none of them hitting their real target. He tried his best, only able to continuously fire attack rays to restrain him, not letting him get close. Yu Si Man's anger had reached its peak. Although he continuously dodged with quick reflexes, it also consumed a lot of his power. He thought, the artificial lightning rays are limited. Let's see how long you can keep shooting. After 100 lightning rays were fired, the room immediately returned to silence. Both of them knew that the lightning rays had been depleted. Without the threat of the lightning rays, Man immediately attacked Tien Nan, but at that moment he had calmed down. He finally understood what Mo had told him. An ability user should not rely too much on external forces. Relying only on one's own strength is best. Tien Nan didn't dare to stop, continuously using illusionary form shift to avoid the fatal attacks. He gave a sinister smile, attacking continuously to see how long he could dodge. Man's speed increased, and his afterimages appeared more and more frequently. The space was limited after all, and Tien Nan could no longer escape. It was only a matter of time before he was hit by him. Man's punch sent Tien Nan's body crashing to the ground. He laughed loudly. Let's see how long you can run. Someone like you wants to rule the entire dark world. Man looked towards him. You have been hit by one of my dark abilities, the Curse of Darkness. Even if you have an artificial body, it's useless. Now, just endure the torment until you die, unless you have more strength than me or have a light ability. His dark power moved through Tien Nan's body. His power was not enough to expel it. The suffering was constantly seeping into Tien Nan's body and mind. Man judged that he must be wearing my Lu Tu's artificial body. An ordinary person hit by this attack of mine would have had their body shattered into 1,000 pieces long ago. Since you're about to die anyway, you've also given me a great gift. Although there isn't much power left, I will be the only Grand Duke with an artificial body. Tien Nan gritted his teeth, tried to endure the pain. He became excited. I'll give you one last attack to send you to hell. Let me drain your blood. Suddenly, a strange light shone in front of Man. It was so bright that he had to cover his face with his hands. Tien Nan's body suddenly radiated a powerful magical force, making Man confused, not understanding what the hell was happening. His magic was so strong, it sent him flying far away. The atmosphere around Tien Nan gradually became more oppressive than before. Man saw him floating in midair and began to panic. His face turned pale. He had never heard of an ability that could transform like this. Why does it feel like his power has undergone an earth-shattering transformation? Man saw strange characters appearing on Tien Nan's body. He became even more curious about his identity. He gave a sinister smile. Didn't you want to challenge my dignity? Then you can go die. He seemed to sense danger approaching. Tien Nan was like the god of death. In an instant, he appeared right behind Man. He couldn't hide the look of utter fear on his face as he glanced behind him. Man didn't even dare to turn his head, feeling as if he had entered a dream world. He could no longer feel his own power, and even his body wouldn't obey him. He just stood there. The only thing he could do was lower his head. He saw his chest very clearly. 3 fist-sized holes had appeared there at some point. His consciousness faded until the moment of death. He felt no pain, and his body didn't even fall. Even stranger, a faint deathly aura appeared on Man's dead skin. In just a moment, he was dead, his body turning into amethyst, like a sculpture standing in place. His astonished expression and incomprehensible gaze were perfectly preserved. Only then did Tien Nan gradually regain consciousness. He lifted his hand to look. My mind was blank just now. A single thought made Man become like this. Tien Nan seemed unable to read the information about the magic he had used. He clenched his fist. Man was so small in front of me just now. His defense was as weak as paper. Tien Nan could feel his body brimming with power. My Lu Tu had just returned to the room at this moment. He looked at her and asked, "Why did you only just arrive?" My Lu Tu explained, "I was just in a meeting with the Blood Emperor." "What on earth happened?" He pointed at him. "He said he was your old lover and came in on his own." She was surprised. Although Man had been trying to pester her during this time, she never expected him to find his way here. My Lu Tu touched his body. How did he become like this? What exactly happened? Cracks appeared on the amethyst body, and in less than 3 seconds, they spread all over, turning into a purple smoke that filled the room. Tien Nan and she were also in a daze, neither of them knowing what was going on. Suddenly, he felt a voice calling him. This voice contained a mysterious magic, compelling Tien Nan to go and sense its existence. He sat on the bed. I'll leave the rest to you. I need to cultivate first. Mai Lu too came to her senses, watching Tien Nan's power continuously increase. She couldn't hide her own weakness. Although he was just sitting there, a feeling of reverence arose in her heart. She suddenly knelt on the floor. Mai Lu too bowed her head, hoping that Tien Nan would become even stronger. He didn't say a word, just focused intently on practicing his magic. Tien Nan couldn't help but be surprised by the scene around him. He looked around and realized it was a purple space. While Tien Nan was still thinking he was dreaming, a voice suddenly spoke. You are not dreaming. I am the one who called you to this place, because I am about to leave. He wondered who that person was, and he replied, you don't need to know who I am. I can only tell you that I am the one who helps you. You just need to believe that. The mysterious person's words made Tien Nan even more skeptical. Seeing that he didn't quite trust him, he decided to show Tien Nan something. Suddenly, he found the surrounding scene strangely familiar. Tien Nan discovered two people in front of him. He quickly realized it was himself and Mai Lu Tuesday. This was the first time we met. She wanted to drink my blood, and after that, I don't know what happened. Next, suddenly, the mysterious person spoke again. Mai Lu Tu, how dare you? Tien Nan quickly sensed that it was the same mysterious voice from before. He didn't understand why it was appearing on him. Tien Nan frowned, utterly confused. How can this be? I don't remember knowing this thing. Yet I can feel a terrifying presence for myself. Why has my body become like this? At this point, he couldn't even understand himself anymore. Tien Nan was shocked to see that the person before him was himself. His body at that time was radiating a powerful magical force, which startled Mai Lu too. Impossible. This is hell demon fire. At that time, the demon body entered Tien Nan. Do you think I don't know of your greed? You sensed my breath long ago, and you also knew he was the heir to the King of Darkness, yet you still deluded yourself into taking his blood and power. Despite Mai Lu Tu kneeling and begging, he remained unmoved. She was willing to offer her soul to the demon body. Hearing this, he immediately changed his mind. Very well, considering what you have contributed to the dark world, I will grant you this honor. From now on, if he lives, you live. If he is strong, so are you. If he dies, you must die with him, and your death will be 10,000 times more tragic than his. After piecing the events together, Tien Nan now realized this was the reason Mai Lu Tu became his subordinate, and at the same time, he also learned that he was the heir. After explaining everything, the demon body turned and asked if he now knew who he was. Tien Nan frowned in thought. It symbolizes the greatest power, held demon fire, and even Mai Lu Tu has to call him master. He came to a conclusion. You are the demon body, the king of darkness who once ruled all the dark forces. He laughed with delight, not denying Tien Nan's words. He covered his face with his hand. So, I am the new master of the dark world. The legend Mai Lu Tu spoke of is true. I am the heir you chose. The demon body asked, you don't want to inherit my power? Seeing that Tien Nan didn't seem to like this identity, he quickly explained, there are many who would want this position. To rule the darkness is to rule half the world, just like the Milky Way Alliance. In his mind at that moment, the image of Bok Hop suddenly appeared. It seemed that her appearance had made Tien Nan waver and become hesitant. At this moment, he only thought of her. Tien Nan didn't want to become the master of darkness. He didn't want his soul to be corrupted. Tien Nan shouted loudly to show the demon body that he didn't want to become like that. He likes freedom, and he likes to be open and honorable. Tien Nan really likes that kind girl. He was stunned by his decision, not expecting that he would disagree. How about we clarify your current state? Tien Nan wondered, could it be that you did all of this? The demon body explained, although there is some connection between me and MO, it is because of your understanding of the three abilities that exist within you that you have developed this mutated power. You are the first person who can harmonize the two powers of darkness and space. The three types of power merged into one, giving you a completely new power. I didn't expect your dark, space, and cosmic powers to merge into one through that bloodsucker's curse of darkness. Do you know what level you reached just now? Tien Nan replied, I don't know. The Holy Light's biological computer glitched, only showing 3 question marks. He immediately explained, the biological computer displays question marks when an ability is not yet level 1, or when the ability has surpassed level 36. He was extremely surprised. Does that mean my power just now reached the level of controller? The demon body did not deny it. The mutation of your power has surpassed level 40, equivalent to a general rank ability user. Tien Nan seemed unable to believe his words. Tien Nan wondered, could it be that Luon has been inside my body all this time and saw everything? He replied, that's right. Remember the person who helped you cultivate your space power in the first stage? I was the one who arranged for that person. I have seen everything that has happened to you for more than 10 years. Only now did he realize he had been oblivious during that time. Tien Nan asked, but reaching the controller level so suddenly will harm my body? The demon body explained, probably not. That was a mutation of 3 powers merging into one. You don't have that kind of power yet. It only happened for a short time. After you leave the spiritual world, you will return to your previous ability. He broke out in a cold sweat, so I'm still an ability user below level 10. He rattled on, but you have 2 powerful high-level abilities. Your current strength is already equivalent to a normal level 12 ability user. When the 2 types are combined, your true power has already reached level 15. It's just that you can't fully control it yet. But after the 3 special abilities merge into one, it can make your power reach a terrifying realm in a short time. After the mutation, it can also help your 3 powers become stronger. But it causes your own power to be heavily consumed, and it will also contain both the darkness and space special abilities. Neither the holy light nor the darkness will accept it. So if you are about to die, you cannot combine this power. But it's a good thing that you have this mutated power. As long as you work hard, there will be a day when you reach the realm that I achieved back then. Tian saw that it seemed the demon body was finished speaking. So at this moment, he spoke up, if that's the case, can I still borrow my own strength to activate the fusion of the 3 special